Good evening, party people, and welcome back to the Bar with an X. My name is Cameron with an X, and I was just in Puerto Rico, which conveniently does not have an X, but there are some Spanish words that have an X in them. I don't know any of them off the top of my head, and so this intro is going quite awkwardly. But it's okay, it's okay. Despite the fact that I didn't bring back a comprehensive knowledge of the Spanish language or Puerto Rican dialect, if there is one. Again, I was just there visiting, I promise you that. I did bring back a number of spirits from Puerto Rico that I get to share with you all this evening. Let me put my microphone in the proper spot, otherwise things are gonna get weird, and awkward. So anyways, I was in Puerto Rico. I'll tell you all about it, and we'll sip along some spirits along the way, which is how, not typically how we start things. Typically there's a cocktail involved in here, but I've got 7 spirits, and if I made a cocktail with every single one of them, I don't think there would be a show. So that's not what I plan on doing. To everybody popping in here early on, I saw Eli out there, Cole out there, Salty out there, Skittle out there, Renzo out there, Cole out there, Not Anime out there as well with a little subscription right before we pop things in here. Thank you for your support. I see Manic out there and Scourge the Hedgehog, as we have 2 hedgehogs in chat right now. We haven't even gotten to the game yet. That's very impressive, by the way. Just to let the hedgehogs know ahead of time, if you came for gameplay, you're gonna be here for quite a while, so you might as well run around the globe a couple of times, pick up some bottles from any country of your choice for your favorite bartender with an X over here, and then we'll just go from there. Don't let me make you do anything, y'all. This is your time. Just chill out, be for it. Scourge out there being like, I'm here for the drinks. No way. It's because you're the evil hedgehog, right? In any case, y'all. So again, if you haven't been keeping up to date, which by all means is not your job, it's frankly my job to keep you guys aware of what's going on. Last we saw each other was, I think, on Monday. Was it Monday of last week? I don't know. We last saw you in March, and then I shipped off to Puerto Rico for a little while with my partner and I. We were there for a small little vacation. We attended a wedding. It was beautiful. A beautiful Puerto Rican wedding. We stayed on the beach, or as close to the beach as you can possibly get. It was quite literally just about a handful of steps from the Airbnb that we were staying at. It was warm. It was humid. It was beautiful, and the skies were like clear the entire time. I don't think I could have asked for a more pristine and beautiful first impression of Puerto Rico. It was, gosh, it was like sublime. I cannot wait to go back to Puerto Rico one day. Along the way, not only did we get to experience a little, let's see, what did we do while we were at the wedding, right? I'm trying to think of how I want to structure this. Do I want to go through bottle by bottle and share stories along the way? Or do I share, that's what we're going to do. We're going to crack open some of these bottles, starting with the small one that I got here, right? So again, while I was in Puerto Rico, I picked up a number of different spirits to bring back with me. None of these have been opened yet. So let's crack them open, give them a try, right? I see so-and-so out there with the hydration request to start things out, you know? Manic out there, the hedgehog, saying you're here because I'm your homeboy. That's so kind, dude. Salty out there saying el anexo. The annex is a Spanish word. He said he didn't know any Spanish words with an X, so I gave him one. I appreciate that. How do you just pronounce the X in Spanish again? I know X in Spanish is X, but X doesn't have an X in it, so I didn't think it counted. What was funny, at one point, I remember this distinctly. One of the memories I have from that trip is, so there was a wedding. I went to the wedding. Right before the ceremony started, I turned to Anna and I was like, hola, me llamo Cameron con X. She was like, what the heck does that mean? I was like,
that was while we were on the dance floor. What are you trying to tell me?
It was great. And then somebody next was like, you said his name is Cameron with an X? And I don't think they got the, no, somebody else translated for you.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
It was wonderful. And I was like, yeah, it's just introduced. It was Jesus who introduced us. It was wonderful. So while we were there, the first bottle I'll start with is this tiny bottle of Don Q. We were part of a wedding, and so one of the little wedding gift bags that we got had teeny bottles of Don Q in it. It came with Don Q Cristal, it had Don Q Limon, which is the lime flavor, and Don Q Coco, which was the coconut flavor. I have those 2 flavors already, but I've never actually tried the original Don Q on its own, like the Cristal. So we got one of these. So this will be the first one. Bottle number 1, tiny little nip of Don Q. And this one doesn't get a Glencairn of its own. I got these tiny little things back here, so I'm going with it. I see Maru on the YouTube side popping in from our pal over the Mushroom Kingdom. Y'all got any liquor in the Mushroom Kingdom? I got questions. I want to come visit. Anyways, start with a little bit of this. Just a little bit. Give it a little smell. Smells like rum, who knew? It tastes like rum. It is like, it's the characteristic light sugar-caney sweetness of rum with a very little bite to it. If you're not familiar with rum already, I would say that it's almost like a, for lack of a better term, a smoother vodka that tends to have a bit of a funkier note to it. Rums are as varied a category of spirits as one of the most varied categories of spirits. It's not just the color of the rum. It's not just dark or gold or white. It's not just like, you know, like, trying to think of other things. There's a lot of variation with rum. So as far as this goes, this white rum, vodka-like in a way, but it's got more flavor, a little sugary undertone, with a bit of like a tannic bitterness because it tends to be made with molasses, and I feel like I am tasting a little bit of that here. Granted, I'm only just getting started here, and I tend to do best when I talk in comparisons. So Don Q's a good rum. It kind of ends a little vegetally in a way. And I like that. I really do. Sonic the Hedgehog popping in with a hello. Salty out there is saying that X is pronounced in the Spanish language as X, so like annex, anexa, anexo, anexo. No, not Alexa. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Yeah, because I'm not talking to you. That's what I was saying there. Set off the machine there. Salty being like X is one of those weird ones, the KS. That is the smallest coupe you've ever seen. It's technically, I don't even know if this is considered a coupe. I feel like this is more in the realm of like a sherry glass, because you tend to serve spirits, like sherries in glasses like this that are a little bit more triangular, but this is what I got. This is what I got. Renzo popping back in, saying that you finished the test, all things considered. As far as everything else is concerned, aside from the result of that test or otherwise, the fact that it's done and it's behind you is, I think, a very, very good thing. So let's say cheers to that, but I got a number more of these things to go, so let's go for it. So, naturally, like I was saying before, I got this little bottle of rum. It was a part of the little gift bag that we took home with us. I got 3 flavors of Don Q, one of which was the Cristal, which I've never actually had before. Just as a precursor to the other spirits that I have here, there are some Puerto Rican spirits, Puerto Rican rums that you can get here readily available in the United States. And for the most part, I tried to get bottles that seemingly you couldn't get, at least in my local area. So most of these here, with the exception of the Palo Viejo, which is going to be number 3, are things that you can't typically get here in the States, or if you can get them in the States, it's not around Pennsylvania, and it's also not at Total Wine over in Jersey. Trying to think of the other brands that you might be familiar with, which are Puerto Rican. Bacardi has a distillery out in Puerto Rico. Don Q, you can buy, I think every liquor store I've got into has had some sort of like Don Q rum in there, especially some of the flavors and stuff like that. But there are a couple other ones out there as well that I just can't quite remember off the top of my head. I wouldn't remember them because the bottles aren't here, because I did my research while I was at the stores over there and brought the stuff back that seemingly you could only get over there. So, that's what I'm gonna try with. One second. I have a small little call. My dad's calling me, but I got a show coming. I got a show going on right now. So, Dad, if you're out there, I'm on the air. I love you. Actually, to be perfectly honest, this is what I've told. I promised my father if he calls, I will answer, so I will. Yo, Dad, what's up? You're on the air. Yes, I am. I'm good. Oh, it was great. If you want to know more about the vacation, I'm actually talking about it right now on the show. Oh, yeah, by all means. I'd love to tell you all about it, Dad. All right. That we did. All right, I love you, Dad. Bye. That's so awesome. He's like, how was your trip? I'm like, well, hello there. What a good idea. I'm going to talk about that right now. It's so great. My gosh. Jay Novice out there saying local bottles in your area, not specifically in my area. These are where I was at in Puerto Rico. Not specifically to where we were staying, at least not to my understanding. And even still, I'm not going to tell you exactly where I was. I have to lead that to the people who do a little bit more research than mine. See Silver the Hedgehog popping in, Dave popping in, saying thanks for the drink recommendations. No problem, my guy. More than awesome out there. What do we see? And the Brickster popping in as well. What's going on, Brickster? All right, so next bottle I'm trying is this Alto Grande. Now, when I searched for Alto Grande while I was in Puerto Rico, supposedly there was a place called Alto Grande Distillery, which is no longer active. But when I did a little bit more research, the place that this is distilled at, I believe, is at one of the other distillers that are on the island of Puerto Rico. I cannot remember exactly which one this was, but when I find spirits like this, when I try to do some research, I try to see, first of all, whether or not if I can figure out what it's been distilled from, whether or not I can find any tasting notes on it. First of all, you know, what the price is to see if the bar with an X can even afford it. But one time when I was on another vacation down in South Carolina, there was actually a bottle stocked in the store from a distillery that was totally closed. That was, I think, Ghost Coast Distillery down in either Georgia or South Carolina, which I thought was really cool. Cow King, appreciate you out there. I bought a bottle for $80, a $80 bottle of bourbon whiskey from a place that was no longer active. And I asked the guy, how do you still have bottles if the distillery isn't active? And suffice to say, sometimes they have inventory of such a large amount that they can just sell it out to distributors or sell barrels to other people and continue to sell these bottles, or have them mixed into other things, which I think is pretty cool, you know? So, at least for this one, I think it's still being made, but maybe the brand, the distillery place that it's actually from is not there anymore. I don't quite recall. Somebody else can Google it. But anyways, I haven't cracked this one open yet, so next is gonna be this 5-year-old Alto Grande Puerto Rican rum. Aged, let's see what it says on the back, actually. I see Cow King popping in saying, a mama cat popped out some new kittens. That's beautiful, what a great celebration. My gosh. Shadow popping in too, and Deco Entertainment saying hello, smiley face, wink. Winky face back in your direction. So this bottle of Alto Grande is apparently, I wanna read the back of the bottles because I haven't even done my due diligence of reading them either. Inspired by the Alto Grande tradition of super premium products. What a great tradition to have, super premium products. This perfectly aged 5-year Puerto Rican rum that delivers a distinctive, smooth, and flavorful taste, aged in handmade oak barrels in its native tropical setting in the mountains of Puerto Rico before being bottled by the watchful eyes of our master distiller. Alto Grande Puerto Rican rum is made to be enjoyed on any memorable occasion. Like a random stream that happens twice a week, right? So to speak, you know? Shadow out there being like, got any drinks? Look with your special ultimate life form eyes, Hedgehog. I have multiple. Bottle cork, let's go. Oh, yes. Ooh, yes. Right from the get-go, I can see that the cork on the inside of this has kind of degraded a little bit. So before I go and do a little pour, I'm gonna grab a little paper towel and just kind of wipe the inside of this so I don't get any cork residue on the inside of this. Again, from what I've read, at least on Google Maps, the distillery that bared this bottle's name is no longer around. I don't know how old this bottle is, so it might have been corked like this for a little while. Not to say that it's corked like in the sense that some wines get corked, whereas the flavor of the cork kind of ruins the flavor of the wine and gets in there. There is like, I don't think I see any sediment in there. Oh, actually, I do see a little bit of sediment there. All right, so a little bit of sediment from the bottle, the cork actually got in here. It's kind of annoying, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be just fine. First one of these out here. My gosh, Salty being like, let's just ignore him trying to pour it without opening it, dude. I figured it out eventually, you know. Shadow out there saying, "Give me on that. That will make me feel happiness like 50 years ago." Give me on that will make me feel happiness like 50 years ago. That's not an order for a drink, my friend. Have you been drinking already?
No.
Rum number 1, right? Now, compared to the Don Q Crystal, I imagine that this is going to be a little bit more, let's say, oak forward. I don't know. Ooh. Okay. That's kind of caramelly on the nose. Interesting. I kind of like the way that smells. That's very nice. That is very pastry-like. Give it a taste. Mmm. I'd say like very vanilla forward. I want to provide more there, but it's kind of vanilla-y. It's a little... There's a note in there that kind of reminds me a little bit of like cola in a way. If anything, it's kind of pastry-like. Got some of those... I wouldn't say it's super molassesy. It's palmy. You know, if you've ever had sugar cane before, I had the opportunity of picking up an actual thing of sugar cane at the local market here in Philadelphia the other day. It's got a sort of smell to it that reminds me of like the inside of a sugar cane when you chop it open. Which I guess kind of makes sense, you know? It's good stuff. Cow King out there spreading the love, the salty wolf. Cow King is magnanimous as always. Thank you very much. It makes sense, right? If you're the king of the cows, I imagine you don't have much use for currency. Unless if you're a cow and you're a king and you walk into the store, do you think the shop owner would sell to you? I wonder. Shadow Arthur saying, can you make me a drink that will make you're happy like you were 50 years ago? I can't make you a drink that will guarantee that, but I could spin you a story. But you're gonna have to wait till I'm done enjoying my experience. This is me time right now. I'm serving myself drinks here. You want a drink? Here, you want this, Shadow? Here you go. It's the whole thing. Here you go. Right there. I left a little cork in there for you. Just to remind you the good old days. It's actually, you know what? You know what? Digging deeper a little bit into this, and one of the reasons I do this so is because I'm a young mixologist. I am an amateur at this stuff. I'm not the best at tasting things, but I'm currently developing my palate to get a little bit more specific on how I describe things. So if I take my time with these, it's because when the camera is not on, this is what I usually do. It's actually a bit more, got a little more of it's got a cocoa note to it, like the cocoa bean itself. There's like a light dryness to it. There's an air that is almost like, it's cocoa. It's cocoa. It's almost like cocoa because it kind of is cocoa. So I'm going to say overall with this guy, it's got a light vegetal note to it that kind of reminds me of cola in a way, and it's got a dryness that is akin to cocoa beans. Not a lot of funk on this one. And notes of vanilla that would make you think that it was aged in oak because it was. It was. Anyways, let's put that back to the front. I see Shadow being like, I drinks the whole thing. There we go. Salty being like, Florida's done weirder things than serving a cow. Florida men, from what I've seen on the news, have done weirder things than anything involved with a cow and a Florida man. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's not do that. This cork is kind of giving me angina here. What do I do with a cork that's like this? I mean, the cork is kind of fraying a little bit. What do you do with that? I'm gonna get some Scotch tape and put it around this thing. I don't know what else to do with this thing. Yeah, there's a little, the cork is fraying a little bit. Where's my tape? There's my tape. I'm thinking if I was in a sommelier and I found a wine that had a cork in it or a bottle that had a cork in it and it was degrading like it is here, just kind of fraying a little bit, and it was getting some pieces on the side of this thing, what would you do with it? I feel like you just get a new cork, but I don't think I have a new cork. So I'm just gonna put a little Scotch tape on this and then deal with it another time. I got a show to run. I'm only on bottle number 2. There we go. I assume that tape is not going to bother with whatever oxidative processes are happening inside of this bottle. And if it does, well, live and learn, so they say. Live and learn. I see Cow King out there saying, Cam, have you tried Jim Beam's new flavored whiskey, the pineapple? I have not had the pleasure yet. The XbarwithanX had a budget for Puerto Rico. We get our next deposit this month, 21st, I believe. So the story behind this Don Q crystal bottle was that we got in our gift bag while we were at the wedding, right? The story behind this Alto Grande bottle was quite literally, I didn't realize that when we first got onto the island of Puerto Rico, first of all, there was a supermarket basically down the street that was a full 24-hour. Anna, what do you want? Could have just asked. So I didn't realize that in supermarkets in Puerto Rico, you can just walk into the supermarket and you can just buy booze. You have to show your ID, naturally, but that's very unlike me here in Pennsylvania where you gotta go to a specific liquor store for it. So I thought my journey of finding liquor would be very, very easy, and for the most part, it kind of was. Although some of these bottles I weren't able to find in the liquor store, they have a very limited selection because naturally it's a grocery store, in addition to, among other things. But they had, in particular, a whole section of the Puebla mart that we were in that was called La Vinateria, which had a whole, quite literally, a square in the middle of the store that had a completely different vibe than the rest of the markets, and you could buy wines there. And then at the front was a bunch of, locked up cases and stuff, and that's where you would find your hard spirits. And it was I felt so awkward because I'm standing there in front of the locked boxes for a while with Anna at my side. I'm like, I want to get in there, but I don't know how to ask. So I make eye contact with one of the cashiers, and they just kind of smile at me and go back to, checking out customers and doing their job. And I'm like, I don't speak Spanish. I don't know how to say to open the doors. So I walk over to customer service, and by the time that I turned back to check on the situation, Anna had somehow gotten somebody's attention, and I was able to point at the bottles and be like, I want the Palo Alto, and this bottle on the end, which I'll tell you about more in a little bit. Anyways. I see Shadow out there saying, short side of the stream's kind of boring. I'm going to go to the video side. Oh, you mean like the short side over here? Oh, because it's... Well, that's just because you're the only person in the chat. Your vibe of edging or otherwise edgelord, not edging, is, I guess, spoiling it for the people out there? I don't really know. What are you doing up there, love? She's trying things. If you see a hand coming from off stream, it's just Anna. She hasn't gotten to try these bottles either. Salty Wolf out there saying electrical tape might be because it's rubber. Definitely not electrical tape, only because if I use electrical tape, it's going to use a really sticky residue. And I've had experience with that previously, so I would not go with that one in my opinion. That is the Alto Grande? Palo something? Alto Grande. Yes, it is 5 years aged. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying I insult the bottle of spirit that's in front of me.
I insult you!
Yeah? Are you going to insult all these bottles?
No,
People might get offended if you do that.
I like the Don Q.
If I don't like it, by the way, I'll tell you I don't like it. But, like, honestly, I'm not a big critic of spirits anyways. Silly. All right, next bottle out here. You do not demand this show, by the way. No, you don't. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Next to this bottle of little Palo Viejo, honestly, every Puerto Rican rum that I've ever had up until my trip was a bottle of Don Q, whether it was flavored or otherwise, because one of our moderators, Annie Toya, is Puerto Rican, and when she would take her trips, she would bring some back with me and share it with the bar with an X. But before I was leaving, I was at the TSA, at the duty-free area, and I was like, you know, I don't think I actually brought back any just white rums with me. So I grabbed a small bottle of this. You can apparently get this here at the Total Wines over in New Jersey, but I haven't actually had a chance to try it yet. So here's a Palo Viejo, a white Puerto Rican rum, unaged Puerto Rican rum, but I just haven't had a chance to try yet. Crack that one open. Anna, don't say crack too much or the internet's gonna get ideas.
No, I don't that.
A bit of that. One of those smaller ones, you know? Scourge out there saying Mr. Bartender or otherwise, you can just address me as Cameron with an X, or just Cam. Cam's fine too. Whatever makes it easier for you, Scourge. Salty out there saying as you go further south, the alcohol becomes easier to find. Right? That seems to make sense to me. Shadow saying Rouge told me to try this Shadow cocktail she made. Should I try it? Go for it, dude. And if it tastes bad, tell her. Be honest with her. Ryan popping in saying, hey, it's Fat hey, it's Fat Ryan. How's everything going? I just got back from Puerto Rico. I'm doing pretty good. When we got back to my apartment, I don't like the way the thermostat works. When we got back, it was 61 degrees because Philadelphia decided to cool down when we were gone. Curse you, city of Philadelphia. All right. So this rum. Ooh, as opposed to the Don Q. Because now I got some things to compare. I'm picking a little bit less of that. A little bit less of that vegetal note that I was on the Don Q. Again, my palate, let alone my nose, is not super developed in terms of smelling things out and picking out individual notes. So I'm just gonna go for it with my tongue. Ooh. It's kind of nice too. I'm gonna pick apart that a little bit more. If you came here for a master sommelier telling you notes of spirits and whatnot, you came to the wrong place. I'm just a guy who likes drinking and mixing things. If anything, compared to the Don Q, let me try to pick that apart a little bit. It's almost as if the Don Q is a little bit sweeter than the Palo Viejo is. What does the back of this bottle say? Government warning. Cool, no story on the back of that bottle. It's nice and easy drinking. Has a little bit more of a bite to it than the Don Q does, but those same sort of underlying sugarcane notes that I was getting from the first one is just a teensy. It is present. It is present. But comparatively to the two, I'm not getting too, honestly, I'm not getting too much from it. I'm not getting too much for it. I'm not gonna try to beat around the bush with it. I don't want to insert flavor notes and stuff where they don't necessarily belong. It's a white rum. Tastes good. Reminds me of Bacardi. Really reminds me of Bacardi, you know? I'll see you out there. Blazing popping and saying, how was your vacation? Pretty good. I'm telling you all about it, actually. You walked right in the middle of my explanation. Cow King out there saying 61 is a comfortable degrees compared to 80 to 90. But they're on, like, different sides of the spectrum, you know what I mean? Salty out there saying, I'm glad I don't have to drink these because rum is weird. Rum, I would encourage you not to use the word weird when we talk about spirits or things of other cultures and stuff like that. It might not be to what your preferences are, but I find that if you open yourself up to the possibility of giving things a try, you might find one rum in particular, or one beer in particular, or one spirit in particular, or a cocktail in particular, that might really turn your whole entire idea around. Rum, like I was saying before, is one of the most varied spirits that are out there, just in terms of the processes it goes through, what winds up going into it, the aging process, the distillation process, the flavors and stuff that you get from them. Just to say rum is weird is to, like, say, if anything, that rum is just super diverse, which is factual. I don't like the word weird, at least in this context. So, next one I have here is this bottle of Pitorro. Now, Pitorro, before I went to Puerto Rico, somebody told me that this is effectively Puerto Rican moonshine that they make in the mountains, and it's not legal to be sold. But when I was on my way out, I found this at the duty-free shop in the airport, and I was like, I thought you couldn't legally sell this. So I've done a little bit of research. This is a legal Pitorro, and I think it's basically just the brand name, perhaps inspired by the practices of the local Puerto Rican population. It's 39% alcohol, it's not moonshine, and it's listed everywhere else as Pitorro white rum. So, the bottle says it. I'm not the one to argue with that, but you know. What do I see out there? Manic and the Hedgehog's having a conversation out there. Cow King talking about it's 75 degrees out there, and Renzo talking about your practicals now. So fun to be back. Absolutely, dude. Mad's popping in too on the YouTube side. What's going on, y'all? What do we see out here too? Salty Wolf saying, I almost feel like that 5-year would be really good in a daiquiri. I think if anything, what I tend to like to find in daiquiris are the rums that tend to be a little bit more like... Actually, you know what? No, let me take that back. It's a different daiquiri that you wind up getting with an aged rum versus a non-aged rum. Aged rums can be widely different than the other ones. Again, I'm not an authority on what makes certain rums different than others and stuff like that. I'm still learning just as everybody else is, at least at this point. So let's try to open this guy. This Pitorro. Bottle pop. Ooh, that was a good one. I like that one. Oh, man. Some nerd popping in on the YouTube side. What's going on, friend? Try some authentic Puerto Rican moonshine. It's not authentic, at least from what I understand. I legally bought this at the duty-free side, so it's not the real stuff. But hey, here we are. Now the question is, when the short comes out, do I call it authentic Puerto Rican Pitorro and have the internet correct me and use it as rage bait? Nah. Wow, that smells vastly different than the other two. Wow. Hello there. Distilled and bottled by Coqui Distillery, Blanco White. Wow, yeah, that smells... That is so much different than the other ones. That's got some... That almost smells a little bready in a way. Oh, look, dude, I swear I smell like raisins or something in there. That is... Wow, that is completely different. Holy crap! That smells like it could have been, like, aged or something, or, like, pot distilled. That's kind of funky in a way. Whoa. It's a lot more vegetal than the other ones. This is probably the funkiest white rum of the bunch here. That has got an interesting, almost bread note to it. It's kind of funky on the nose. It's not super funky, but it's got a nice burn to it. And there's almost like a note in there that reminds me of, like, almost as if something was toasted. I don't know what was toasted, but I think it was a fruit. That's kind of cool. Wow. Goes to show you, just because they're all labeled the same, white rum, don't judge them the same. That was kind of cool. Oh my gosh. Wow. Ryan out there woke up from a nap a half hour ago, doing great. How about you? Dude, I'm doing great over here. I think you're probably chatting amongst yourselves out there. I don't mean to pop into the conversation. Salty asking, how's the cork look on that one? The cork here is great. Corker is great. There was no noticeable fraying of the cork. It was very good. Triangle Guard, welcome back, by the way. Nerd out there saying, got your ass soundly kicked during Commander Night with some IRL friends. Oh, dude. Oh, my sympathy's in your direction. Grab one of these Glencairns of rum and join me. Please. Cow King being like, Raisin Bran, the cereal? No, just kind of like raisin. It's like raisiny in a way. Almost like, have you ever opened one of those boxes of raisins with the girl on it? A very light note of that. A very, very light note. Ryan out there being like, am I hearing that we should infuse it with toasted maple? Dude, it's on the table. It's on the table. I have some notes about how I want to do the infusion stuff and whatnot as we go forward, but I'll talk about that later in the stream. Mad saying, about to leave for work. Found a really nice job doing dietary at a nursing home. Oh, there we go. Now you got 2. Busy. Dude, I understand where you're coming from. I technically have 2 jobs, and one of them is what I do with y'all. But I enjoy this one. What's going on out there? Triangle being like, how have I been? I'm telling you about it. I've been good. Fleetway saying, hello. What's going on, Fleetway? All right. So, again, this Pitorro I grabbed while I was at the airport. I grabbed this Palo Viejo, the Pitorro, as well as the this next bottle, actually at the very end of my trip as we were making our way out of Puerto Rico. I think the fun story are these last 2 over here, because I wouldn't have had these bottles here if not for one of the bars that we went to on the island, which I thought was pretty cool. I guess the other thing, I was trying to think of other things that happened. We were there at a wedding, right? And I don't want to give any personal details. It was a beautiful wedding. It was wonderful. The sights were beautiful and stuff. Before we actually did any of the wedding prep and whatnot, we took a little dance class that was done with some of the folks in the wedding party and some other guests and stuff there. And after 10 years of not having done any sort of professional dance stuff, which I last did with my dearest Anna when we were both still kids in high school, we danced bachata, we danced merengue or meringue, I can't remember how you pronounce it. I think it's merengue, bachata, and salsa, which was very nice. And apparently, at least from what I was told, the difference is kind of in the beat of the music, as well as what you do with your feet, which I'm not going to be able to articulate well for you all, because my feet are below the bar, and you can't tell that I'm even wearing socks, let alone that I have feet to begin with. So let's move on from that one, right? This third bottle is rum that has this third bottle is rum that has been infused with Quenepa and other natural flavors. Now, before I went to Puerto Rico, I was told specifically before I got there that there were 2 fruits that I should look out for, because I kind of like trying like the local fruits and stuff of the sort. Pana, breadfruit, and Quenepa, or Spanish lime. While we were there, I was searching for them in stores, in pastries and whatnot, and I couldn't find anything. We also specifically tried to find a restaurant when we were out one night that was selling breadfruit fritters or pana fritters. Couldn't find them anywhere, or at least not from the places that we wound up going to. But on my way out of Puerto Rico, I was able to find that this bottle said Bili Quenepa on it, which is like a traditional beverage that they make by basically taking some rum, putting some Spanish lime and other spices and stuff into it, like cinnamon, for example. And I want to say you bottle this thing up and you bury it under the ground and let it age for a little while before digging it back up. Now, this is a pre-bottled bottle of Bili Quenepa in this case, so I don't exactly know what they were doing with this one in particular, but it's got the little Quenepas on the bottom, and I was like, yes! So, let's try that one next. This one looks like I'm gonna need a knife to open. Oh, maybe if I just like pop it with my finger. Perforations? Are there perforations anywhere? I'm gonna get a knife for it. What do I see out there, y'all? Amy Chow, what's going on, y'all? Good to have you. Good to see you all back. Ryan's like, do the mambo. Salty I have feet. I do. Oh my goodness, what do we got out here? Lion out there with the subscription with the Prime. Happy 2 months. Thank you so much for your support, dude. Good to have you back for another month. Oh, what are we talking about that? Cow King saying that I'm a cyborg. Sonic saying, how dare you show your face after what you did. Y'all can work out your beef outside, you know? Oh, man. Okie dokie, y'all. Let me get this thing open. Again, a Quenepa is, I believe, translated to a Spanish lime. It's actually not a lime at all. It's more related to in the Longan family, like, what do you call them? Lychees. Lychees and whatnot. Hello there. Don't hit your microphone, dude. Try not to break shit. There we go. Just put the, there we go. Slice the plastic. There we go. Bottle crack. That was a good one too. Did I spill any on myself? I did not. Wow, that was a miracle. My goodness out there. I see some nerd out there commenting on the Sonic comic series about Fleetway's interpretation of Sonic. Can't say that I'm familiar with it. Fleetway saying too, we don't have beef, it's just a friendly Sonic beef that ended 1 second ago. Oh, cool. Well, so long as everything's resolved, I guess we're totally fine then. All right, let's try this one. I kind of want to get one of the Quenepas in there. I don't really know how I'm going to get it out. Maybe if I'm really careful and I ask nicely. Or if I had a spear. Ooh, wait a minute. Do I have a... Ooh, I have a Dude, I have a trident. I am absolutely trying one of these. There we go. This is not filtered too either. There's stuff floating around in there. That sounds great. Wow, that's cinnamony. There's literally a cinnamon stick floating in here. Kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, dude. That is like a mild cinnamon note to it. That's like... I wouldn't say it's limey. As much as the name Spanish lime would imply lime, it does not taste like lime to me. It kind of tastes like a liquid cinnamon custard in a way. That is almost eggy, almost pastry-like. I feel like this would go really, really well in some pudding. Or like a rum cake. That is so spice forward. It is very piquant. It is very spice forward. I like that. But it's so easy drinking. Very, very light sweetness to it too. It reminds me, you know, if you've ever been in the same room as somebody who has one of those like McDonald's apple pies, but you take out most of the apple notes, it's kind of what it's like, but a bit less warm. That is so good. What is the proof on this guy? It's like 30 something? Exactly 30. Yeah, that clocks in correctly. That's awesome. Wow. Salty being like, how do you think they got them in? I think they just probably popped them in there. Something, maybe with some pressure otherwise. I want to try one of these Quenepas at the bottom. Let me do a little fishing. See if I can get one of these. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So if these are anything like a lychee, they have a seed on the inside of them. So I can't just, oh, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. No, I lost it. No. All right, I got another one. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on, come on, come on. No. Oh my God, I dropped it again. Tropical Raven, welcome in, my friend. Good to see ya. Some there being like, I take it the trip to Puerto Rico is what you needed. Dude, I'm happy to be here, dude. I'm happy to be here. What do we got? MHS saying I have a book recommendation sometime if you're interested. I might have my time taken up by this other book that I just grabbed based off of one of the stories I'll tell you in a little. I was saving my big story to the end, y'all. Makes sense, you know? Tropical, like, I've come to do something, maybe talk shit, I don't know. Cameron, I believe in you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I also feel like, yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me try to get another one. All right, I got it up to the side. Y'all can't even see what I'm doing back here. Let me move this Pitorro out of the way. Let's see. Do we want to? Let's get the cocktail angle over for this, just so we can see how much I'm failing.
Hello. Then you go back, Chit.
Riley, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you.
Quite well.
Welcome to the Twitch side. I feel like I recognize your name. If I do, good to see you on the live. Number 5. This is the button. All right, y'all. Why are you upside down, you dumbass? That's not what you're supposed to do. Silly cocktail angle. Y'all are going for a ride. Hello, it's my face. Hello. And so we're back up. Every time the cocktail angle does that, we just need to flip it around a little bit. Kind of weird. Hello, Palo Viejo.
Hello.
Riley being like, yes, sir. I was in the Discord earlier this morning. Well, there we go. Good to see you popping in. Talking about my trip to Puerto Rico. Old School 82 on the YouTube side. Welcome in, dude. If you're here during the live, feel free to let me know. Say heyo. Heyo. Brad out there saying, like, I feel like we talked about pine soda a long while ago when we were making bugs and stuff. Oh, wait, who's talking about pine soda? Cow King, pine needles, and the wild yeast. Yes, I do. I've never had a chance to try it, though. One of these days. All right, so see, chat, what I'm trying to do is there are little Spanish limes at the bottom of this Quenepa. So here we go. Old School's like, hey, bro, I'm here. Oh, here we go. Welcome to the live, my friend. Excuse me, I'm going to burp. Wow, I rarely catch those good ones on camera. Gee whiz. All right, y'all, I'm trying to get one of these Quenepas at the bottom of this without ripping the thing to shreds. They're very, like, flaky. I'm basically just trying to use the trident end of one of my bar spoons to get in there. But you kind of got to get it from the side a little bit. You see that I have one. Hold up, let me move it to the side. This way, this way, this way. There we go, there we go. There we go. I got it. Now, I think what I want to do, I've got this, right? I need to get something up. Okay. It is falling. Ryan's like, just stab it. I'm trying to, dude. I don't want to break it apart. I don't want to ruin the Quenepas. I already have. Thanks, Bray. Thanks, bro. Come on, I want to get... I want to get the... Wait, maybe if I put it to the side and I kind of... Oh, okay. That was the move. That was the move. That was the move. That was the move. Don't pull out the stuff. No! I dropped it. Wait, I got a better idea. All right, chat. You're not going to be able to watch it from the angle. Sorry. Just thinking it worked that way. I know what I got to do. I got to put it on the side. Ooh, you know... Wait a minute. I just had another idea. Oh. Nerd being like, so with the existence of that and make this a bar spork, you know, I would call it a bar trident, but don't let me try to yuck on your yum, dude. I know. I'm gonna flip it upside down with the cap on and capture one of them. I'm gonna capture one of them in the cap. Then I'm gonna drain it out, put it back the other direction. And then I should just be able to grab it. Then I should just be able to grab it, right? Right? Just be able to grab it, maybe? Come on, go back down the other direction. Back the other direction. They're all hanging at the top. This is a stealth mission. Damn it! I missed it. I'm gonna get it, dude. Ryan, like, decanting it may be easier. It's a really good idea. This is a really good idea. Let's decant it. Why am I such an idiot? Why am I so stupid? Sometimes. Do I have a big bottle up here? Actually, I do have a big bottle. Here we are, right here. What a coincidence. I happen to have a spare bottle that I can use. What a good idea. Let's decant it instead. Brian, great idea. What'd I miss out there? Skittles back. Great. Watching a man struggle with a bottle. It happens sometimes. Manic like I need a break from drinking, but it's so good. It's actually not. Drinking is bad for you, dog. Alcohol is a poison. Acknowledge that. You'll be better off. I'm gonna put it in this bottle of absolute vodka. There we go. I'm just gonna catch one of the things. They're not gonna go far. And then it's gonna pour it back. That's a really good idea. There we go. That's a good idea, dude. I only want one. I literally only want one. There we go. I got one. I did it. Austin, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. Telling y'all my stories of Puerto Rico. To be fair, I wasn't gone for that long, so there's not a lot of story. The bar story is my favorite, and that comes next. All right, let's put it back in, shall we? That was so much easier. Man, I've learned something today. Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss. And now I've got the remnants of it in this bottle here. There's not much left to it, and that's fine. Great. Salty like anything's a poison if you have too much of it. Fair? Fair. Austin's like, what is it? This is a bottle of rum that has had some Spanish lime or Quenepas left sit in it. It's specifically called Bili Quenepa. It is a traditional drink made in Puerto Rico, but it's been made into an infused rum instead, using the Spanish limes, which was one of the fruits that I was specifically told to get my hands on while I was down in Puerto Rico, and I wasn't able to find it until the very, very end of my trip in a bottle of rum at the airport. It was great. All right. Let's try one of these rum-infused Quenepas. Bon apple teeth. It tastes exactly like the rum, but with texture. These are, so Quenepas, despite being called the Spanish lime, are actually a relative of the Longan family, like lychee. So it's basically just flesh and a seed in the middle. It's actually kind of difficult to get the stuff off of the thing here. I have to peel it. It's like a nut that just won't crack. I didn't even know I was supposed to eat it. Yeah. No other notes. Can I crack it? Should I crack? I'm gonna try to crack it. I'm not sure if I should be eating. Oh my god, actually, whoa, hold up a second. There's a tiny little... It splits in the middle. It's like a giant peanut. Alexa, volume 6. Alexa, is it safe to eat the seed of a Spanish lime?
From healthline.com, the seeds are safe for most people to eat, although excessive intake may cause intestinal blockage in rare cases.
That bullshit. It's not bad. Well, there's not a lot of flavor to that either, to be honest. If anything, let's get some water in my system. Intestinal blockage? Nah. I'm gonna spit that out. I wouldn't even say that's very nutty. That's not very aromatic, not very nutty. It still just tastes like the rum. If anything, it is mildly more bitter than it was. Mildly. Very mild. Alright, I spent too long on Tresclavos. Let's move on, shall we? Image, I was like, don't break your tooth. Oddly enough, it was very easy to break into. It was super easy to get inside of. Oddly enough. Alright, where am I at so far? You were there, you remember that, you remember that, you remember this, moves into the side over here, Pitorro goes over here, Tresclavos over there with the Pitorro. Oddly enough, when I was at the airport, somebody told me that the Tresclavos is Pitorro that has the fruits and the fruit and the spices in them. Although I couldn't find any other reference anywhere that actually confirms that. For all intents and purposes, it's rum with stuff in it. And that's where I'm leaving that, at least from what I was able to double check online. What do I see out there? Riley out Ryle. Is it Ryle? Ryle or Rylets? Riley TTY? If I can get a pronunciation. I don't want to pronounce your name incorrectly, so I apologize. But Ryle said if the airport was anything like how good the country is, the airport was, Puerto Rican airport was fine. It was fine. Actually, what was funny is when you walked into the Puerto Rican airport, at least the one that I went to, oddly enough, right after TSA, the first thing in front of you was duty-free shop. And I had to walk through the duty-free shop, past all the liquor, past the Bacardi section and the Don Q section and the other stuff just to get to my flight. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely buying liquor. They got me. They knew exactly who they were marketing to. Anyways, Salty being like, pretty sure you're supposed to roast them. Roasted Quenepas? Possibly, dude. Possibly. And Riley saying you can call me Riley. Oh, there we go. I appreciate that. CMC out there being like, what's up, short king? Not much. What's up with you, not so short king? Actually, you might be shorter than I am for all intents and purposes. Don't let me judge you. So, these last two bottles that I've got over here. So, just to remind you what I've been so far. I was in Puerto Rico. I picked up a number of bottles. I tried a Don Q Crystal, which I've never actually had before. It's just a white rum, but it happens to be from Puerto Rico. I tried this bottle of Alto Grande, which is a 5-year aged rum that, honestly, it's nice. Kind of very simplistic kind of rum. It's got some nice cola notes to it, if anything, and a little bit of that, you know, kind of sugarcane-y kick to it. I tried this Palo Viejo, another white rum from Puerto Rico that I've never had the chance to try before. Very similar to the Don Q, at least on my unrefined palate, but still nice nonetheless. I tried this bottle of legally available Pitorro. Pitorro being typically a sort of Puerto Rican moonshine made in, from what I've read online, in the mountains. There are mountains in Puerto Rico. I didn't happen to visit any of them. The Uber ride to get to at least the rainforest that we were near was $70 one way. And I was like, nah, dog. I'd rather go to the liquor store. And this had a lot more funkier notes to it. It was very, very tasty. And then the one that I was just trying over here is rum that was labeled Bili Quenepa. Quenepa being a Spanish lime, a relative to the lychee in the longan family. Bili Quenepa, kind of meaning you take these quenepas and you put some other spices and stuff in them as well as a bit of rum, and you make a drink based off of that. The internet told me that it was a fermented drink, but I believe you put rum into it, so I don't know how much extra fermentation that you're going to get by adding rum to something, but this is just from what I was able to find online, at least in particular. If you know more about quenepas or more about Puerto Rican spirits and whatnot, and you want to share them with me, by all means, please let me know. Please let me know. I want to learn more about the area so that when I go back the next time, maybe I make it an even better trip than it was the first time, right? Right out there saying we got free rum samples in the duty free. No, you got to get samples? Oh, dude, we didn't get samples. I just bought the bottles and walked away. Ryan out there saying, Buka, is there a liquor called KE that you can store on the shelf next to it? Buka. Oh my God. Ryan says, Buka, the spirit, is there a bottle that's labeled KE that you can store on the shelf next to it? Bukake. Yeah, Anna's giving a weird face. Oh my gosh, dude. Michael, welcome in, my friend, by the way. So these last two bottles that I'm going through today are actually very cool because I probably wouldn't have gotten either of these if not for one of the stops that we one of the bars that we stopped at on our trip. We wound up going to two notable bars. We went to a couple other ones and whatnot, but they honestly weren't as, they weren't as exciting as I thought them to be. Bungus, welcome in, dude. But the two bars that we went to, the first one was La Factoria, which is one of the most highly rated bars in Puerto Rico. And honestly, it was just it was one of those bars where there are multiple different bar locations all in the same sort of building, including a speakeasy behind one of the doors where you can go into and you can order based off of vibes. I had one drink when I was there using a bottle of spicy tamarind Smirnoff. And honestly, I didn't have as great, it was a pretty nice experience as far as bar stuff goes, but I had an even better experience at this bar called Cane Rum Bar in, I want to say it was New San Juan. I don't remember the exact town that we were in at the time, but this was one of those bars that we went to because Anna did a bit of research before we went to the island, specifically to try to find bars to go to, and we actually met up at Cane with one of the other folks that we were traveling with. We got there, and when we met up with our other two folks, if you're out there and you want to spout yourself out, you're more than welcome to, because I know you're out there. We got there, and at the table were two drinks that they were sipping on. They were the exact same thing. And I was like, what do you got there? And they're like, you got to try this. It's the bartender's own creation. And it was essentially like kind of a riff on a daiquiri with some rum, with some banana liqueur, with cinnamon syrup. And Dears, do you remember what the other ingredient in that was? Oh, lime juice, obviously. But banana, cinnamon, lime, and rum. I can't remember exactly what rum it was in it. But by the time that we got to this bar, we had already established that the bartender was not just a bartender, but also kind of that mixologist mindset where, like, if you're working on something, you'll share it with folks who just kind of catch the vibe. And my goodness, when I tell you how awesome this bar experience was, based off of the interactions between us and the people we were there with, us and our interactions with the bartender mixologist, and us and our interaction with the other people who are at the bar as well. Not to mention, it's just a kind of a quaint little bar on the corner of one of the streets there, and it's attached to, I think, two different gift shops, which you can look through the window and observe just racks of shirts and flip-flops and stuff. But before that threshold is, tiki paneling and some tiki figures and whatnot. It's a tiki bar in a way. It's a tiki rum bar. It was such a wonderful vibe. I see Hadoo7 out there saying, do y'all support gay people? Yep. Salty saying, I tend to do that. I don't remember what's that it's in reference to. Brad saying, Kane was in Condado, or a Condado, saying Brad out there. That was the kind of place that you're a little sad to discover on your last day before you fly out. If you didn't catch the vibe already, More Than Awesome was out there with us at Kane, and it was on their last day before they flew out. But Anna and I got to spend some extra time at the bar and continue to chat it up with the bartender and stuff. Let's see. What do I see on there? Just making sure I catch it up with chat. I've been doing a lot of talking here, by the way, y'all. Also, it seems that there's an ad trying to start, and I'm in the middle of an explanation, so we're gonna snooze on that for a little bit. Anyways, so while we were there, before our friends left and we made our way up to the bar, the bartender came over and gave us some extra drinks. I asked him what the banana liqueur that he was using of, because to me it didn't taste very artificial like some banana liqueurs out there. It happened to be a bottle of Giffard, which he shared very openly with us. When we got there, our friends had told Brad had told us that they were originally going to get like a pina colada and a daiquiri or something on the menu before the bartender was like, "You guys are only here in Puerto Rico for a little bit? All right, let me give you, you're probably gonna like the drinks, but let me make you something of my own," and the drink that I was telling you before is what they wound up getting. When we were making our way up to the bar after sitting at the table for a little while, the bartender mixologist came back over and was like, "Do you all want to taste a little piece of Puerto Rico, something that unless you've been given it elsewhere, you're not gonna get anywhere else?" I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." So he brings over this bottle of, this unlabeled bottle of a seemingly clear spirit on the inside of it, and he said, "This is a bottle of Chichaito. It is a traditional Puerto Rican shot that is made with rum and an anise flavored spirits. Specifically, I believe the original Chichaito, which according to our bartender translates roughly to little fucker, is made with Palo Viejo Rum, the small bottle that I got, as well as Anise Paloma, which is the Paloma brand anise flavored spirits. You combine them both together, and they take them in tiny little shots that cost no more than $1. And it was admittedly a very smooth anise flavored shot. It went down very easily and almost kind of prepped my palate for what would come next. It was kind of cool. Gokes out there on the Twitch side being like, Puerto Rican Sambuca? In a way, I don't have enough granular knowledge of what makes Sambuca and what makes this anise spirit its anise spirit, so I can't say specifically, but it's certainly an analog, both of them being kind of anise flavored, both of them being quite sweet. I haven't actually tried this one yet, the pre-bottled version, but that shot indeed had a nice sweetness to it. That did remind me a lot of Sambuca, almost a little absinthe in a kind of way, or what if I had back here? Oitzo as well as a vibe that I got. I see Meow Meow out there saying, hola, saying, Boricua here. Quenepa season begins in late summer. You can find them being sold on the side of the road, heading to the mountains. Oh, there we go, Meow Meow. Thank you for that. Again, we were kind of staying towards the coast, so we didn't wind up making our way into, like, the center of the island. But I definitely want to go back to Puerto Rico someday because it was beautiful, the vibes were great, and every single person we met was really, really nice. So, that was pretty good. Salty like, that's roughly what Chichaito translates to. There we go. So, while we were there, that's how I told you basically why I got this bottle of Chichaito. I got this bottle of Chichaito on the way out. I want to keep saying it because I think it's, because it roughly translates to something that's a little nasty. And I like that. Anyways, so we got this on our way out at the airport. Based off of that experience that we had at Cane Rum Bar, I realized that if this bottle says, if this bottle says that it is the shot that we had, I wanted to take that home with me. Actually, this wasn't at the airport. This was at the grocery store. I saw the Palo Viejo sorry, getting a little hot back here. I saw this bottle of Palo Viejo at the duty-free part of the airport, and I took this with me because I noticed that it was the same rum that went into this shot over here, and I wanted to get the whole package deal if I could find it. While we were at Cane, we were sitting at the bar for a little while. I was chatting up with the bartender. His name is Chris with 2 S's. When I tell you that there are some people out there that are as, like, deep into the craft, first of all, knowledgeable of the craft, and also hospitable as fuck, dude. Chris was absolutely the guy. He was buying shots for people to share the Puerto Rican culture with, taking shots of whatever else was there for folks who were also visiting, along with the folks that were there. Small shots, not like the full 1.5 ounce here that we have in the shot glasses that I've got here, but he was vibing, he was mixing. I asked him if I could get a little bit of footage of the work that he was doing because he was doing that cool thing where he was aerating all the cocktails that he was pouring. He had such a nice flair to it, and he was wearing these dangling earrings that every time he did a shake of anything, they wound up dangling, and you could see them from a distance. That was just It was beautiful. I had a long conversation with the bartender mixologist Chris out there, who had been in the industry for 15 years, had worked with the folks who worked over at Identidad, another bar that we didn't have a chance to go to, but he was incredibly knowledgeable, incredibly well-spoken, and just a joy to talk to, and he shared that part of Puerto Rican with us that I will absolutely never forget. While we were there too, we were sitting next to, unknowingly at the time, we were sitting next to another couple who possibly might have been overhearing some of the conversation that I was having with the bartender, with my partner Anna, as we were sitting there. At this point, Brad and his partner had left, and we wind up getting these other shots of a dark colored liquid passed over to us, and I look, and the other couple at the bar actually has some of those too, and as it turns out, the folks next to us bought us some shots of this whiskey that had been on the shelf back there. And so we took the shot. It was pleasant. It was a whiskey. I liked it. It had a nice sweetness to it. And when I asked him, what was in that shot that we just took? He goes, oh, it was my whiskey. I was like, what do you mean, your whiskey? He goes, oh, this bottle of Buka, this is my whiskey. This is my brother's whiskey company that we founded. It's one of the first, like, or at least the most recent whiskeys that are coming out of Puerto Rico now. This is a blended whiskey with port wine blended into it, and they apparently just started getting their certification to be able to sell to the people of Puerto Rico and potentially beyond. So huge shout out to Whitney for sharing that shot with us and telling us how to procure a bottle of this quite literally the last day before we flew out. If not for, first of all, the wonderful conversation that we had with Whitney and the person that he was there with. I'm not sure if it was his partner or otherwise, but we got this bottle right at the very end of our trip. You order it from one of those like online like produce stores and whatnot, and we got it delivered right to the Airbnb the last day that we were there, and I haven't cracked it open since I got there. So that's going to be the next bottle here. This bottle of Buka. Buka, a term meaning we are from the native, I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly, Taino. Taino? Just making sure I'm saying it correctly. From the indigenous Taino language of the Caribbean, Buka means you are, not we are, you are. It says it right here on the bottle nice and conveniently. It says, you are Caribbean, and this honors the diverse legacy by inviting your communities to toast and celebrate what matters most. I think that's so cool. And the fact that we just had the opportunity to talk to, totally serendipitously, the CEO of a whiskey company out there. Oh, absolutely awesome, dude. Awesome, awesome.
Nice.
How new? Super new. I told them about they're applying for their certifications and stuff like now. It's not even available in stores yet. It's not available in stores yet, look. You were the
first sold
you were
in December.
yeah. Anna's giving me more details. To be fair, Anna was the one doing most of the talking there. They just started selling things in December, so this just hit the market earlier this year. It's really cool. Okay, I know I've been talking a lot. How are we doing out there, y'all? Some nerd being like Chris with an S, exactly, both of them. Theovar out there saying, hi family with X, you're back, good to have you. Jaleesa out there as well, Gloria's popping in. I'm back fam, saying Theovar at the super chat, thank you, welcome back y'all. And Deco being like, woohoo. Also, I might have missed the notification for the ads, I think I was talking for so long, so it's very possible that we're gonna have to wait for the ad break before we get back on this. Sorry y'all, only been half been paying attention. Ryan out there saying, found the key whiskey for next to Buka. Stop it, dude. Oh my gosh. They were likely, will they be? They're both whiskeys, right? So they will be on the shelf next to each other, right? What? Yeah, I guess it will. Exactly how you have to buy it? What, Buka? I told them it was a specific site to buy produce from. No, I don't sponsor them or anything. It's a bottle. I haven't even tried the most of it yet. Yeah, there's the ads. There's the ads. Ryan out there being like, I posted on the Discord the thing. Great. Thanks, man. Yeah. We'll be hanging here at the bar probably for a little while. I know I've been kind of vibing for a little while, so the infinity bottle will probably be redeemable in a little bit. I also feel like the ads have been popping in a little bit more aggressively. I don't know, dude. Like it's 9 o'clock now. Well, I guess if it's 9 o'clock and the stream started at 8, yeah, I guess that does kind of make sense. Jeez, I haven't been talking that long. I'm gonna get some water in my body, dude. Gosh. Image out being like currently charting the bars and restaurants from the festival, hoping to craft the ultimate bar crawl from the cocktail festival we went to. There we go. Oh my gosh. Glorious asking, how is everyone? I know I'm doing good. I got to talk about my Puerto Rico trip. I'm wasting everybody's time by talking about my trip. If anything, y'all, aside from, or I guess I'll wait till after the ads are over to talk more about the trip and stuff, y'all. I need this for footage. Cow King out there saying any of the new stuff available for the bottle, every single one of them, except for the Don Q Cristal, because it is too small a bottle for me to guarantee I get it all in there. And the Tresclavos, the stuff with the Quenepa in it, it was also not available, just because it's not filtered. So it's gonna wind up getting particulates in the bottle, you know? Ryan saying, Cam, you're a professional yapper. What do you expect? I am a professional yapper. I like the way that you put that. Thank you, thank you. Some nerd being, to be honest, it's fun listening to the Puerto Rico info dump. It's what I do, it's what I do. I'm also gonna turn the air down because I am super hot, y'all. I turned the air up, but I thought it was a good idea, and now I'm gonna turn it back down again. I'm cold, because I'm hot. I need some air. I swear, y'all, my bar is either just cold enough for me to exist or too hot for me to even bear it, y'all. Oh my gosh. Anyway, what'd I miss out there? Ads for another minute. What do I have over here to sip upon? I'm gonna keep sipping on this Bili Quenepa one, this Quenepa rum. That's so cool. It's like it's pastry-like. I also say too, as far as rums go, this is kind of sweet. It reminds me of, if not for the fact that maybe it's just because it's got a tropical flavor to it, but it reminds me of tepache. Tepache being like a fermented pineapple drink, basically. Salty's like, it's all the rum that's making you warm. You know, you bring up a really excellent point there. Yeah, wait a minute. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just drinking straight spirits. Maybe that's why I'm feeling warm. Duh, it's not the temperature. It's the alcohol. Oh, man. Ryan, like, it's all the 5K watt studio lights making it so hot in there. I mean, to be fair, they're pointing at the ceiling. So none of that is shining directly on me. I've got 2 little LEDs over here. There's cheap bulbs, no more than like 60, 30 watts maybe. They're LEDs. And the studio lights are pointing upwards. I use the ceilings as bounce cards. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. Sorry you had to wait so long. I don't know what those ads are doing, but here we are. Oh, man. Renzo out there saying, I got all my friends have finished the new DMC anime and how they're all flocking to you to rant about it. Dude, keep your ears open. Or, you know what? If you've got boundaries and you gotta focus on your own stuff, don't feel afraid to tell your friends, like, dude, chill. Chill. Anyways, so now, let's open up this next bottle. This next bottle, like I was saying before, long story short, while we were at Cane Run Bar, I learned about Chichaito. I brought a bottle back with me. I learned about Buka, grabbed it at just the last possible moment because one of the co-founders, Whitney, who we actually saw at the bar at Cane's, bought us a shot of it, told us about it, and I was like, dude, I gotta take this home with me. So Anna gave me the details, and while I was probably a little bit more drunk than I'm normally comfortably being, I sat there on my phone. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get it delivered to the Airbnb tomorrow, and wound up staying extra. We actually missed a distillery tour that we were planning on doing because we waited at the Airbnb for this bottle to get there. Granted, I don't think we would have made it anyways. It was just a little... It wasn't within the budget that we had anyway, and the Uber cost probably would have been, like, through the roof. But it was basically either the distillery tour or this bottle. We got this bottle instead. So that's what we did. So, in terms of... Just to put a little cap on that Cane Rum Bar thing, huge shout out to Chris. Chris with 2 S's gave me a book recommendation. I basically told him a little bit of my story here at the bar with an X and how I've never had any experience behind the bar before. And if he could impart one little piece of advice, one little resource to give to me before I head back to the States, what could I take with me? And he was like, buy a book called Unreasonable Hospitality. And I'll just leave it at that. So, little bottle of Buka blended whiskey with port wine in it. We met the co-founders at one of the bars that we were at. And I got a bottle at the last minute to take home with me. Try to get the little plastic off this thing. It's also just like, it's a beautiful bottle too. It's got this nice like blue color to it. I imagine the whole bottle is blue, but the spirit on the inside is brown. So it kind of gives like a whole like, almost kind of like a beach. I don't know what they were going for, but I like it. Let's see. Brad's like, I was in Puerto Rico for a few days. Yeah, that story at the rum bar, Brad was there too. Next bottle crack. Oh, does it? Oh, it's a little, ooh, it's got a little, there's a little bit more on here. Hold up. Oh, man. I wonder if this will crack the same way the other bottles do. I don't want to crack it, actually. All right, that was supposed to do that. Great. That's great. All right, let's give this a pour. Again, so this is not just blended whiskey. This is blended whiskey with port wine added to it. So when I was categorizing this on the website, I was like, what do I categorize this as? I guess it's a flavored spirit or a base spirit. I don't really know. It's cool though. So. Smells of whiskey. It smells of whiskey, but it's not too bad. Is that the infinity bottle? Disney Queen with the Buka! Oh, dude. So apparently Disney Queen says we're putting Buka in the bottle right as we're doing it right now. Disney Queen's like, sorry, Cole. Dude, Cole is like, oh my god, that's hilarious. Dude, you were so fast. Congrats, dude. So this bottle that I have right now, I'm tasting this for the second time now. Go to the bottle. Yeah, honestly, my nose is not yet refined enough to know anything else what's going on in here aside from this note that it kind of smells like whiskey, but it also smells a little bit less like whiskey, you know?
Nice.
Ryan out there with the $5 super chat saying just spent $995 on a part for a Porsche to Toyota axle conversion. I gotta spend $5 to make it a round number, so the $5 is going to me. You're welcome, and thank you. As far as whiskey goes, this is a lot more forward on fruit notes than you would necessarily anticipate from a whiskey. Naturally, the port wine is doing some nice heavy lifting, bringing in some like red fruit notes and stuff. Exactly which ones? It's giving me plum vibes, generally. The whiskey notes, honestly, it's almost like, this is almost like a Manhattan in a way, the pre-mixed cocktail, albeit instead of it being vermouthy and herbaceous and like very forward on, let's say, like cherry or chocolate notes that I would get from a bottle of Carpana Antica, it's a little bit sweeter and a little bit more on those like fruitier notes, those stone fruits notes that I was saying before, like the plum that I'm getting. Overall, I don't want to say that it is a smooth whiskey, because honestly, at least from what I've been able to read about the term smooth as it pertains to spirit, is it's kind of just like a throwaway term, and I don't want to describe it as that, but it doesn't have a significant bite to it. It doesn't seem to burn my palate as other whiskeys can often do, so in that way, it is smooth, but I don't want to just say it's a smooth whiskey, because technically if I called it a smooth whiskey, it's inaccurate, because it has port wine in it, and it makes it kind of unique, and it's oddly sweet for a whiskey. That's good stuff, man. What are we talking about in chat over there? People talking about Devil May Cry. Salty talking about it'd be classified as a fortified wine. Technically, well, I would think that because this is said as blended whiskey with port wine, because it's a higher percentage of whiskey than it is the wine, I wouldn't call it fortified wine. But this whiskey has been well, I guess no. Yeah, you know what? The port wine has been fortified so much that it's been double fortified to the point where it's just a part of a spirit. What are your thoughts, dear?
Burns like whiskey.
Burns like whiskey. Cool. And got anything else? I will say, it's a little on the drier end. I like the dryness. Personally, that's a plus in my book. Ryan saying smooth is a lack of heat, which is the burn from the alcohol. That's fair. That's fair. Thoughts?
There's like a heat that hits the back of my tongue.
She's getting the heat.
It skips the whole front of my mouth, though.
Would you describe it as smooth, my dear?
I think I would just call it dry.
She calls it dry.
It's very dry.
I'm getting some of those grape notes from the port wine beneath. Albeit, not a lot of whiskeys that I've had are like have a drying sensation. I've had some rums that have a drying sensation akin to apricot or persimmon. That is a little drying in a way. Tactily, it is a little dry. And I kind of like that.
It just tastes like a light whiskey.
I'll do it again. Oh, yeah. All right. Put the Buka aside.
Well, it has come back.
It will come back because that's the Infinity Bottle redemption. Y'all thought we were playing a game soon? Nope. I told you. I warned you in the beginning.
Cameron likes to talk.
I do. I'm a professional. Ryan was like, I'm a professional yapper. I agree. I agree. Oh, let's see. Salty saying I want something with citrus in it. Oh, daiquiris. We're talking rum today, you know? Ryan saying, are there any tannins from the port? Probably. It's very possible that the blends of whiskeys in there are providing some sort of tannic notes to it, but oftentimes, at least with whiskeys, some of those tannic notes are kind of either imparted by the aging process from the wood. If it comes, the bottle of whiskey that comes to mind that is being very tannic, like in my repertoire of spirits I've tried, was this Devil's Cut whiskey from Jim Beam, which is ripped. I don't know how they do it. I think they chop up the barrel and get the whiskey that dissolved in the inside of it, or absorbed in the inside. That was very dry, because it had a lot of contact with the wood, like as much surface area as you can possibly have, because it was inside the wood. Granted, in this way, I don't think it comes from the whiskey. In your experience, Ryan, because I know you're a more avid whiskey drinker than I am, have you found that certain whiskeys are a little bit more tannic than others? Because to me, it seems de facto that the tannicness was coming from the port wine, but I like the perspective. So I'm curious of what your thoughts are, at least in your experience so far. This final bottle is a bottle of Chichaito, a traditional shot that's served in Puerto Rico of rum and anise liqueur. This is pre-bottled with Palo Viejo and Anise Paloma spirit. Gonna crack that one. Again, this was a bottle that we got from the bartender at Cane Rum Bar, which was one of my favorite experiences of the trip, aside from the wedding we went to. That was also very beautiful, naturally, but significantly less alcoholic. And he gave us one of these just as a little, it's on me. And it was very kind of him. Also, too, I remember as well, like, not only was I just talking to the bartender there, I also was talking about a bit of mixology with him, about the philosophy of making really good drinks and stuff like that. At one point, he asked me if I'm a beer guy, if I was an IPA guy, before he went on his break, and he cracked open a can of Puerto Rican beer called... Oh my god, let me see what it was, because I think I actually put it in my tracking app, Untapped. I tend to be pretty good at tracking things when I'm drunk, sometimes. What was the beer? What was the beer? What was the beer? What was my check-in? Frente Frio from Singing Storm Beer Works. He cracked open a can of this for me, and he made it into a cocktail, which was really unique. I cannot remember exactly what the ingredients were in it, but it had Fernet Branca in it, as well as one other Amaro or one other, like, prominent spirit. And it was a beer cocktail in that it was filled up with mostly of beer, but you could really taste the Fernet Branca in there, the Amaro, and as you sipped it, you were supposed to fill up with the rest of the beer that you had. It wasn't with that IPA, now that I remember. I had the IPA separate from this beer cocktail, which was made with one of the local light beers, Medalla. The Medalla was in this cocktail that I'm talking about, and it tasted prominently of the Amaro at first. As you sipped it, it naturally tasted less like the Amaro as you continued to top it up with the beer, and kind of inched more into those kind of like grainy notes that you would typically get from a light, I don't know if it was an ale or a lager. Probably just a lager, all things considered. But the evolution of that cocktail was so different than any other drink that I had, and it was cool that he served me this drink in particular, because I've been workshopping some beer cocktails that I want to work on with Imi Chow, and I never thought of that angle of the drink in terms of how to present it to you guys, because naturally, when I make the drinks here and I tell you how to make it, it's tough to describe exactly what the evolution of the drink is all the way over time, because you need time for that, right? And it just makes it a bitch to edit. But anyways, it was super cool, dude. It was super cool. And this is the Chichaito. It was awesome. I want to go back there again one day. Oh my gosh. Brad's like, ooh, this sounds nice. Brad's saying Medalla was like light lager. Yeah, that's what it makes sense to me is. Ryan out there saying that rye and Scotch whiskeys are probably the most astringent because of the sugar content is less than that of bourbons, because at least from your understanding, the mash bill can't cover up the stuff underneath, I think is where we were going with that one. That kind of makes sense. Astringency, what you're saying, Ryan, is kind of an equivalent for like a tannic dryness, right? And it goes. To finish things off, a little bit of Chichaito. It smells like Sambuca on the nose. Very anise forward. Very, very anise forward. Makes sense. It's rum and anise spirit. There you go, you know? I'm trying to remember what they said. I'm trying to remember what they said while we were at the bars before we took this. I want to say what we said was un provecho. So to that. I don't remember what that means. It goes down so easy, dude. It's nice. It's sweet anise. That's all I can say on that. Because that's exactly what it is. What is the alcohol content of this? It's 30% alcohol. It's an excellent shot to taste. Maybe it has like to your prosperity? Probably. Sounds like that. Ryan saying astringency, the ethanol, and barrel impact on the spirit, and yes, about the whole astringency being equivalent to like tannic bitterness. Salty out there saying, meanwhile, I can mix a shot of Buka with some carbonated water to thin it out and see what this is like. Yeah, dude. Honestly, it would be a pretty nice whiskey highball. Some nerd saying, on a completely unrelated note, going to a very interesting D&D session tomorrow. Specifically, you're going fishing. Ooh, that's very nice. I don't think I've been on a fishing D&D session. In any case, that was all the spirits that I had on my adventure in Puerto Rico. I think for the most part of, let's see, there was the wedding that we went to, which was just wonderful. The hotel was super accommodating. They were stocking orange water, which was great every single day. I had espresso almost every single day that I was there. None of the espressos that I had were particularly good. I had a latte at one place that was specifically a coquito latte. Coquito being a drink that we've talked about on the show a couple of times when Annie's in chat, a traditional beverage made with like condensed milk and some rum. It's kind of a holiday thing. They had a coquito latte, which was totally not worth it because I think they infused their beans with rum and or whiskey, and you could get a rum coffee bean infused coquito latte as opposed to a pumpkin spice latte. It was funny. I got it because the sign at the coffee shop, 787, said, fuck the pumpkin spice latte, get a rum-infused coquito latte instead, so I did. And on the side, I got an espresso shot of the whiskey-infused beans that they were using, and I think they overcharged me for it, and it really wasn't that good anyway, and I walked away a very unhappy customer. Also because I Ubered us. We were trying to get to one of the shops that we wanted to visit, and I Ubered us to the wrong coffee shop. It was apparently a chain, and I didn't know. So I was first of all disappointed with the coffee, which did caffeinate me, but did not satisfy. And second of all, because I had to call a second Uber because I was the wrong one. I thought that was really funny. The cocktails at Cane Rum Bar were amazing, both the ones that were on the menu and the ones that were not off the menu. I had a Jungle Bird while I was there. I did order that one off the menu. It was great. The friends and whatnot that we made along the way, the connections that we made while we were there as well. We will definitely go back to Puerto Rico at some point. And I hope to get more stories the next time I'm there. And also to be able to explore more of the island, because we were, admittedly, only in a very small section of it, kind of near the San Juan region, or Condado, I think we went for Cane, and yeah, around those areas. Around those areas I think we were at. It was wonderful. In any case, welcome back, Scourge. Amy Chow gotta go, no problem, dude. Cole out there seems a little sour about that infinity bottle thing, which is fine, All in good fun, you know, y'all? So, now that I'm done, at least kind of going over this Puerto Rico segment, Anna, Disney Queen, decided to proc the infinity bottle specifically on this bottle of Buka that I was just telling you all about. This one being unique, again, I'll repeat for those of you who might be coming a little bit later, we actually met one of the co-founders of the Buka Spirits Company while we were at Cane Rum Bar, had a wonderful conversation that led to us getting a bottle the only way that we could right before we left the island, which was awesome. So let me do a little bit of cleanup over here, put some of these bottles away, and do some cleanup with my grandparents and stuff, and then we'll move on to putting something new in the infinity bottle, specifically this bottle of Buka, because Anna got to it first. If I had to pick a favorite out of every single bottle that we have... Okay, let me bring these back up again. If I had to pick a favorite of all of these bottles here, it's gonna be this Chichaito, because this... I only got this because of a brief... I got this specifically because of a very friendly gifted shot from one of the bartenders on the trip, and that's the reason I got this. It also tastes really good, and it goes great on its own. I'll say, if anything, my least favorite of the bunch is that Tresclavos Bili Quenepa, because I tried the Quenepa in it, and it just didn't do anything for me. Actually, no, that's not my least favorite. I actually do like how sippable this thing is. Least favorite is gonna be Palo Viejo. Just not much going on in there. I like the Don Q Crystal because I'm already a fan of the Don Q brand, so it gets points. This Alto Grande, yeah, there's cork. I gotta have to filter that. Yeah, there's some cork in there. That's annoying. I'll filter that later. That was nice, smooth-ish. It was okay. Not a lot there. The Buka has a really great story behind it. And I feel like I want to try to make a couple of Manhattans for myself with this because I think it'd be really great. Salty's like, Cam is already drunk. Look at all this liquor I've been sipping, right? My goodness. Let's see out there. Cole's out there gotten something big planned for the bottle, which is great. They're plotting out there. Ryan's saying there are 2 types of heat in whiskey. Ethanol, that's up at the front and slaps you in the face, and then the subtle astringency that the barrel imparts. Okay, so both of those are considered heat in the whiskey world. A good whiskey can cover the ethanol part while leaving the barrel notes alone. Interesting. Interesting. I like that. One of these days, Ryan, I'm going to wind up coming down to your neck of the woods so you can tell me more about whiskey. You seem to know what you're talking about. I'm going to take my things of rum and otherwise and put them off to the side over here because I'll probably continue sipping on those, or at least I want to keep them available. I'm not tossing those just yet. Not just yet. Gentlemate, welcome in, my friend. Or rather, Gentlemate. Gentlemate out here being a Gentlemate now. He changed his name a little bit. Disney Queen out there with the 5 bits, which is just coming from my wallet back into my bank account. So, like, thanks, bro. That's my wife, by the way. Incredibly. Let me grab this and put this off to the side. Put the Don Q away. And I still have this tape over here. I'm gonna put this here so I can forget about it. Salty's like, mix them all together and put them in a cocktail. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I will not be doing that. Instead, we're gonna do the infinity bottle first. We'll do that one. Ryan's like, with a 30% fee to good old Bezos. Yeah, I lose some of that. I lose it. It's great. I love it. Infinity bottle time. You know what happens? Have I ever told you guys about my infinity bottle before? This infinity bottle here? Did you know? Did you know? This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. Because I knew that. Oh my god, I have no Glen... You saw my Glencairns on the rums. That's great. That's great. Okay, it's okay. I've got this container instead, and that is over in that direction. Oh, man. Cow King out there saying, I'm still waiting for my turn for the bottle. All rain the blood me. Dude, you can. But apparently you have to be quick about it now because there is a whole bloodbath that waits right until up for the Infinity announcement. Oh, man. What do I see out there? Disney Queen saying, it's okay, I did take the bottle, so I will reinstate it on Monday. There we go, there we go. Gentleman is saying, what's the 2.5 mean? I might have missed what you're referring to there. Ryan said, I've never seen this bottle before. This is going to be exciting. Oh, Gentleman's saying on the bottle. Oh, it says 25, apostrophe 25, like from this year. As in, so I know what year this bottle started. It's not like I'm going to be doing another bottle every single year. This is the Infinity bottle. It's going to go on forever, presumably. Anna's patiently waiting. Hello, welcome. Hey, you're in the camera shot.
What were the last few things? I haven't...
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You should have remembered. Do your homework next time.
With the video...
Do your homework next time.
I was asleep.
Cocktail lessons with correction. Correction.
You're gonna beat me with a stick?
I would never admit to beating my wife with a stick. No.
Are you claiming that you beat me with a stick when not admitting?
I would never claim to beat my wife with a stick because that's not how things work. No. Wild dude. Be nice to people.
Okay, there was a spicy pickle.
Oh yeah, you remember what it was.
No, I just read red.
Oh, you spoiling it for her? It's not like there's a command that just does it for you. Do you want to try it first?
Yeah!
She's so excited.
Oh, it smells really weird.
I'm catching whiffs of it.
I think we broke it.
I don't think we did. Renzo, like, she beats him with a stick lovingly. No, there's no beating that happens in this relationship. Not against each other. Only on my own.
No, I beat you at board games, and then you beat me at video games.
Chat right over her head.
What? What the heck? I'm so distracted, I'm sorry.
Got any tasting notes?
No, I haven't even tasted it. It just smells really funky. It reminds me of Hilton Head.
Please tell me more. Hilton Head?
Yeah, you know when you walk into
like the beach?
There's like yeah, you walk into the store that has all the like jerky and like the barbecue sauces.
It smells like beef jerky?
It smells like that one barbecue sauce place that we go to in Hilton Head.
Oh my god. Eli out there being like, it's time. You caused this. I'm very happy. By the way, y'all, if you ever get condescending or like dad disapproval vibes from me about what you put in the infinity bottle, It's all just a part of the bit. It's a part of the meta. I'm just playing with you. Every bottle on that website that has a little infinity symbol next to it is because I let it put there, unless I made a mistake. Ghost, like, the face says everything. You know, I don't have to do this.
No, you should taste
I don't have to do
it.
this.
Just go.
No, I can express my free will and just walk away. I can say, like, you know what? The infinity bottle's over.
Should I explain it then?
Not it over. The Avaro with the $2. You guys kinky as heck. Thank you. Nah, I'm gonna get. Oh my goodness.
Forget.
You ever have? Does a, you know how they have candy apples? Does a candy pickle exist? Because I think it smells like that. Oh my god. Ooh! It's got a kick. It's sweet. It's fruity. It's also pickly. If you... I gotta go in again. I gotta go in again. What is going on?
So someone took like a
What is
pickle.
going on?
Someone took like a pickle and like left
Oh
it
my
outside
god!
and then threw sugar.
Oh my
And
god,
it
it's
was
so
like,
pickly!
Let's make it alcoholic.
It's so pickly!
Cause it's weird. It's like a potato chip bag. You left everything in a potato chip bag. So weird. With apples.
I don't know. I don't know what sick fucker out there would make a spicy pickle flavored spice forward fruity candy, but if you are out there, I got a business proposition for you. Wow, that's weird.
Yep.
Chat, it has a spice to it. It has an undeniable, like, vinegary note to it because of the pickle shot that went into it, but it's also fruity, but it's also sweet, and it is still cinnamony.
There's cinnamon in that?
I can taste the cinnamon still. Or it might be clove. At this point, I'm
don't
not
think
really
so.
sure anymore.
I don't think so.
Not really sure anymore. Oh my gosh. Salty's like, Cam really has to go back and rewatch her first reaction to drinking it. Oh, I'll be seeing it in the edit later. Oziel, welcome in. Who else is out there? Official, welcome in. Synonym. Julissa being like, every day with this guy.
It's the gin!
Is it
I
the
was
gin?
like, there is a flavor I dislike in there. The gin I can taste.
Of all the things that are going on in this battle, of the miasma, the tornado, the fucking hurricane that is happening in this bottle right now, you say, it kind of tastes like gin.
There's a little bit of gin, and it's just enough to throw off the rest of my palate, because I'm like, I don't like that. Why don't I like that? There's a little bit of cinnamon. I do see what you're saying, but I think it's a cinnamon burn. It's not so much a cinnamon flavor. It's pickles
I'll say this.
that have been sugared in like a potato saucer, like a potato bag. You left it in potato chips with a lot of sugar, and was like, this will ferment.
In addition to that, if there is anything redeemable about this at all, the finish. I like the finish. But this is coming from the guy who just eats pickles. Ryan out there saying, Kool-Aid pickle cocktail when? Do not tempt me, Ryan. Amy Chow, are you out there? What the fuck do we do with this?
Something salty.
What are we doing with this?
It's
What's
salty.
chat saying? Spicy fruit candy is something a bunch of people like. That's fair. It is spicy and fruity. The only spicy candy that I've had is chamoy, but that doesn't have any fruit notes to me. Salty, like, I'm expecting to zoom in on her face. It's probably coding and tuning out the stream. Thanks, Brad. Brad saying pickle vodka was last week. True, true, true. Pickle sour, Salty saying. Kool-Aid pickle cocktail. Kool-Aid pickle cocktail when Brad with the bits. Oh, cow, I didn't acknowledge your bits from earlier. Pickles. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. You can add chamoy to fruit just like mango. Oh, is chamoy like the spice official? I guess you could. If anything, it's not super spice forward like the marinade. Excuse me. Excuse me, chat. I don't know why, but I'm having reactions as if I just ate something spicy.
This was a choice. Who picked out the pickle?
It was Eli. Eli is responsible for the pickle shot and the Doritos, and I love them for it.
The Doritos went away pretty fast.
Never let her change you. Ever.
I'm gonna find sweet shit and we're gonna put it in the box.
Pizza saying, top of the morning to you. Top of the... it's 9 o'clock p.m., but thank you. Thank you. Ryan's like, I got one, a pickle 75. No, that's I got an idea already. We're gonna do this in an infinity pickle Paloma. Cause I brought grapefruits! We're gonna do a Paloma. A Paloma is basically a greyhound with some extra salt to it. I'm sorry, not a Paloma. A salty, did I say Paloma?
Yes.
No, I don't want to do Paloma. No, sorry, I don't want to do Paloma. I want to do, I said Paloma. I didn't mean Paloma. Actually, what's the difference between a Paloma, a salty dog, and a greyhound? Now I need to check that. They're all grapefruit drinks.
Well, greyhound is a bust.
Paloma beverage. What I wanted to do was do this in a salty dog because it's got salty notes, but it's not that salty.
It's grossly salty.
It's grossly salty? All right.
Yeah,
Well, Anna says it's grossly salty, so it's grossly salty.
The weird part is that the sugar is really kicking in, but it kicks in the middle, so it kind of disappears.
Possibly. Basically. Meow Meow being like, thanks for the cookie sounds to go along the silliness. Was I making cookie sounds? Or do you mean whatever sound was coming out of my mouth while I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on in the bottle? You're welcome, nonetheless. What is, now I'm thinking, my mind was fixated on Salty Dog all of this morning. I'm still recovering from my trip. Thank you, Love and Lemons, for giving me an entire encyclopedic rendition of what the hell a Paloma is. Can I have the recipe? No. Tequila! Grapefruit juice. Oh, okay. It's not gonna be, okay, we're gonna do Salty Dog instead because Paloma would require tequila. I'm gonna take out the tequila. There's no tequila in this so far. So maybe Paloma another day.
Let's keep it that way.
Salty Dog! We're gonna do an infinity Salty Dog! It's kind of already halfway there. That's what we're doing. Just gonna get my recipe up. Salty's like, it's got me in it? Only if you consent to that type of conclusion. Only if you believe. Where's my Salty Dog? Salty Dog? Where's the dog? Giving the dogs! Put those grippers away! Alright, there we go. Some salty dogs are served with a salty rim. I'm gonna do exactly that. Saltfinity Dog, says official. There we go. Infinity Dog! Infinity Dog! Oh my goodness. Yeah, I got salt over here. I'm gonna add the salt to it. Alright. Okie dokie. There we go. Grab a tall, grab a tall chilled glass and put an ice spear in it. Dearest, what are you doing?
I had to print something for work.
Just a reminder, chat, if you hear any sounds in the background, it's because I exist with my beautiful partner, and sometimes life just happens.
Wait, you gotta give it a second?
I have ice in my hands, dear.
It's not printing very fast.
Grab a chilled glass and put an ice spear on the inside of it. Hold for the printer. What is chat talking about? What is Cole talking about? A smoked salmon flavored vodka also exists. Eli, like, how do we get Cameron to get it? It's like, I think it's like $60, $70 plus shipping. So give me $100 and it's yours.
Wait, is it the salmon one that's from the Alaska distillery?
Maybe, I don't know. Ryan's like, Cam, you should garnish it with tahini. Sure! Sure. Can I dig at a time like this?
I can't.
I can't dig. My screen said I can dig on my screen. Isn't tahini more sour than salty? Tahini more sour than salty? It's like salty and a little sour to me. Honestly, I don't really like tahini very much. I'm gonna go with salt, but I appreciate your suggestion. Are you done?
You broke my printer.
I didn't break your printer. Wait, did you print from my phone? Wait, how did you?
I scanned something and it didn't work.
Anna, I can't deal with technical issues with the printer right now. That'll take the next 3 hours.
Okay. Sure, I did that.
Can you write me a note for for the morning? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Can it? Wait, what? Can the note be passive aggressive?
Fix my printer.
Follow your rainbow. I got a show to do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Cole's like, I'm sure I've tried to find it in shops. I think the last time I looked in somebody told me about the salmon flavored vodka or something it was, and I think you can buy it. I think you can buy it. Yeah, I have a bottle wish listed. It's on my wish list too.
No, I want us to go distinctly to the distillery in Alaska.
Y'all, this is such a talking stream. Will we even get to the game tonight? Who knows?
No!
Who knows?
Maybe.
Let's start with 2 ounces of our I poured it the wrong fucking direction. Oh my god. Let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Anna's just like staring me off screen. I feel like she's waiting to scream something.
There's cinnamon.
Yes, dear, there is sediment. There's the flakes from the Goldschlager. It hasn't left us yet.
What's your Goldschlager?
Goldschlager? This guy.
You put gold in that?
Correct. There was gold in my Infinity bottle, and now it is 24 carats of Infinity.
I'm going to bed.
Good night, my love. So long. Would you like a grapefruit to take with you? No, you can't, actually. I need this for my cocktail. Here, take a peach. But she's beautiful.
Too bad. I like it.
Official, like, why would a dog be salty? Divine intervention. Now we need some grapefruit juice. Where'd my grapefruit go? It's right here. Hello there. Take a grapefruit and juice it. Did I do this ahead of time? Nope. Because y'all made me suffer. You're gonna suffer with me. You had to sit through me talking about Puerto Rico. You had to sit through me talk about goodness knows what else happens on this channel.
You have to sit through Cameron putting Buka in the bottle.
Buka in my bottle? I hardly know him. Only time we're making that joke this stream. Let's see out here. Salty saying a margarita glass with tahini on the rim is so good. I'm not one to yuck someone's yum. I'm not a fan. I'm not the biggest fan of tahini. It's just very salty to me. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of cocktails with salt on the rim anyways. It's not really my shtick. Salty saying that you're salty because you're bad at games. Oh, okay. I'm also not that good at games either. I cope with it by being the internet's favorite alcohol. You know, somebody commented on one of my TikTok videos. I don't know, it was one of the Instagram videos. And it was like, does my favorite alcoholic respond? I was like, you'll respond to this comment and acknowledge that I'm an alcoholic? Like, no, I'm clinically not. And I try not to make jokes about the subject because there are some people out there who are struggling and are. So I didn't respond to the comment. If they say anything else, sure. Depends. Ryan saying if you roll your citrus first, you can get more juice out of the fruit. Correct. I rolled these ahead of time. Actually, don't get rid of these. Don't get rid of these. Save a slice of one of these for garnish. I do have a cutting board, but do I want to use it? No. Let me cut a little one of these for garnish. I'm sloppy today, Chad. I am sloppy today. Very, very sloppy. Where the hell do I put this thing in the meantime? On top of your brother. There we go. Official out there saying that it's apparently almost sugarcane season. Is it almost sugarcane season? Oddly enough, Official, because you told me about sugarcane, I went to my local market and was able to get a sugarcane for $2.50. And I brought it back, and I was meaning to show you, and I forgot about it, and then it went bad. But I could always get more. But I bought that like a month ago. So I guess, I mean, modern agriculture or something to be said about modern agriculture. Is this 3 ounces of grapefruit juice? Maybe. Maybe. Try to get all the juice in there. Salty like Gladcam hasn't cut a finger off yet. Not yet, getting there. Make grapefruit vodka with the leftovers. I mean, I have grapefruit vodka already, but I got a special method for making that. Not just grapefruit and vodka. Oh, heavens no. All right, how much do I have in here? Let's see how much I got. I hate this juicer. This juicer sucks. Not that bad. All right, cool. Let's add the juice of a grapefruit. And the rest of it. All right. It appears like I need more grapefruit. Do I need grapefruit? It just won't be full. That's fine. I don't really mind. I don't mind. Dare I say, I dealt with it for one grapefruit, and I dare not do it for another. I just don't want to. So I won't. So I will not. Clean this off. Official saying, I'm gonna get some of the sugar cane when the good stuff gets turned to sugar. The remainder gets sold for cheap and it's just as good. Oh, that makes sense, right? Because you can get all the rest of the bits from it, right? Skittle saying, why are we using a knife to get all the juice when we have bar spoons and stirrers? Because I have to, like, scrape out so that juicer that I have sucks. It's got little frills that get caught with the pulp. And so a bar spoon wouldn't actually fit in it. It's so thin in there that you can't put anything that you would usually use to, like, get the gunk out, like a spatula, for example, or something that isn't sharp. So I have to use a thinly pointed, sharp object to get in there and try to clean it out just enough for the liquid to fall down. It is a very, very shitty juicer, and I've hated it for the entire time I've had it, and I just haven't bought another one yet. Ryan, like, wait, you strained the pulp? No, I didn't technically strain it either. It has little, again, the striations are not super, they're not super small. I hate that juicer. Anyways. Where's my grapefruit bitters? Actually, I don't want grapefruit bitters. One recipe that I saw for a salty dog called for grapefruit bitters. I don't want it. I don't want it. Add a few drops of saline solution. Add a few pipettefuls of saline solution. I put 4 in there. 4 pipettefuls of 20% saline solution. That's the salt in the dog. I also probably could have salt rimmed the glass. I didn't. I'm about to fix that. Garnish with a salt rim. I'm gonna use this giant grapefruit slice to garnish and rim it. Where's my salt at? Where's my salt? Where's my salt? Where is my salt? Oh, found you. Danny, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. Good to have you. I should have rimmed this ahead of time, but I didn't. So this is where we are. There we go. This is the saddest salty dog I've ever made. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Garnish with an appropriately sized grapefruit wheel. Just shove it in there. There we go. Use a little pink straw for it too. Give it a little agitation. There we go. Salty Infinidog. Or Infinalty Dog. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Oh man. That was weird for a brief and long... That was weird for an uncomfortably long moment. It ends salty and grapefruity. But it starts kind of pickly. Oh, man. That needs to be colder, dude. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Let me stir this a bit more. Gee whiz. That's awkward. Well, we broke him. Oh, was it? I guess y'all technically were responsible for this, you know? Oh, man. Official talking about trucks transporting sugarcane. A lot of it falls off and you can just like pick it up sometimes. That's fair, that's fair. And who was talking about snake wine? Cal? You good? Oh my gosh. Officials like clip it, send it to the Discord. Y'all, go for it, y'all. Don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you from living your best life. Alright, I'm stirring it a little bit. I'm gonna try it again. I need some solid flavor notes for the thing. This is not a good cocktail. This is not a good cocktail. Oh my gosh. Danny, like, taste the cold drink, ice cold. I'm trying, dude. It needs to be more cold than it actually is. Okay. Once you get past the first part, it's like you added like a touch of vinegar to grapefruit juice with a couple other like interesting spice notes on top of it. It kind of reminds me of what a shrub could taste like an alcoholic shrub, but like it's got, I feel like it needs heavy carbonation to work. But the salty dog doesn't have that. We could add club soda on top of it. Do I want to open up another thing of club soda for this? Nah, not really. I don't think it's really worth it. It's interesting. It is rather briny. So like I've got a whole book on various different like wild cocktails and stuff like that, and one of the things that you can play around with are things that use like vinegar and stuff. This tastes like a cocktail that has vinegar in it, but there's nothing that is kind of like that's supporting it. Nothing that's really like kind of melding well with it, aside from a little, honestly, the pickle part of the infinity bottle is working fine with the grapefruit. It's just everything else that is really, really weird with it. It is a lot better. It is a lot better now than it was. It's a little vinegary, kind of fruity, a little salty, very grapefruity, but the grapefruit doesn't really agree with most else going on in there. And that's my note. Goke's like oddly dirty grapefruit martini. If I just shoved a bunch of dry vermouth in this, it probably could go well with a little bit of dry vermouth, you know? Ryan like soda stream it for the extra carbonation. I just got more soda, club soda that I would use. Pickle and tonic probably could have been a better choice. I really wanted to try it with the salty dog because I thought the salt might actually help or complement, and it kind of does. It's not super bad. Just that first, I really had to get used to this before it tasted even remotely okay. And now we're here, right? I like officials, the 3 stages of pickle vodka. Ugh, oh, and then all right. Yeah, it's ending all right now. There is something else in here. You know what I can pick out the most of this is that weird like cinnamon candy apple note that I just don't. I didn't expect that to stick around. You know, I can't imagine. That's wild to me, dog. Anyways, some nerd heading out. Good to have you, man. I hope you come back again sometime. It's always good to see your funny face. Not that I can see anybody's faces around here. Some nerds actually got a little bit of a, looks like a heart with eyes or something that's blushing. I love that. Thanks for popping in, nerd. I see Rain popping in saying 4 Locos and a Red Bull next. Nope, neither of those are eligible ingredients. Neither of them. If you want a list of what ingredients are eligible for the infinity bottle, that's what I got this button for. There we go. General rules of what goes with the infinity bottle are such. Must be 15% alcohol or more. It cannot be a cream liqueur and it must be filtered. Carbonated beverages are not out of the question so long as they're above 15% alcohol, you know? Okie dokie. So let's put this off to the side. Disney Queen says to put this Puerto Rican Buka blended whiskey with port wine into the infinity bottle next. I picked this up on my Puerto Rico trip the other day. So let's take 2 ounces of that. I'm always afraid when I open up this bottle. Always afraid. Always so very afraid. Let me get a new... Let me wash out one of my measuring majiggers for this. Clean as you go, clean as you go. Here we go. Got that there. Ryan's asking, how's Ginny doing? Can we add a bit of her to the Saltfinity dog? No. Ginny's doing okay. I left Ginny Baby and Clementine in the refrigerator while I left to slow down the fermentation, just to make sure nothing exploded. And I put a little bit of sugar into her this morning, and she started bubbling a little again. That's very nice. Needs a little much. Let's see out there. Salty, like, if only you did a pickleback with the infinity bottle. Dude, but that would mean that I would have to take down 2 ounces of the infinity bottle in one fell swoop, and then also a beer. If it's still pickly next week, I'm totally down for an infinity pickleback. That would be interesting. So, 2 ounces of this. Put that into the top of the bottle. And we'll check on this again next time. Bring it over here. There we go, there we go. Here we go. Getting some more whiskey in the bottle. And a little bit of port wine, too. Pretty unique. There we go. Nice. And there we go. That's our infinity bottle. We did it. I will say to everybody watching on stream too, when you take from the bottle, there's a little indicator in the back. I almost forgot about it. There's a little indicator, and we fill it up to the back there. So a little bit extra. A little bit extra. We'll get an extra take in there. I see OG Happy Dude popping in on YouTube saying 15% ABV. Seems a little weak compared to, I don't know, Everclear at 151. Oh, that's just the minimum, my guy. That's just the minimum. Technically, if we got lab-grade ethanol, that's technically valid for the infinity bottle. I don't know why, y'all, but like the entirety of the Instagram was just like, put Everclear in the bottle. Like, dude, it's got no flavor. It just raises the alcohol percentage just like by what, 2 or 3 points maybe? But y'all wanted it, and Ryan provided it to you. Ryan says, is that a synthetic cork? It's made of glass. It's glass with a little bit of, looks like plastic on the outside of it. It worries me. It worries me. I'm not sure if I like it or not. Danny out there saying, make a Sonic drink cocktail, blue raspberry ice cream with vanilla. I actually have a Sonic drink already. It's up on my website. Not blue raspberry, it's peach instead. Peach instead. Danny, if you want, later on, I'll probably take a cocktail request from our crowd. So if you want to come back later and give me a request, I'll take it. I see Maverick popping in with a little raid. How are y'all doing out there? Pokemon Snap. Oh, dude. Pokemon Snap is a great game, dude. How are you enjoying it out there? Maverick with the affiliate anniversary raid. I like what you're doing there, dude. Hey, cheers to your anniversary, your affiliate anniversary, my guy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. OG saying, I had this drink that was shared to me in a local convention scene. I want to get your take on it if you've got a moment. I don't know, I posted it in the Discord. So later on, I'll probably be taking drink requests and stuff like that. I'm working on making it so that, you know, there's a little announcement for the infinity bottle. I want to make it so that when that announcement comes out, it pings our Discord, which we have a community Discord if y'all didn't know about already. It's growing, actually, and I really like it. Because it's my Discord, naturally. And I want to put an announcement out there, too, of when I'm doing cocktail requests so that people can, you know, I can actually keep track of the requests and stuff like that. I also had ideas about the infusions and some other projects that I have here that I'll waste all your time about talking about a little bit later. But again, this bottle of Buka that we just put into the bottle, we just got from our Puerto Rico trip. So Disney Queen was hankering to put that into the bottle. And so we did. And actually, one of the other things, this is an idea from Official. I think it came from you out there. Every once in a while, we should take a sample from the infinity bottle and put that to the side so we can go back and taste how it was later. So this is actually number 25. This is the 25th ingredient to be put into the infinity bottle since it started at the beginning of this year. So I'm gonna take a little bit of this and I'm gonna separate it from the bottle because Buka is number 25, right? And we'll save it. And then we'll check, check on it. So I'm gonna give this a little bit of a shake just to agitate things a little bit because we did just add another ingredient to it. You see how fizzy this thing is? What the hell is going on? Oh my god, wow. Renzo out there saying you got a new Castlevania cocktail. Excellent, excellent. Maverick saying I played through the original Pokemon Snap, start to finish. I tried to do, when I first got my, when I picked up Project 64, the emulator that I use, I downloaded Pokemon Snap and I played the whole thing in one day. Such an absolute nostalgia bomb, dude. And I'm sure you feel the same way. So let me grab an empty container, an empty vial. I'll have one of those over here. Infinity Bottle 25. Infinity Bottle 2025, number 25. Number 25. And I'll put a little bit of this into the bottle. I've got pipettes for this purpose. And they should be long enough to actually get in there. Just gotta do a little bit of this. I'm just gonna fill it up until I feel like we're good. Cheers to number 25, yo. Cheers to number 25 in this infinity bottle. Not my infinity bottle, your infinity bottle. OG saying, how long does the bottles keep getting filled? How long do... What do you mean, the infinity bottle? It's in the name, dude. Forever. Forever. It gets filled twice a week, if that's your question. Every time we have a stream, which happens Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is a little bit of a timer that goes off about an hour and 15 minutes into the stream when I make it available, because I typically do a pregame cocktail and I try to do a little segment of that. Then we do the infinity bottle and we do a little segment of that. Sometimes the segments wind up overlapping each other, which is okay, because I got a video game running in the background, and that's all right. All right, so we'll leave it at that. I'm not going to top it off because I don't want to play around with the thing, but I will top it off next time. The next infinity fill is going to get a little bit more whatever comes next. So if you're a demon of sorts and you want to try to screw it up, Monday will be the time. There we go. Infinity 25, dude. Infinity 25. Infinity 25. Dude, this is like a piece of history right here. Huge shout out to Official for giving me that idea before we got to like number 100, you know? Otherwise, I totally would have forgotten about it. This is cool. Danny asking, do I ever drink Blue Moon? Not typically. I'm not much a beer guy. I'm more a cocktail guy. Maverick out there saying that you almost missed Gyarados. Oh, you got pictures of all 63 Pokemon in the game, but you almost missed Gyarados. Oh, that's cool, dude. Oh, wow, that's even more advanced than anything I could ever figure to accomplish. OG, like, I didn't know if you were still on V1 of the bottle or like V69. Oh, no. This started at the very beginning of the year. Very new project of ours. I got more projects in the works. Number 25, y'all. Let me update that in the back end as well. This is whiskey with port wine. The Buka is a very specific spirit. It's honestly a super unique addition to the bottle, dude. Super unique addition. Let me go back here for a hot second. Just bring up my little back end of where I track these things. I got a little list, just a text document where I put all the things in. Let's see. Renzo's got their Alucard cocktail in chat right now. It's got some Bacardi Black, some Cherry Hearing, some other stuff. Release notes from VS Code. Get the hell out of here. I'm trying to do my job, dude. Whiskey with port wine. Whiskey with port wine. Yeah. Specifically Puerto Rican whiskey. Puerto Rican... I want to say Buka. Buka whiskey with port wine, because I don't know any other blended whiskeys out there that have port wine in them, like, just by default. So that's cool. That's cool. All right, go back to this. Great. We're all good to go. Maverick out there being like, the Infinity is either going to taste amazing by the end or extremely muddled. Honestly, what I've found so far is like the flavors in the Infinity bottle tend to dominate each other. There are some things that are just more dominating than others. So far, cinnamon dominates. Mint dominates, but cinnamon dominates the most, only because we had something that had, actually we had clove in there too, and clove was pretty crazy. The beauty of the Infinity bottle is all the stuff that goes into it is going to be diluted over time, so this thing should go through waves of flavor, inching back into certain territories or others, depending on what goes inside of it, and it's all up to you guys. I don't make the judgment here. Anyways. I see Ryan out there saying this is a brand new aspect of the stream I've never seen before and it was quite entertaining. Well, Ryan, the person who's been here probably on the YouTube side the most, I'm very happy that your amnesia that you must have gotten over the weekend or while I was gone has allowed you to experience the Infinity bottle, which has happened 25 times now, one of which you redeemed, has allowed you to come back and enjoy it as if it was totally new to you. Beautiful. Michael out there saying, dude, when I was streaming, I feel like I have no audiences. Dude, that is going to be the first... If your experience is anything like me, that is going to be the first 2.5 years. Because that's kind of how it was for me. Very small things along the way. And I would say anybody who is like starting to stream out there or otherwise, oh, cool, I have ads running. All right, that's cool. Didn't realize that was happening. Michael, you're on the YouTube side. I can vibe with you about this for a little while. I'm gonna keep sipping the Infinity thing actually, because it's, you know, it's going. Man, it's wild out there. Yeah, and anybody who's streaming out there, whether you're a new streamer, an old streamer, or somebody who just doesn't have a lot of people in their audience, for me, that was the way it was for like the longest time until I started branching out a little bit and honestly, the thing that brought my channel from... Let me see. Actually, the thing that brought my channel on Twitch from barely anybody talking at all to, hey, I got a couple of regulars here and there. It is specifically doing things on a schedule that I never veered from. People started coming in a lot more fervently when I started putting shorts out on the internet and stuff like that. But even before I got to that point, like editing and whatnot, like for the longest time, like if you're starting out in streaming, it's kind of a lonely thing in a way. I kind of used it as a means to just kind of chat about what was going on in my day through various different points of my life and stuff like that. Even if there was nobody listening, it was still kind of cathartic to kind of talk to the internet. Streamed a little bit with some friends. I told some of my family and friends about it if that's kind of your thing and whatnot. But I would say for the most part, streaming to nobody, it's kind of how it is for like a lot of people out there. I would say even probably the majority of people, until you start doing things in a way that people start coming back for, like chatting other people's communities and stuff, do things on a schedule, just so you become a part of people's schedules. That was kind of a really ramshackle and around the bush way of saying like, here's some tips, but I'm not an authority on that, but I do what I can. Drinky Cam. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Skittle. I need water in my body. Salty out there, gotta run for now. Maybe back, who knows when. Oh, dude, thanks for popping in. It's always a pleasure to have you. Ryan says, Cam, can you describe the bee propolis spirit that you have listed on the website? So, the bee propolis spirit is bee propolis that has been dissolved into Everclear. And I decided to play around with that about a few months ago. And when you take bee propolis spirit, bee propolis is resin-based. So it dissolves in Everclear, but it precipitates and comes out with the addition of water. So I tried to water it down. It got really gunky. I clarified a little bit with some Pectinex, and I have a clear spirit that is very resinous. It's got a very waxy smell to it. It's got a very waxy flavor to it. It reminds me of liquid sunscreen, and it's about 30% ABV. But it is I think it is one of the only custom spirits on the website that is infinity eligible, I think. Maybe. I don't think it actually might not be, it might not be infinity redeemable only because when you add water to it of any kind, the wax, the resin, the propolis starts to come out of solution and precipitate, and it's very sticky. And it's kind of like a wax that you can't get off of something without heating it. So I don't think it's eligible because it might cause some really weird stuff to happen with the bottle if that's the reason that you're asking for it. Welcome back, everybody, by the way. I was just talking to Michael out there, a fellow streamer of ours, being like, dude, when I was streaming God of War Ragnarok, I had, like, no audiences. Yeah, dude. I think like, real talk? I would say, unless you start doing it for a while, or you tell people about it, it's gonna be like that for a while. But if you like gaming, and you enjoy the game, and that's the fun of it, then that's the whole point, you know? Anyways, let's see. Danny out there saying live Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. like cocktails. Oh, not Tuesdays, not Tuesday. Don't give the people the wrong info, my guy. Renzo out there saying I've got a single regular because he's your friend and occasionally Cam when I stream. Yeah, exactly. You would do this over time. It takes a while, you know? Ryan says it's listed as eligible. Well, then that's your answer. All right, so we've been streaming for about 2 hours now. Sorry for keeping you from the game, y'all, but we had a collection of spirit. What you may have missed if you're popping in here a little bit later, like 90s Golden Skies over here, is I was in Puerto Rico for a few days, just about a week or so, and I missed 2 streams because of it, but I brought 7 bottles of spirits back with me. Technically, I brought 8 back with me. I actually got this bottle of Dewar's blended scotch that I came into possession of. Actually, let me go get the bottle. It's just over here. Special bottle. Special bottle. Special bottle. Special bottle. So, I'm bringing this one out only because it's a funny story. So I got this bottle of Dewar's that I picked, that I got. I didn't pick it up. It was given to me while we were in Puerto Rico. So I was in Puerto Rico because we were there for a wedding and we made a whole trip of it and stuff. And I was a part of the wedding party as well. So at the rehearsal, during the reception beforehand, there was a little cocktail hour. We got to hang around with the family, with the bride and groom, and it was absolutely beautiful and wonderful. I gave a small little speech. I also gave 2 speeches because I'm just that kind of guy. If you couldn't tell, I'm pretty comfortable behind a microphone at the very least. But during the rehearsal dinner, they had purchased the spirits that they were using at the little bar back there. You could order a scotch, you could order some local vodka, you could order some local rum. Naturally, we were in Puerto Rico, but they had ordered, I found out after the fact that, or actually, hold on, while I was there, I was sitting at the table and I was like, I want a drink, and I was like, I want some scotch on the rocks. So I asked my dearest, who was going up for a drink of her own, I was like, can you order me a scotch on the rocks? And they come back and they give me a scotch on the rocks. I taste it, it's pretty good. I noticed it's a bottle of Dewar's, and I'm like, I never had that before, so that's why I wanted to try it. Come to find, later that night, After the fact, I saw the father of the groom walking around with a bottle of vodka and a bottle of scotch that looked to be that they were kind of they were drunk at least a little bit. They had taken something from the bottle. So he comes up to me with the bottle of scotch and says, "Heard that you were drinking scotch at the rehearsal dinner." He was a little gruff, maybe a little bit tipsy at that point. I was like, "Yeah, I was. I was drinking scotch. What's with the bottle in your hand?" And he's like, "Oh, somebody's got to take this home with them, so why don't you have it?" And I was like, "Oh, that's very kind of you. I don't, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it." And he was like, "Oh, no problem, no problem." And he walks away. I kind of found out later because I asked, first of all, I asked my dearest about it. My dearest says that when she ordered for me the scotch on the rocks, they cracked open a bottle of scotch for me. And that was the only information that I needed from her. I was talking to the groom later, and he said, "Yeah, actually, we only ordered one bottle of scotch for that entire rehearsal dinner." Now, when I got this bottle at first, there was a single 2-ounce pour taken from this. So evidently, at the rehearsal dinner, I was the only person to ask for a scotch. And because I'm, at the very least, known amongst my social groups as the drinky guy, the father of the groom just decided to hand it to me because I was the only person who had touched the bottle. So despite the fact that this was purchased for the wedding, this was my bottle. And I got to take it home with me. And it's pretty good. Oddly enough, so I was curious, and I did a little bit of research on this. This Dewar's Scotch is advertised very heavily in Puerto Rico. And I wondered why, and it's because Dewar's, the brand, is owned by Bacardi. At least this is my mentality, and Bacardi is based out of Puerto Rico. So my mind thinks that because Bacardi owns Dewar's, that's why they're marketed heavily to the Puerto Rico area, because it's local, you know? There we go. Anyways, I see anyone but you popping in saying, "I'm a minor, so I don't know what's going on. Thank you for making this easy. Unfortunately, minors are not allowed in this live stream, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave. My apologies, but thank you for making it easy for us. This is for your safety as well as the folks around here too. Quick note to anybody who is a minor out there, please never walk into a public group chat and say that you're a minor. There are people out there who may do you harm, so please don't do that. Just a little friendly advice from somebody who's definitely not a minor. Hugo out there, a little regular now. Thank you so much, dude. What am I missing out there? Danny M90's talking about... 90s was in Puerto Rico. There we go. You missed being there. Michael's saying, so what you're saying, I gotta let audiences come to me? I wouldn't say that. There are ways to get audiences to... There are ways for you to get audiences in, you know? If you got more specific questions on that too, I'd love to chat with you about it as well. Ryan saying, I wonder how limoncello would taste the infinity bottle. Probably a nice addition, a nice light addition, especially with those like sweet lemon notes in there. I feel like it might actually be kind of nice to bring the infinity bottle back into like more citrusy territories in a way. Sonic, welcome in, dude. And then Danny talking about cocktail drinks, chocolate, peppermint schnapps, Malibu, milk. If you're Danny, I can only make cocktails with what I have available. So if you're wondering what I've got, it is on my website here. I don't have any milk available. Not on me right now. In any case, y'all, so I told you all about Puerto Rico. I told you about that bottle of scotch, just a little bonus story. I tried 7 bottles of spirit. I tried a little bit of Don Q Crystal. I tried a little bit of Palo Viejo white rum. I tried a bit of Palo Alto? I keep forgetting the name of this one. Alto Grande, aged rum. I tried a bit of Pitorro, the brand of white rum, not the Puerto Rican moonshine that you can find out in the that the locals wind up making out there. This is the legally available Pitorro. I grabbed a bottle. I tried a little bit of this rum that has been infused with Quenepa and cinnamon. Quenepa being the Spanish lime, one of the fruits that you can find around in Puerto Rico. I was also told specifically to get breadfruit while I was there, but I couldn't find it, unfortunately. I also tried this bottle of Buka, which I talked at length about already because it was something that we got because we were talking to the co-founder of the company while we were at one of the bars that we were at. And I tried this bottle of Chichaito, which is a traditional Puerto Rican shot made with rum and a bit of anise liqueur. And I loved it so much that I had to bring a little bit home with me in the form of this conveniently packaged bottle of Palo Viejo Anise Paloma. Good stuff. I see that hydrate out there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ryan's like, you haven't had heavy cream in months, Cam. It's true, because I don't typically stock it, because it goes bad. Official saying, I got here for the stream, stayed for the format, and real passion for both bartending and video games. Yeah, actually, too. Another thing I'll throw in your direction, Michael, is one of the best ways to know how people would want to go into live streams. You can ask them. Our community here is also very open too, and I would say that we got in their Discord server too. We have a whole content creation channel, and you might just be curious of like, hey, if I did this, do you think people would want to watch my stream? And you are more than welcome to ask those questions in there. It's designed as a space to be able to allow people to talk about the craft, whether that your craft is content creation, streaming, video editing, cocktail mixology, bartending, or otherwise, or fermentation. You know. Official saying, if you ever come to Mexico, Cam, you'll give you Colima limes and some of the favorite cheap bottles. Oh, I'll happily, dude. I want to do more traveling with the stuff that I do. If anything, y'all, if I had the means to travel a hell of a lot more for what I do here, I want to get more stories of what I find out in the world, especially on the bar scene, especially on the spirits scene, and take it back here with me so I can tell you all about it and bring a little bit with me. And if you've got suggestions on how to do that better, I have a suggestions channel for that as well. In any case, I've been talking about this for a while. We also did the infinity bottle. We added, we had pickle vodka in it last time. It was wild. Spicy pickle vodka, and then we added into it this time that Buka bottle that I was telling you about earlier, and I put it into a little salty dog, and it's still weird. And now I think it's time to play a video game. I think y'all have waited long enough for that. So, for everybody who stayed around for my info dump, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you listening to me and letting me further cement the moments that I enjoyed in my head, because one of the things that I find is as I'm getting older, it's becoming a little bit hard to remember all of this nuanced details and stuff, and if I speak it out loud, this is for me specifically, if I speak something out loud, if I speak about a memory out loud, it tends to kind of find more places to stick around in my brain, so I will remember these moments even longer because I had the opportunity to share it with you guys. So, thank you for that. But now it's time for a video game. And before we go to a video game of anything, we got to put a cheers out there. So cheers to every single person who made this recent trip to Puerto Rico special and completely unforgettable for me. I cannot wait to go back to Puerto Rico one day. So cheers to the friends we made along the way and the journey, or something like that. Rouge has been sitting up on this mountain this entire time. I hope you all enjoyed the sound of the crickets and stuff in the background. Oh my goodness. What I see out there. Speaking of fermentation, Ryan, any adventures with the non-canonical water purifier to share? I definitely did not put beer in it. And I definitely have put it up to my mouth recently. JK. Because it tastes terrible. I also put Campari in it. Watered down Campari. Also didn't work very well. Also, we're playing Rouge, by the way, y'all. This is what I'm doing. This is what I plan on doing. Green pool. KK. Danny out there saying, watching you live on Twitch, Cameron. Oh, excellent. I'm on all platforms, man. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. And that's about it. All things considered. 90s out there saying, I miss Puerto Rico. I think you were saying before that you've been before, right? If you go back, take me with you. Take me with you. Cole out there saying that he's got a drunken Easter cocktail. It's got an egg white, some lemon juice, some stacks, creme de cacao, black walnut bitters. Oh, with the peach. Oh my goodness. It uses the peeps. It uses the peepsy. Oh man, dude. Oh man, dude. I'll ask for requests eventually, y'all. I'm gonna get through a little bit further into this salty dog first. Green pool. There's a green pool over here. It is apparently not the right green pool. All right, well, that's fine. I tried my best. Renzo saying, Zoom, I miss Korea. If you ever go back, take me with you. South Korea, be great. Official being like iFunny stream when, if I can figure out how that works, I don't know, man. I don't need to stream to iFunny. My target audience isn't on iFunny. I think there's too many kids on iFunny. At least that's what I understand. Danny's saying TikTok. Streaming on TikTok is weird because in order to stream to TikTok like I do now, TikTok Studio needs like administrator access to my computer. And I hate that. I will not do that. Oh man. Where the heck is this thing? A high place. A high place on a green pool? I feel like this ain't where I want to be. Is it over here? Do I gotta go up? I think I gotta go up for this guy. Oh, man. 90's last visit in Puerto Rico was over 20 years ago, and the fact that you still think about it to this day means that apparently your experiences in Puerto Rico stuck around hopefully as long as mine will. Oh, come on, where's this thing? Oh, wait. I was gonna say, this is a botched run. It is not a botched run. It's literally right here. There we go. Can I touch it? Yeah, that was weird. Oh my god! Stop that. Who said water? Water's a good idea. Water's a good idea. Oh, man. Ryan saying, drive 11 hours or spend $32 on a round trip plane ticket. Yeah. It's easy. Just spend money. It's easy. Spending money is so easy. It's the part about getting it that's the problem. Or the hard part, I guess. All right, let's see. Let's go over this area over here, see if I can find it. Skittles out there apparently watching Sonic 3 right now. Are you liking it so far? I like Sonic 3. I like Sonic 3. Did anybody watch the Minecraft movie, by the way? Apparently, it completely eclipsed Sonic 3 in the box market, on the box office. I think that's incredible, dude. Oh, right. Rouge can't breathe underwater. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Is this thing moving? Was it over here? No. Is it up? No. I don't like this one. I don't like this run. This run's bad. I don't like this run. There we go. 90's out there saying that you went with your great-grandmother at the time to Puerto Rico. Aw, that's gotta be really sentimental for you. Oh, where is this thing? If I can get an excellent one on the first try, right while I'm here, that'd be so good, dude. So anybody joining us during the game segment, I am trying to get all 180 emblems, which means I have to do every stage really good. And I'm not that good at Sonic games, so here we are. Nope, not in there. It's gotta be over here. Gotta be... Oh my god! No, there you are. Got you, perfect. Fly around here a little bit, see if there's anything around here. Looks like it's gonna be down here. Oh my goodness. Danny out there saying water is good. I agree. Minecraft movie with Jack Black, indeed. Cole saying the chicken jockey, just in all capitals, so. I feel like if I saw a chicken jockey, I'd be happy with it. Oh, where are you? Is this the same one as... Oh, hold up. Maybe. Where are you? Maybe? Nope, it's gotta be in this pool. But where in the pool? Emerald's in the pool! Where are you? Emerald's in the pool. Where are you? Where are you? The emerald's in the pool! Oh, maybe it's above the pool. Nope, it's gotta be in the pool. Oh, there you are! Ah, yeah, there we go. That was great. All right, I think I want a hint for this one. Beneath the stone face apartments. Oh, okay. These look like apartments to me. There we go. It's beneath them. There we go. It's right there. There you are. Yeah, dude. That was pretty good. I felt that was good. Renzo saying, I don't know when I'll be going back to Korea, but I want to go at some point. Well, there we go. Just make it a goal. Do whatever you have to do to go back, at least ever so briefly. Go back in the capacity that you want to go back. There we go. That was a lot easier than I thought that was going to be. Now I gotta find all the rings, and that tends to take a little bit longer because I don't know what I am doing, and I've been drinking for the past 2 hours. I haven't been drinking a lot, mind you that, but I have been drinking. And I want to get familiar with all the different areas and stuff to see if there's any good things in it. Oh, hi there. Cool. I doubt that what I'm looking for is over here. No? Okay, well, I guess I gotta do it. I guess I'm gonna do it anyways. Bring me back. Back to the world of love. All right, cool. No love. Just whatever the heck this is. I think, what is it? Rouge's song is like Fly to Freedom or My Sweet... No. My Sweet Passion, I think, is Amy's song, not Rouge's. Oddly enough, I had the opportunity while I was in Puerto Rico. Lycos Lore, the guy who I do the podcast with, the Sonic podcast, lent me all of the issues in the Zombot saga of the comics, and I read those while I was taking my vacation. I managed to get through all of them. I'd never have a chance to read. But if anything, if I was going to read anything on my little vacation, I was so happy that it was Sonic the Hedgehog. So, like, shout out to Lycos Lore. Love that boy. Love that guy so much. Love him so much, I put a ring on him. Not really. I didn't marry him. He's got his own person. And we're both very monogamous. And we respect that. We're bros. We're homies. You know what? Maybe one of these days, Lycos, if you're out there, maybe one of these days I am just going to put a ring on you. Like, no commitment or anything like that. I just want you to have it. And I want to have the opportunity to put it on your finger. Bro. This is my podcast link, by the way, y'all. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. That's it. Don't hit me, please. Actually, I am very fragile. Please don't hit me. I'm very fragile. Hiya! Hiya! Hiya? Nope. Don't want that. You look like you're hiding rings? Nope. No rings. No rings at all. Danny out there saying Sonic is fast running. Correct! I mean, technically, at least in this one, I guess as opposed to other games, like, this game does a really good job of noting that, like, Tails, for example, Knuckles, they all move at distinctly different speeds than the other characters. Because, like, for example, in, like, the Sonic Advance games, for example, where you can actually play, or even Sonic 3 and Knuckles, like, you can just run really fast as Knuckles and run really fast as the other characters that are available. I thought there would be rings over here, but there are not. Whoops. But in this game, like, Knuckles has his own mechanic, Rouge has her own mechanic. Tails and Eggman don't move very fast because they're in machinery. It's just kind of like, in some of the other games, it just kind of dilutes the fact that, like, Sonic is, like, the fastest hedgehog alive. And it kind of dilutes it when everybody else can also move at very similar rates. Thought that there was an explosion. All right. So you can do the 100 rings right here in this area. That's easy.
I guess I took a little too much time.
Drank. As in, I drank. It's true. I did. I did. Renzo out there saying, too, I think I missed this message, by the way, so I apologize. You could actually go, the MLDA is 19. Minimum legal drinking age? Minimum legal drinking age? Is that an MLDA? I've never actually heard that acronym before in the context of drinks. MLDA, minimum legal drinking age. That must be what that means. But I guess if it doesn't mean that. Oh, it does. Oh, excellent. I have a new acronym that I can throw at people. I do like acronyms. My favorite acronym is Rafflecopter. Roll on floor laughing, can't operate properly till eyes refocus. It's great. And when you say it to anybody, they're like, what the fuck?
Then you go back to it.
Who dat? Cracksor! Welcome in, my friend. Welcome to the bar with an X. If I can get you a drink, feel free to say something. If not, that's fine. I'd say that I've got teas on the menu, coffees on the menu. The coffees, actually, I did wind up getting some nice beans for myself. Not in Puerto Rico. Typically, when I go places, I will bring back coffee with me if I enjoy the beans that I'm drinking. But if I don't find any, like, if I don't go to a place and I enjoy any of the coffees, like, I did enjoy the coffees, don't get me wrong, but nothing stuck out to me. I won't take the beans back with me. Just for a cost, you know. Renzo's like, where's Cole? He can come too. Oh, Cole's probably out there. Cole's a busy man, you know, thinking up drinks, playing some Gungeon. Cole shared with us the other day. I didn't actually watch the Nintendo Direct, but Enter the Gungeon 2 is apparently due for release for the Switch 2. I think that's pretty cool. I liked Enter the Gungeon 1, but I was never that good at it. I never got very far in it. Still fun nonetheless. And there were rings right over here. Okay, I gotta do that faster. Cole's like, wait, what about me? Oh, Renzo's talking to you. Oh, I did it!
Perfect, like me.
Excellence!
Stage.
So good! Let's find the lost Chow. I know exactly where it is. Probably. Maybe. I know exactly where you are. Come to me. Or don't. Do whatever you find good. Yeah, Cole, Renzo's talking to you on the YouTube side. Or talking about you. If you want to go to Korea, apparently you're invited. I can't recall whether or not I was explicitly invited or not. He says, like, crossing his toes a little bit and doing that little dance that, like, Sundari do. Me out here planning my next trip. I actually already have my next trip planned, y'all. Where are we going, y'all? Can you guess where I'm going next?
I got it.
I'll tell you about it if you can guess it.
easy for me. Stage select.
I'm done with this infinity salty dog, y'all. I'm sorry. I couldn't make it through it. This thing is terrible. I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm dumping it. The bucket's getting it. Oh my gosh. Come here, rums. I have many different rums to choose from. I'm gonna go with the Palo... Fucking, what is it called? Oh my god. Alto Grande. Palo Viejo is the white rum. Alto Grande, the large thingamabob. Renzo out there being like, drink request. Not yet, my friend. Not yet. I'm not ready for a drink request just yet. Danny out there being like, Korea can going. Me going to Korea? Maybe. Like I said, only if I get an invitation, which it appears that Renzo has invited in my direction. I'm a very busy man, y'all. I spend 70% of my time just editing stuff that happens right here. I'd love to go one of these days. One of these days, I'd like to like plan some like community trips and whatnot. I'm not paying for anything, but if you can like meet up at a location, like we'll hang. That'd be great. That's kind of what happened in Puerto Rico, because Brad was there. More Than Awesome was there. It was great. It was wonderful. Yeah, if we just so happen to be in the same place at the same time, like, I'm down for that, my guy. Don't get me wrong.
Stage select.
But apparently, me, Anna, Lycos, Enemy Chat, anyone else can come to. There we go. It's almost like Korea has public places. Beautiful. Cole being like the peepsy drunk from earlier. Dude, I'm honestly... Let's start talking about requests, right? I don't want to request yet. I don't want to drink a request yet. Collect the 3 emerald pieces at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, this should be potentially... okay. Maybe not. Excuse me. Let's start talking drink requests. Cole's got this Easter drink. Renzo's got that Castlevania one. Excuse me. Wait, Renzo, didn't you do a, what Castlevania drinks have we done already? I feel like we did a Castlevania drink already. And it might have been Dracula, but I can't remember. Skittle, like, make something dry for Dry Lagoon. That's a solid point. Give me a recipe. Oh, Trevor Belmont. That was the one that we did last time, Renzo. I got you. This one is Alucard. AKA Dracula. Wait a minute. What was that hint? On the head? Hey-yo. Which head? Oh, it's the big head. It's the big head. It's the large head. There absolutely is his head, y'all. No need to fret. No need to fret. On the head. There it is. Water up.
It's gotta be close.
What the frick is the hitbox of this guy? Come on, bro. Come on, what? Don't answer that question. Okay, that's fine. We can go this way. Is it down here somewhere? Down here? Down here? Down here? Maybe up here? Oh, there you are.
It's gotta be close.
Oh, no, it's in the... Oh, okay. It's right there. I gotta grab into a turtle. I must grab a turtle. I must grab a turtle. No, but the thing is... Oh, Big is hiding back there. All right, we got it. We got it. We can totally get it. I believe. I believe. Yes, dude. Renzo says Alucard is Dracula's son. Oh, he's a different person. I didn't realize that. Skittles like, make a water cocktail. I will just put bitters in water, and that'll be it, my guy.
Perfect.
That'll
Like
be
me?
it. Ingredients. Water, more water. If you're feeling fancy, add ice. I saw a hilarious video on TikTok the other day, and it was like how a mixologist makes water or something like that. And it was like you melt some of the water, you clarify some of the water, you just freeze the... I don't know, dude. I can't do it justice. I can't do it justice. That's solid. But yeah, I don't have a means to like do this officially at all, but like anybody watching right now, I sometimes take drink requests. I typically try to take at least 1 or 2, maybe every stream. If you got an idea for a drink to make, this is the stock that I've got. Anything on that website is totally fine. It's totally clear for requests. If you got a recipe and ratios, even better. If you don't, we've done our best to try to make it work before. Dude, I just noticed that that gun guy over there is just absolutely wailing on it. The highest emerald. Where doth the highest emerald? And how do you get to it? How does one get the highest emerald? I guess oh, hi there. Yep, hi there. Yep, hi there. Goodbye there. So I guess it must be over here somewhere, right? Oh, it's just right here. Oh, you gotta be you gotta be spot on. I see that. I see that. I see that. I see that. Oh, there's also one right there. Oh, wait a minute. This one. Oh. There's also one right there. How do you get up there? How do you get up there? Ah, interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, it's right there, dude. I think I can bounce for it. Maybe. There might also be something else that I might be missing about how to get up there, like a hidden spring or something. Oh, never mind. It's totally this one. Okay. Or is it? Is it that one? Man. Renzo out there saying, I sit back to see if there's no requests because I always have a recipe. And if a day comes that I don't, send help. I'm either dead or in trouble. We've got help for you. We've got a community of people. And at least some of them are medically trained, at least from my understanding. But it might be you're the one who's potentially medically trained. Got him. All right, that was pretty sad. Oh my goodness, really? No way. Okay. 2 at once is apparently that easy to do. Hello there. I think the other one's in the other area. I just gotta go underwater for it or something. That was easy so far. They said this one was hard mode. Randall's like, I'm the only one who's medically trained. Tisk, tisk. The doctor. The doctor in the family. Duh. There we go. Grab on. Let's go on an adventure, turtle. I have places I want you to take me. And I think it involves going inside of this hole over here. Before I die. Ryan saying, I got a drink for the 100-year-old cigar. Oh my god, please don't die. Oh, I freaking died. I freaking killed her. Oh, did that work? Did that work? Did that death work, y'all? It says 149. I don't know if it worked. I didn't hear a sound effect. I might have just missed it. Renzo's like, hey, I didn't say that was the only one. That's a good point there. Ryan's saying a 100-year-old cigar. It sounds mighty tasty. But is it as tasty as it could? Oh, hello there. Oh, how do I get down there? I thought maybe it was on the other side. I might be wrong about this. Maybe. We'll try. We'll try. Renzo out there saying, I found a player, quote-unquote, guild of people who also drink on Final Fantasy XIV, and they found out that you're a mixologist, and they call me on Friday nights for recipes to drink during the group chocobo racing. Oh, dude, that's cool. You're finding your crowd. You're finding your crowd. To be fair, despite being known as the mixologist in my social circles, people don't tend to call me for drinks. Now, what's the point of this? What's the point of that? Wait a minute, how does that work? Is there something I have to click to, like, reduce the water level? I can't remember if you have to do that somewhere or not. Strange. Stranger why there's a thing right here. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. I will find out that reason. Ryan said I got ratios I can send. I know you aren't taking drink requests right now, but it's Scotch, rum, and Chinar. Scotch, rum, and Chinar? Ryan hasn't had a drink request in a hot minute, so... Currently, I'm inching towards Ryan. Cole, I remember editing something from you recently. Renzo, you've been around the block. You know that. You know that. One of these days, I think I gotta, like, I'm gonna set up a system or something, kind of like the way that Pirate Software has his things, where, like, we can get drink requests and somehow I pick one from them. And then, I don't know, maybe you get, like... I don't know. I don't know what you would get if I don't pick your thing. I only drink once a week. I only drink once a day, y'all. And it's tonight. during every stream. And the reason I typically only keep it to 1 drink request is I could try to be able to... I want to try to get to everything if I can. And I want to try to get through them if I can, too. Granted, that's not always the case. Alright, I'm going to do a little... Where's my phone? I'm looking this one up. How'd I get that last damn Chaos Shard? What is this place called? Dry Lagoon. Last Emerald Shard hard mode. I feel like I have to drain the water. But I can't remember whether you can. There's 1 emerald on the 5th task, and that I can't get. It's 1 in the water. You've tried and tried and tried. You know what? Let me try it. Let me try a little bit more. Let me try a little bit more. I feel like I've got ideas. I think it might just be that you have to just go down. Do you have to just keep going down? Or maybe it's you have to hold something. If I jump into the water while holding something, can I sink? Because I've never tried that before. I haven't tried that yet. There was a skull in one of these boxes over here, I think. Oh, there's a little pot. There's a little pot. Oh, hello there. Pick. Pick. Bryce, welcome in, dude. How was Puerto Rico? It was good, dude. I talked all about it during the beginning of the stream. Went to a really nice bar. It was a beautiful wedding, my guy. Beautiful wedding indeed. What a beautiful wedding. This didn't work at all. Yeah. All in all, beautiful sights, beautiful sounds. Picked up a few bottles along the way, and it was great. All right. So there is something in regards to being able to sink. That might work. Might work. Renzo out there being like, lucky, I live in a small town and everyone knows that you're the mixologist. You get called up for random drink recipes. Dude, you should start charging them for that. If you're so known for your drink recipes, you should start charging people for it. One of these days, I'm going to start charging people for it. Then I'll be a real professional mixologist. All right. My plan was grabbing a heavy object, and it didn't work. Bryce being like, beautiful man, too, and a beautiful lady. Isn't it beautiful when beautiful people get married? It's wild.
Even if I collect all the pieces, can he really put it back together?
Yes. Yes, he can, Rouge. In regards to your comment about Knuckles. Master Emerald Shards, hard mode, bottomless pit, big oasis, put it on underwater. Put it on underwater? The 3rd shard, put on the treasure scope either from on the turtle, then run off into the... Oh, do I need the treasure scope? Oh, I need the treasure scope. I don't have that for Rouge yet. I think that's in, Mad Space. Oh, it's in Security Hall! There will be a ruin, play the Mystic Melody in Security Hall. Oh, okay, I can't get that one yet. Bryce out there being like, I wasn't talking about the groom. Oh, yes, that kind words, kind words. Wild how you also know that Brad is beautiful. I had no idea you had such good eye for people, Bryce. My goodness. All right, let's go to Security Hall with Rouge. I need that Mystic Melody. I need the melody that's mystic, yo. Mystic melody. All right, and I gotta go on block C where there's a mystic melody somewhere. I got what I needed there, so I'll come back for it. Hall C, where's the C Hall? Where is C Hall? Where is C Hall? I don't know. Are that supposed to represent the levels? Oh, wait. It says it right on the corner, right? B Hall. B Hall. Oh, okay. Oh, hello there. I got whacked. I was crushed. C Hall's over here. Oh, hello there. Okay, goodbye there. Well. Okay, so there's a mystic melody around here somewhere. I think it's on top of this little thing over here. If I can get to it. I'm pretty sure it's over here. Somewhere on top, perhaps? Oh, in between those boxes, perhaps? Maybe. Get on top of boxes. Yeah, that's right. Get on top of the boxes. What the? Oh. I didn't realize that didn't hurt me. Oh, there's the mystic. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. So right now I've got drink requests from Ryan for the old 100-year-old cigar. drink request from Renzo for their Alucard cocktail, and a drink request from Cole for this Easter cocktail that uses these peeps. This peepsy that I have. I try to prioritize requests from folks who haven't given a request before, so if you're new here and you want to give a cocktail request, hit me up. There's the treasure scope. Alrighty then. Now we're going back to Dry Lagoon. Yep. That's a death. Back to Dry Lagoon. Get that last damn Chaos Emerald. Last damn Master Emerald Shard. Not a Chaos Emerald. Correction. And that's what we got. Currently what I'm sipping on are some rums that I picked up in Puerto Rico. Which one was my favorite again? This Alto Grande, right? Alto Grande? That's what it's called? That's what it's called? Alto Grande! Alto Grande, 5-year-old rum. Honestly, not one of my favorites. Where's the Pitorro? That's not it. It has a distinct smell to it. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, man, dude. I love the way that smells. It's funky, dude. It's got a smell that almost kind of reminds me of something I had while I was still in my fraternity. I don't remember what it could possibly be. All right, come on. You got this, Rouge. Maybe I have to jump on it twice. Oh, come on. Dude, that's what it is. That's what it is. For being a white rum, this is incredibly molasses forward. That's what it is. That's what it is. That is a very, very molasses forward white rum. The Pitorro. That's cool. That is cool. I'm really tasting it now. I'm really tasting it. Mmm. Alright, so I gotta... So I can apparently put on the treasure scope. No, I don't want to move. Oh, crap. Crap. Button. Treasure scope. There we go. There's a thing in here somewhere. There's a bumper in here. There you are. There it is. Nice job, Cameron. You're welcome, Cameron. Oh, my goodness gracious. B rank, incredible. It's because I struggled with that one spring. No rank here, y'all. Gotta get the A rank. Gotta get the A rank.
Stage selected.
All right, let's try it again. Do it again. Do it again. I have a strange feeling. Something about that bumper up there makes me think that you have to jump on it twice in order to get the right, like the right. I don't know, dog. What's the right word for it? Length? Length is the wrong word. Oh my god. Girth? No, not that. Height! That's a more appropriate word to use. And probably more accurate. I say weird things on the internet sometimes, y'all. It's kind of a part of the job. Alright. Treasure scope! Nope, I didn't want it. Nope. There we go. Nope, not on the... Nope, I don't want that. I don't want that. Treasure scope? Okay. Dude, I swear, this confusion with the buttons is gonna be the thing that gets me. I swear. There we go. It was less... Dude, it was 1 minute and 70 milliseconds. Please. Please. Gib sumish. Gib sumish. See! Yeah, I learned that. I learned that in Spanish.
Like me?
It's Spanish, yo.
Stage
It's Spanish, yo. Not that I know much Spanish, but I know that one. Relatively speaking. All right, well, we got that. Cool. Yeah, tonight was going to be a Rouge episode anyways. I didn't actually finish all of Knuckles' stuff. So we're going to do some Knuckles stuff. Let's go back to the Death Chamber, right? There's a hidden chow around here somewhere, and I think I know where it is. Let's go back to Nucleus. Get a little bit of Rouge. Go to Nucleus. I know exactly where this guy is. I know exactly where he is. I think. Maybe. I've been wrong before. No, I actually might not know exactly where he is. I think he's around here. Because there's a button here, and there's a thing down below, and I feel like there's gotta be a hidden chow in here somewhere. It's so perilous. Look at these spiky balls. Nothing says perilous like giant moving spiky balls. And a timer, evidently, for something that is important. What it goes to, no freaking clue. Where does it go to? Oh, it's over there. Oh, it's over there. There we go. We did it. Great. That wasn't too bad. So this is what this is where the chow is, right? Like, there's got to be a chow around here. There's no way there's no chow. Is it underwater too? Oh my God, it is. Oh no, it must be up. It must be up, right? Because chow like can't breathe underwater. Wait. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. But where is he? Where is the young? Oh, I see. It's a puzzle. Oh my goodness. Riley being like, the chow mission for this level sucks. I had a lot of trouble with this one. I thought it was gonna be so easy. Oh, there's another. Oh, there's another. There's another thing, eh? There's another thing, eh? Yeah, I see it. I see it. I get one of these, and then I click a button somewhere, right? I have to do. Oh, it's the other one, right? It's not. It's this one, right? It's this one. It's gotta be this one. Right? Does that turn that one back on? No, that certainly doesn't open that one, does it? Yeah, that opens that one. It's definitely not for these doors over here. That's the thing, like, for all these missions, too, like, I remember completing all these missions once upon a time. I never got all the emblems and stuff, but I did complete all the missions. I just didn't get A ranks on everything. And so, like, I've done all this before. It just needs to come back to me. Or I just look it up. I feel like I used to be a little bit more prideful and like, oh, I will never look things up. I'm gonna do this authentically. I'm a pro gamer, right? I'm not a pro gamer. I'm here for the drinks, yo. I'm here for the drinks. And if I can cheat my way to victory, I absolutely will. Because that's Camera with an X's vibe. Camera without an X, he likes to figure things out on his own and take his time. Not Camera with an X. No. That's the stream persona. Is that the dig in the walls? What are you hiding from me, Emerald? It's up here, right? Oh, not to mention, too, that my game sometimes just moves at twice the pace. It just happens. It's special. My game is very special. And I like it special. Nope, not in there. That's exactly where the chow is, yo. It's gotta be. All right, what about here? There we go. And I got a strange feeling. Wait, what is... Wait a minute, what is that supposed to be? Oh, it's a... What a gaslight. I saw the hidden doors down there, and I was like, it must be for that one, right? No, I mean, it is, but... Nope. There we go, get in there. Get in the Knucklies. No! Oh my gosh, buddy! Riley, like, all the treasure hunting levels stopped me from getting all the emblems. Especially like, if you played this game in the era where, like, there were not as many walkthroughs online, or it was more difficult to get online, it felt almost impossible to get on the emeralds. I wound up figuring out, like, walkthroughs and stuff as a kid. I was a very internet-inclined person. Granted, let's say, I'm 27 now, so, like, my playing of this game happened mostly, like, almost 20 years ago, probably. So, at the time, I was getting my hand, like, I had already gotten my hands dirty with the internet. I started using a computer when I was 2 years old, y'all. My parents started me young, dude. So I knew how to look up walkthroughs, but it didn't click with me to look up walkthroughs until I was around, like, I think, like, 8 or 9 or something. And I know that because my memories of specifically playing Luigi's Mansion as a kid were wrought with... I couldn't even get past the training area because we didn't realize, my brother and I didn't realize that you had to actually suck up the ghosts. We were just hitting them with the flashlight, and it took us a long time to figure out that, oh, well, actually, you actually have to suck them up, and there's a separate button for that. Okay. At the very least, I know where the chow is now, and I'm still struggling to get into it. That might be the alcohol. That might be everything else. I don't know what you want to call it, but I'm here, and when you're here, you're family. Papa John's or something. Olive Garden, Olive Garden. Yep, that's what it is. Just gotta get in there. There's gotta be a strategy for getting in there. I bet that in hard mode, there's an emerald in that location. Nope! Ah, yes. That Pitorro really ends molasses. Doesn't start very molasses, but it ends molasses. I like that. Honestly, that is probably the most flavored rum that I have, and I like that. No! Knuckles, why? My brother. My brother in Not So Christ. My brother in Echidna Christ. Why? Why is it so easy to get in there? No, don't there must be... Oh, yo, maybe there's a... With my treasure scope. My sunglasses. Is there a... Nope. I thought surely there'd be like a bumper or something. Alright, so I think I go in here. I go in here. And then I go this way. And then I specifically... Here. And then I crawl over. And then I just... Whoop! There we go. Fly inside.
I found him.
Whoop! E rank? Yeah.
I have to try harder.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you win some, you lose some.
Stage.
Where's my water? There you are. When I was younger and played this game, if there was anything that gave me a laugh more so than anything else in the game, it's going through the levels that you didn't quite get the A rank in, but you got other ranks, and just speaking out exactly what the ranks were in order. Like in this case, it'd be I had some that were like some that had like the adie or asire, like ACCAE. As a young, what, 13-year-old? That was freaking hilarious. Renzo saying, I'm back. What did I miss? Oh, I touched a small woodland creature, I think. I guess Chow really aren't considered woodland creature. They're not like a flicky or anything. They're a completely different, like, small not so woodland creature entirely. So, like, I touched it, and I was ranked E on it. E. I did not do very well. Over here. And now I'm gonna go back for it, because it'll be better. Ryan out there saying that I have successfully condensed a 250 character over limit recipe and directions for the 100-year-old cigar into a single message. Wow, that's impressive, my guy. That is impressive. And you're working with YouTube character limits, dude. YouTube character limits. That's tough. That's tough. You know, I know that you want nothing to do with Daddy Bezos, but those character limits are not as stringent on the Twitch side. There is also the Discord, which I believe you're familiar with of using. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. If anything, Ryan, what was that again? I knew it had Chinar in it, and it had some whiskey and something else. I haven't had a request like that in a while. A message, like a request that didn't have too much work, you know? Excuse me. If I can get this in this run, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If I can get it in this run, I'm giving Ryan his cigar.
I found him.
Ryan, let's go smoking. Yes, and I got the A rank too. I'm giving it. I'm giving it. What do we got here? It's got some AIDS rum, Chinar, yellow chartreuse. Oh, I see the abbreviation there. Quarter of an ounce of the Talisker, right? Quarter of an ounce of absinthe, all but the absinthe, and then mixing glass, stir, rinse, chilled coupe with absinthe, strain, and serve immediately. Immediately. Rinse in a chilled coupe. This is stirred, right? This is stirred? Yeah, and mixing glass with ice. Yeah. I like that. I like that. Cole, if you're out there for the peep seat, love you, man. Love you. Renzo, if you're out there too, also love you, guy. You know, but it's been a while since we had something from Ryan. So I think I'm going to do that one. I'm also open to the opportunity, y'all. I want to see about potentially one of the things that I want to play around with, y'all, is I might be able to have the opportunity to do some more like one-off streams. And if there's enough push for folks to want me to try their recipes, I want to try to be able to carve out some time specifically to do so, but it would work more on the end of, it doesn't happen like during the stream. Instead, there would be a number of recipes that get requested, and I just go through those requests if I have the ingredients for them, just to be able to do them a little bit more like rapid fashion. So I'm kind of open to doing that, y'all. I've got some ideas of what I could do with more stream time and stuff, because I realized specifically that the time that I've got to be able to get through recipe requests or infusions and stuff like that is rather limited. So I was thinking about, especially while I was on vacation, first of all, thought workshopping some recipes. Second of all, to be able to go through and, make a little bit more of the time that we've got here. Just taking a picture of that recipe from Ryan real quick so I've got it. But one of the other ideas that I had was taking all the different things that you can do with ingredients and throwing them into like requests of sort or like redemptions and stuff, because of all the things that you can do in the world of like mixology and fermentation, there's a ton of things that you can do with just any ingredient, basically, right? You see the folks over at Golden Hive making wine and mead out of Mountain Dew and stuff. You have folks over at I think Craft a Brew and Still It who are distilling things and crafting, making beers and stuff out of stuff. I've recently been getting on the train of lacto fermentation, which you could effectively do with I think anything. On TikTok, Grubology does a lot of lacto fermentation and pickling work and stuff like that. And you've seen Doka Ryan doing his infusions up the wazoo. And I would really like to see what ideas that you guys have so that I can try them here behind the bar and play around with that. So I was thinking, this is just kind of an idea that I just came up with the other day, so if it's totally not, then let me know. But if you like it, then by all means let me know. There would be a redemption for each method of processing a spirit and or ingredient, right? So you could say there'd be a lacto ferment redemption where we lacto ferment something, which doesn't always produce alcohol. Sometimes it does. It typically doesn't. We could do a yeast fermentation of something, and it could have either water in it, wine, or some other sweetener and stuff like that. We could do an infusion, or we do a drink request. I don't know. I think if the idea that I had is we put all these off into specific redemptions, just so at the very least, so I can track when they happen, and so that we can buffer things so that it doesn't all happen at once. Is kind of the idea that I've been working with. Ryan out there saying, don't forget the Angostura bitters. I know we got some ads starting in just 50 seconds or so, or a minute or so. So I'm gonna grab all the ingredients for Ryan's cigar cocktail, and then we'll hop into that one. I know I got a rinse and absinthe glass. I got a chill glass on the ready. Try to be prepared for that one. I saw that water out there. Cole saying, I'm here. There's always Monday. Very, very true. Always here. Saying Renzo too. I've always been here, even when you didn't know that you were here. Indeed. Renzo came out of the woodwork only recently. Renzo saying, have we fed the fermentations today? Yes, I fed Ginny Baby and Clementine this morning, our little ginger bugs that we have in residence here. As a reminder, while I was over on my vacation, just a quick note here before the ads start, Ginny Baby and Clementine with an X have been in the refrigerator. If you're working on a fermentation and you want to stop it or severely slow it down, put it in the refrigerator. It shouldn't kill any of what's ever active in there, but it should slow it down to a rate where things shouldn't explode while you're gone. I took this out of the refrigerator and fed it this morning, and it just started bubbling again. And actually, Ginny Baby has been doing a lot better now since she had her time in the refrigerator. I think she's more active now than she was previously. I'm really happy to see that. I've also done some more research on lacto fermentations for drinks and stuff like that, including how to get the salt flavor out of that thing, because it's very, very intense. Good questions from Skittle and Renzo, by the way. Skittle, I was worried about Ginny. Don't you worry. I'm not good at keeping most things alive, but if it involves fermentation, I do a pretty good job, at least so far. What was it? The zucchini lacto fermentation did not go well. It almost knocked me out. With the exception of that, everything was great so far. We got ads starting here in a hot minute. Ad break. Ad break. There it is. There it is. I get a notification on Twitch when ad breaks are supposed to be starting, but when it says ad breaks are starting, and it says it'll start in 2 minutes or whatever, it actually takes an extra minute for it to actually happen. And it's weird. But yeah. The other thing, honestly, so for the folks watching on the YouTube side, the other thing that I'll say about Ginny Baby is, like, Ginny Baby has never had a very rapid fermentation going on at one time, and that got me a little bit worried that I didn't do this correctly, or there might be something else going wrong. Another thing to consider with this ginger bug too is that when you're doing any sort of fermentation, you want to try to make sure that no extra microbes have space to grow in there. Some of my ginger is floating to the top. It's not necessarily a bad thing when you're doing fermentation, but if you have any of what you're including in your fermentation liquid rise above the liquid, it is an aerobic environment where things like mold can grow. Mold can't really grow underwater, so to speak, because it's technically anaerobic in the water. There might be some more nuance there that I'm not quite not at the authority to speak upon, but when things are underwater, there's a much less chance of something going wrong. And for the most part, there are no weird slimes growing on Ginny Baby. There is no weird molds developing on Ginny Baby. So for the most part, everything is moving according to plan. But when I worked on Clementine over here, there were some rapid bubbles that I showed you all. And this thing, after I took it out of the bag, the bubbles were like insane, dude. I had to burp Clementine daily, multiple times a day, because the pressure was building up so much. And that soda bottle that we filled up too was full within 12 hours. And I had to burp that a couple of times too, at least one time too, just to make sure that it didn't like explode. Actually, I put it in the refrigerator to make sure it didn't, get any excited. But Ginny Baby was never like that. And it might be because I did maybe it's because it was my first fermentation. Technically, this is not a lacto fermentation either. This is a wild fermentation from yeast that are available on a wild ferment. And there is one other, when the folks get back from the ad, I'll actually talk about this a little bit more. There is one other wild fermentation that you all might forgot about. You might have forgotten about it, but I didn't forget. And it's over on the side over here. I know Renzo didn't forget, because Renzo and I have talked about this a little bit, but it's what's in this container over here. Little chong, my honey chong, my honey fermentation. I'll tell you all about it when we get back from the ads. Oh man, I'm tired, y'all. Oh, I got back and my cold brew's not ready yet, so I wasn't able to caffeinate as much as I wanted to this morning. I'm feeling so tired, y'all. I gotta kick my circadian rhythm back in line. I haven't stayed up till 1 a.m. for the past couple days, so I gotta get my schedule back in line. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. There was one other fermentation that I just wanted to give you all a very, very quick update on before we move into this request from Ryan over here, actually, because I was talking a little bit about Ginny Baby and Clementine with an X. I have an unnamed fermentation that I started making inadvertently during the Kingdom Hearts series. If you recall, one of the ingredients for the Axel cocktail utilizes some lemon-infused honey syrup, which is what I was calling the precursor to a Korean-based syrup, notably known as a chong or cheong. I've heard it pronounced both ways now, where you typically take sugar and cover some fruit with it, or you cover it with honey. In the case of Axel's cocktail, you take honey and you cover sliced up pieces of lemon until the honey has has lost most of its viscosity by absorbing some of the juice from the lemon, some of the oils from the rind, and some other stuff going on there. If you leave that lemon-infused honey syrup for long enough, it could potentially start fermenting from the wild yeasts that are available on the rind of the lemon. Make sure you clean those lemons. And oddly enough, I left this in my liquor closet for a good month or two whenever we did the Kingdom Hearts cocktails, and I've had to burp this thing multiple times because lo and behold, there are some bubbles on the inside of it. I'm not sure if y'all can tell, but when I take off the top here, you might see a couple of bubbles rise up when I kind of let it breathe a little bit. Move this a little bit over here. Get a little bit more space for you to... There you go, you can see that now. There we go. There was a little bop too. I'm gonna try to find a place where there's any bubbles coming out. Oh, check out the bubble. There we go. We got some bubbles. Looks like right around here. Those bubbles were not there when I rebottled it this morning, actually. Renzo's like, taste it, please. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, again, so this is a work in progress ingredient. This effectively, whoop, hello there, kind of spilled a little bit. This is effectively something that will last indefinitely. because of the preservation properties of fermentation, right? So eventually, I want to be able to take, this is why I want to be able to open up the opportunity for more infusions of a sort. I want to be able to build up the redemptions and stuff here at the bar with an X to a point that not only are you requesting drinks on the stream, but also infusions and also syrups and also all that stuff. And there will be a whole section of the website of infusions and ingredients that were made specifically from chat. So this is one of my ideas. It's just something that I've been working on. But some of the infusions that we do, I want to scale it up to a point where, Renzo, you and I were working on a tahini infusion the other day. If we perfect that and we figure out a means to make it like a palatable ingredient, I would love to have Foxworks Studio, Renzo's tahini infused Amaro Montenegro as an ingredient. So not just you're aware of it, but so the internet's aware of it, because we're all kind of working on it together. I want to take all, if I can, I want to take all the secrets that exist behind craft breweries, craft cocktail bars, and otherwise, and bring them here and put them into the hands or the influence of the internet. Whether or not that's a good idea or not, I'm not really sure, but that's the idea, and we'll try to make it work. Mustafa, welcome in, my dude. Good to have you back. How am I doing? I just got back from Puerto Rico, and I brought a couple of spirits along the way. You caught me. We're going to do a drink request from Ryan over on the YouTube side. And I'm trying this now fermented honey lemon chong Korean-based syrup that's been sitting for a couple of months now, actually. It's still good. It's still good. And I want to give it a try. Last I've checked on this a few times over the last couple months or so. It is tart, it is honey forward, and it has a distinct fermented note to it. Last I checked, but let me get a full bar spoon of this. This thing is not, this is not viscous anymore. It flows like water. And this was just honey slices and water. That's all it was. Sorry, honey slices and lemon slices and honey. That's all it was. Let's give this a try. Woo! It's tart. It's sour. But it is sour and sweet. So we were talking a little bit a few weeks ago about tart versus sour. This is tart. It is not like, purse your lips level sour like lemon juice. It's somewhere in between of a balance of sweet and sour. But it was a little bit more sour than it is sweet. And it is a wonderful combination. In particular, the notes from against it, there is a slight fermented, almost bready note to it, but it's not more bread as it is just kind of like leaving like a dry sensation on my mouth that almost is akin to like the air that you get from mint. There's no mint in here, right? But that sort of airiness that I get from it, and I'm still trying to figure out the right word to describe that particular sensation. I get that, but in the syrup, and it's great. Oziel popping back in saying, I'm back. How was your trip? Any new bottles? I did, actually. So every single bottle that I covered earlier is a new bottle at the bar with an X, as well as this bottle of Dewar's Scotch, which I acquired via some just very nice decisions, very good decisions. I got that one for free, but everything that I covered at the very beginning of the stream are all new bottles. They had not been here before. Even that little nip of Don Q Crystal. I've never actually had one of those here. So let me do a little cleanup of this guy. So the other thing to note about this particular lemon chong here is because the container that I was keeping it in wasn't exactly totally sealed, so it would burp itself every once in a while. I changed this to a mason jar so I can properly seal it because I want to have a little bit more control over the fermentation environment, and I'm going to start checking on these. Because I've started checking on fermentations daily like I have with Clementine and Ginny Baby over there, I now have more faith in myself that I'm not necessarily going to miss something. Because I've been feeding these ones daily, I've been burping them daily, been checking on them daily, and so eventually I want to get to a point where, like I said, y'all can tell me what to ferment next or otherwise, and I'll be able to keep a close eye on this stuff. Or stop it, if necessary. Depending on what's going on. Because if I'm not watching them, who the hell is supposed to do so? You know? Renzo saying honey slices and honey. How do you get a honey slice? Yeah, duh. Clearly I've been drinking. Oziel being like, for free, a full bottle of scotch? I did, yo. Long story short, we were at the reception, the rehearsal dinner, and I was the only person. They bought one bottle of scotch. I was the only person to drink from it. So the father of the groom was like, you can have it, because we paid, because of you, I think the whole thing was like, if you don't open a bottle, they get reimbursed from it. But if you do open a bottle, you have to pay for the full bottle. So they had to pay for the full bottle because I was the only person to order from it unknowingly. I did not do this on purpose. It was like, well, we paid for the bottle for you, and you like it, so here you go. And I was like, oh my god, thanks. Oddly enough, I don't know if anybody's had a bottle of Dewar's out there before, but the cap, like, degraded. I can't seal it. So I put a little bit of electrical tape on the inside of it just to make sure that I can actually seal it the way that I was before. Anyways, so like I was saying before, eventually I will become comfortable enough with this lemon chong that I will put it up on the website as an ingredient. Honestly, I'm comfortable with this enough now. I would put it up on the website, so I'm going to try to do that so that it's available for, or that it's known for stuff and whatnot in the future. And this would be going under the syrups category because it is admittedly a syrup. There we go. Put that back down. Anyways, what did I miss out there? Orion saying, how peaty is it? Not very peaty at all. I will say, so that Dewar's is probably the least peaty scotch I have ever had. Actually, it is as peaty as some really, really cheap scotches are. I have one bottle of blended scotch in Verhouse. It was the cheapest bottle of scotch I could find. Not super peaty. Dewar's, not super peaty. Not a lot of smoky notes, like, at all. If anything, it is the sweetest scotch that I have ever tried. It made for one of the highlight of the drinks that I ordered during the wedding. I asked for a whiskey highball with the Dewar's specifically because they had it on stock during the wedding, not before. This was not when, this did not come from the bottle that I wound up getting after the fact. And it was sweet. It was caramelly. It was it was all those notes that I feel like people tell you whiskey tastes like, but I actually tasted it. It was not very peaty. Ozzy asking, what is peaty? Peat is like something that is a material derived from swampland, basically, that you can burn and use to stop the germination process of malted grains and stuff. It's a very traditional ingredient used in Scotch whiskeys, where when you take the grain, let it grow a little bit, it's called germination, that's called malting, and you stop it by putting it into a kiln, and the fuel source they use could be, you could use wood, typically, or charcoal in most kilns. In this case, they use the peat, and it imparts a flavor into the malt, which naturally carries through to the whiskey. Some whiskeys are a lot more peaty than others. They can also use this, I don't know enough about the process of Scotch to know whether or not peat is used in any other part of the Scotch making process. To the folks who are more authoritative, be able to speak on that, can help educate me on that, so I can keep educating other people on it. Tier Nebula popping in, saying, just got back home, hope you had a good trip. I did. And Renzo saying, joke for learning, can I get a slice of you, honey? Anytime. But Dearest has first dibs. In any case, we've got this cocktail from Ryan. What do we got here? I took a picture of it so I can keep track of it. Isn't it in Discord too? No? No problem. That's why I took a picture of it for it. Faded away. Ryan's got this Ryan's got this recipe that feels perfect to use one of these new Puerto Rican rums that I just got. Which one? Oh, it says aged rum, but I really want to use. Do I have a really good aged rum for that? We're going to go with something a little bit less expressive. The only aged rum that I picked up on my journey was this Alto Grande, so I'm gonna use Alto Grande in this. It wasn't my favorite rum of the bunch, but it is aged rum. I'm gonna use it here. It's certainly better than the khaki rums that I have in the liquor closet over there, so I'm taking advantage of this situation. Oh, man. Ryan out there saying, it imparts a grassy hay note along with a smokiness to the whiskey. Peatiness. Tier saying, how did the ferment go while you were gone? I put them in the refrigerator, and they've been going well. So actually, the no update yet on the what was it? The blood orange skin lacto from. I'll go grab it. Why am I telling you about it when I can just show it to you? That's a good point. Dude, wait a minute. How many fucking fermentations do we have? Genie Baby, Clementine. What else is fermenting right now? Is anything else fermenting? Oh, the honey that I just showed you always fermenting? I have 4 things fermenting right now. it only makes sense that next we make our own moonshine. Like, it's the logical next step, right? Yeah, so the raspberry blood orange peel fermentation honestly hasn't gotten very far. I think because while we were gone, the temperature dropped here in Philadelphia, and I was prepared. I set the apartment to be on heat mode, not on cool mode. So I think it got too cold for that to continue. But this is just fine. It has not yet started to blow up. If anything, there's a little bit more air in the bag than there was previously. And there's a little bit of liquid in the bag that wasn't there previously. So I'll note that. So it is beginning to produce a brine. Whether or not that is a brine in the traditional sense, like salt and water, or whether it's a little bit more like salt and oil, for example, because there are a notable amount of oils in the peels of citrus, is unknown to me. But that's the status of that one. Good point there, Tier. I completely forgot about that. Oh my god. Yeah, but for the Clementine and Ginny Baby, I put them in the refrigerator, and that effectively stopped fermentation while I was gone. Ryan's like, there's 5 fermentations going on. Can't forget your liver. It's true. That's true. All right, so Ryan's recipe calls for some aged rum, for some chinar, some yellow chartreuse, some Talisker and Angostura, and some absinthe. I forgot to grab the Talisker from the closet, so I'm gonna go do that. I got my chinar back here. I've got yellow chartreuse back here. This is the yellow one. That's the green one. There's the yellow. It's still back here. Hey there. By the way, y'all, none of you apparently hate me enough to put yellow chartreuse or green chartreuse into the infinity bottle. And I'm very thankful for that. I'm very thankful for that. Let me go get the scotch. Also the scotch. The scotch is also available. All right, and then we need some Angostura bitters. That's what I got here. Great. All right, I got all my ingredients now. And no space to put them. All these ingredients, I don't know where to put them. What am I gonna do? Get our liquor closet can, get some shelves or something. Gee whiz. Okie dokie. I need a mixing glass. Good thing I have one of those. There we go. Okay, cool. Ryan, Renzo out there was talking to your dad about EMT class, and I heard your response, and I don't know why, but that made me blush hard. You're welcome. Tier saying, I was low-key thinking about it the other day, that's why I remembered. Oh, nice, dude, nice. I'm glad to know that the microbes here at the bar with the next are living in your brain rent-free. Austin coming in with some facts. Ryan saying he's using reverse psychology on us with the chartreuse comment. I would never. I see a Wubbo out there saying, not a big drinker, but since I've been watching you, I've been making mocktails before you game. I love this channel. Super thankful. Having lots of fun. Hey, thanks so much, Snubnose. I really appreciate it out there. It's words like that that keep me wanting to put things in bags with salt. And making more drinks and stuff like that. What kind of mocktails are you working on, my friend? I'm curious of what you've been working on, if you got like flavor preferences and stuff like that. I will say, I have a very particular problem, in my opinion, with people who make books on mocktails and say, oh, all you have to do is just take the whiskey out and put some non-alcoholic whiskey in there. It's not the same thing. Change your ratios, readjust your cocktails for the pursuit of better cocktails. But if it works for you, I want to know what does, because I'm still learning over here, especially with the mocktail stuff. All right, so we gotta add to a stirring glass, we're gonna add 1 3/4 ounces of aged rum. I'm gonna use this bottle of Alto Grande that I just picked up while I was in Puerto Rico. What a magnificent pop on this fucker. Oh my gosh. I will say, there are, as we noticed earlier, this cork is a bit damaged, so there are some pieces of cork in this bottle. How do we deal with that? I could just decant it. I'm going to decant it another time. I didn't have enough time to play around with this, but there are some pieces of cork in this. This is my bar. It is going in my mouth. So if this was a place that, if you were at your own bar and you found that for some reason or another, the cork has gotten into your bottle here, as Ryan suggested to me earlier, you can decant it. Just put it into another container, put a little filter in between, should get all those pieces out. And if you can, clean out the original bottle and then put it back on the inside. That was the trick that helped me be able to get some of these canepas out of this bottle of rum that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Ryan's like, strain the pour into the jigger. It's a solid idea. The only problem that I got is, I mean, I guess I could just put a little... Nah, I'm too lazy. I'm not gonna do it. Not this time. Not this time. I'll decant this before next week, and that way it'll have all the cork gunks out of it. You don't want to keep it in there for too long because cork, if you've never eaten cork before, can sometimes have a flavor to it depending on the way that it is or is not treated. So just a little note. Just a little note. Let's do a ounce and a quarter. Ounce and a quarter of this aged rum. That's what we're starting out with. Let's do that. If I get cork in my drink, I'm drinking it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We'll do that one. This has been aged for 5 years, by the way, y'all. That's why it's got a big number 5 on it. I definitely did get some piece of cork in there. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll just double strain this at the other end. Ryan's like, 1.75 ounces. Yeah, 1 ounce and 3/4. Right? Did I say something different? 1 ounce and 3/4 of aged rum. If I missed that earlier. Oh, I heard a quarter. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, 1 ounce and 3/4. I got you. I got you. Thank you. Let's see. Tier saying that happened to me too before. I just drank the cork. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I absolutely would. I absolutely would. If it again, this studio is my home bar, right? Like if I was serving patrons, I would decant it first, or at least like give them a drink on the house. You know, that's what I would do. But I'm at home, and it's what 11:30 in the morning. Wubbo out there saying, adds a complex note. Oh, for the cork there? Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. The cork is new. That only happened earlier today when I actually cracked open the bottle. The bottle there, I cracked open just a couple hours ago. And y'all saw me do it. How's the music? Music's still working. Great. Let's do, next we'll add a 1/2 ounce of Chinar. It's that bottle with the artichoke on it. It's tasty. At least I think. I'll admit, y'all. I will admit, y'all. No offense. No offense to Cole. No offense to Renzo. But I just read this recipe and I was like, oh yeah, I think I'm going to appreciate this. Not to say that Peepsy is a bad thing to add to a drink, and not to say that Renzo's Alucard creation is not exactly a balanced drink. I haven't even tried it yet. However, I have a particular category of drink that I like exploring, and they tend to be very spirit forward. They tend to be spirit forward, alcohol forward, complex in the number of ingredients, typically have an Amaro in them, and stirred and served either with an absinthe rinse or otherwise. I'm a fan of more of Sazerac now than I was previously. Anyways, Ryan out there saying he's EST to your Nebula. He's just a bit drunk. 11:20 for you as well. Yeah, I am. Yeah, only just a little bit. Not that much. Not that much. What did I say? Wait, what did I say at the wrong time too? Did I say a wrong time too? Gee whiz, yo. I haven't been drinking that much. I tend to find too, by the way, y'all, like, and for the sake of full transparency here, I realize after stream is over,
Hello.
sometimes I totally play up how drunk I am, either inadvertently or otherwise.
Quite well.
When the camera's off, I tend to
Thank you very
cool down a little bit. But things seem really I don't know why, but my bar feels so quiet today. I don't know why. I don't know. Oh, did I say AM? Oh, yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I am drunk, aren't I? All right. 1/2 ounce of yellow chartreuse. If anybody's got any of it left. Got you there. Also, too, like, the drink here, I've never had yellow chartreuse and rum together. That was a combination that I was intrigued by. That with the inclusion of the Chinar as well. There we go. A single dash of Angostura bitters. Put my yellow chartreuse back where it belongs. Maybe we'll see that again soon. Who knows? I don't know. Beats me. Single dash of this. Yeah, I guess that's a single dash. That's all we get. I don't know, y'all. So some dasher bottles that I have dash better than others, or they dash a little bit more aggressively than others. And I find that with my Angostura bottles, they tend to be a lot more aggressive on their dashes, but that one just seems so dainty. But the recipe calls for a single dash, so that's all we're gonna use. That's all I'm gonna use. Hard pressed for me to want to put more dashes of Ango in a drink that I've never tried yet. Might be good. Probably is. All right. 1/4 ounce of Talisker, 1/4 ounce of absinthe. All right, there we go. Next, we'll do 1/4 ounce of single malt Scotch whiskey. There we go. Did I say that correctly? just because I've been screwing things up a bit recently, let's just say, again, a 1/4 ounce of the single malt Scotch whiskey like Talisker. Because that's what Ryan told me to do. Okay, Bottle Pop. I need a 1/4 ounce of this one. I got a special jigger for this one. Ryan saying, rinse the glass with absinthe. Don't add it to the drink. You got it. I got you. I got you. Adam out there saying, why does it feel weird to sit in your front yard? Did you cut the grass recently? I don't know, dog. I don't know. I don't even have a front yard. Probably for me because my front yard is the streets of Philadelphia and there's glass and God knows what out there. That's why it feels weird for me. Also, if there was any grass out there, the dogs have already pissed on it, pooed on it, and probably done other things on it. I don't know, dog. I don't know, dog. Get it? Anyways. Official, welcome back, dude. Skittle out there saying, dang, why is it so quiet in here? Where is everybody? Happy hour ended like an hour ago. In my mind, happy hour happens in the first like hour and so of the stream. And then it happens after the fact. Draxuar, look at you out there. Hap Wednesday, my dude, with the 4 months. A 4-month aged fermentation of honey and lemon slice. Maybe, I don't know. We're just making shit up over here. Making shit up as we go along. Draxuar, welcome in, my friend. It's good to have you back. Official out there saying Dead by Daylight gave me a massive headache. Really? Well, why are you still deading by daylight then? All right, there is one other thing we got to do. We got to stir this, and then we need to rinse our glass with absinthe. I think, right? Got our aged rum in there, got our chinar in there, yellow chartreuse, Talisker, dash of Ango, absinthe. All of the absinthe are there, strain and serve immediately. No garnish on this one, Ryan? No garnish? Just confirming, just confirming. JJ, welcome in, my friend. If I can get you anything at the bar or the next, you let me know. If not, sit there and enjoy what we got for you. Dude. I also just love it. Dude, Draxuar, every single time you pop into my chat, you have these animated emojis and stuff. And I will say, this is nothing against the rest of chat, but none of y'all use emojis. It's just all text and colored letters and stuff. It's 11:30 a.m., as I told you before, incorrectly. Where's all the colors? No pressure, chat. You do what you gotta do. But Draxuar, just so you know, I greatly appreciate it. Okie dokie. Add some ice to this. Actually, this is what no, we'll rinse the glass after the fact. After the fact. Because if we're grabbing I'm trying to think of order of operations here. If you're rinsing a glass with absinthe, right? And your glass is chilling, you want to do all of your prep work either way ahead of time by rimming the glass or rinsing the glass first and then putting it in the freezer and letting it sit for a while before, or you do it at the very end. And especially when you're doing absinthe rinses, at least from what I've read, there are two kind of ways of doing it. One is you pour the absinthe directly in the glass and you kind of swirl it around a little bit and then toss the rest of it out and discard it or put it back in the bottle. And the other way is you take absinthe and you put it into an atomizer, a little spritzer bottle, and you spritz it over top a few or other times. Ryan's recipe here gives a specific measure of absinthe as a 1/4 ounce. So when I see a recipe like that, I'm inclined to think that the original mixologist's intent is to take that, add it to the glass, and get as much of that on the edges as possible before tossing it. And I believe we're straining this out, right? We're straining the ice out of here, right? Chilled coupe glass specifically. So coupes come in varying different sizes. I think typically around the age of like 3 to 4 ounces, I think total volume of it, albeit it does depend. So a 1/4 ounce of absinthe might be able to actually get all the way around the glass. Just a little quick note there, I'll say. Well, let's see. Official out there saying something about John Gould releasing your 2-week phase got resetted. I didn't really like the Minecraft movie, so no 2 phase there. Well, there we go. There we go. I was curious about the Minecraft movie earlier. Somebody said chicken jockey, but that's about all I absorbed from that conversation. Oh my gosh. Diamond, welcome in, dude. Hello, my dear bartender. How was Puerto Rico? Oh, it's great, dude. I was telling you all about it. Got a free bottle of scotch, brought back some other ingredients and stuff like that. It was a wonderful time. I cannot wait to go back sometime. Oh my gosh. Ryan, like, chill the cocktail first. Yes, sir. There we go. JJ out there with the emojis. I'm loving that. I got a couple of medals and a #1 out there. Oh, JJ, you're too kind. You're too kind. JJ, like, I don't know if you can see us, but if you can, I love what you do. Oh, thank you, JJ. No, I can see everything. I can see everything. So long as it shows up down here, I can see it. I'm just very talkative, and I tend to miss chats sometimes. So if I miss it, feel free to say it again. Feel free to try again. All right. Add some ice to this and give it a stir. And we'll hang out and talk to chat for a little bit. Renzo out there saying, I use emojis, but I don't have any animated ones. Don't yell at me. You're right. I was a little bit loud earlier. I have no right to yell at you guys. My apologies. My apologies. Diamond saying, I was surprised when Toad's Factory started playing. Oh, for the Nintendo Direct? Incredible. Ozzy out there saying, please don't spoil the Minecraft movie. You got tickets on Friday. They said it was decent and had a reference to Technoblade. They do. They do. That was spoiled for me already. And while we were in Puerto Rico, Anna and I had the chance to go to Plaza del... It's either Plaza del or Plaza des Americas. It's the big mall that they got there over near San Juan. And we debated about seeing the Minecraft movie while we were there, but the question was whether or not we'd see it in English or in Spanish, and if we would be able to know when we bought the tickets. If I asked somebody, I probably would have been able to, but when I asked Anna, like, if they do have it in English, do you want to see it? And she was like, no. So we didn't go see it, unfortunately. So I'll see it myself. If anybody does watch the Minecraft movie, let me know how it is. I'll probably watch it when it inevitably comes out to some streaming service somewhere. Eventually. Official saying that FNAF releases on June, so that'd be kind of cool. There we go. And official talk about Dead by Daylight. Oh, Dead by Daylight. I got you there. Anyways. All right, we're stirring that up. JJ's asking, what is in the infinity bottle right now? It is a long list of things. There are 25... Actually, JJ, if you go to the most recent video and look at the description and the pinned comment, it is in there. A full list of everything that's in the infinity bottle. We did have a new addition today. And well, actually, I guess technically... Actually, JJ, hold up a second. Actually, y'all are behind on the infinity bottle because we do this live twice a week. So what's in it right now? Number 18 was just released. There were 7 more additions since then, including, but not limited to, I think the Dorito Spirit, Spicy Pickle Shot, some gin, and today we had one of the whiskeys that I picked up while in Puerto Rico that was just added today. So, good question. A better question than I thought it was going to be. All right. When you're done stirring, grab a chilled coupe glass and rinse it with some absinthe, specifically a 1/4 of an ounce if you can muster it. I'll take this out, grab my absinthe, put it over here. JJ's like, I'm coming back every time. I love this, dude. Were you even here? Were you seeing the game? Did you see the game already? Because part of the stream is supposed to be a game, but I haven't done a lot of that today. Not yet. Appreciate your kind words, by the way. 1/4 of an ounce of absinthe. I don't have a lot of absinthe left, y'all. I think this week with the contributions y'all gave to the bar, I'm probably gonna pick up a bottle of absinthe, a nice one because I can. Whoop. Give that a little swirl around. As close to the edges as you can possibly muster. There we go. And I'm feeling spicy, so. No waste. Whoa. That was intense. I forgot how intense absinthe is. Wow. 50 freaking % alcohol, y'all. And still full on flavor. My goodness. Oh, excuse me. Wow, that is intense. Where'd my water go? There we are. Wow. JJ's like, how's it taste? The absinthe? Very anise forward, very alcoholic. Got a nice, like herbaceous undertone to it. I've had this bottle for a while. There's also a certain, I don't know where this is coming from, but it's almost a little savory in a way, and I don't really know why. Oh my gosh. Diamond out there saying, accounting for inflation, that's how much today? $15? I remember we could get a Game Boy game for $15. There we go. People were talking about prices earlier. I think I missed it. I think I missed the conversation. Sometimes I come into those conversations a little bit late. My apologies. All right. Strain this over top. No garnish. No garnish. I want to say wash line, but there's also, like I was saying before, that bottle of rum that I cracked open has a damaged cork, and there is some cork in this. I'm gonna decant it. I'm going to filter it. But for now, I'm just going with it. And there are little pieces of cork floating on top. Oh, you reap what you sow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Incredible. Anyways. Official's like, I wonder if this will go into the edit. What, your message? You gotta be more specific, baby. No, wait, no, not official. No, you're not baby. Ryan's baby, but also Tropical Raven and also Cole. There are a number of babies on this stream. My goodness. JJ out there saying, do you have a bar of your own? I would love to go out there when I'm 21. Unfortunately not. Not right now. Not right now. One of these days, if I do wind up working in a bar, y'all, you will be the first to hear of it. It'll probably take a lot of time. Chef, welcome in, dude. Every evening, everybody. What are we drinking tonight? I'm just about to try this 100-year-old cigar recipe from Ryan. So that being said, the 100-year-old cigar recipe. Thank you, Ryan. Admittedly, I think the shot of the absinthe I took earlier kind of singed my taste buds. However, what I'm able to pick out are the subtle, like, almost... I'm still finding the best way to describe Chinar, but I can taste the Chinar, the absinthe, and the subtle smoke from the Scotch kind of rising in between those sort of sweeter notes from the aged rum in there. It really does, like, I'm not much of a cigar drinker. I don't think anybody's much of a cigar drinker, you know what I'm saying? I'm not much of a cigar smoker, but I feel like this could really latch on to certain notes that are characteristic of a cigar. Exactly what those are, again, I have no reference. But if you told me this is what a 100-year-old cigar could taste like, I'd believe you. I'll say, in general, the most prominent notes that I'm getting is that Chinar, the absinthe, and what was I just saying? Oh my God, piece it apart, Cameron. Think of it in your taste brain. The Chinar, the absinthe, and the Scotch. Honestly, the smoke from the Scotch hits you forefront with that subtle sweetness from the rum, and then it ends into this interesting territory that kind of splits itself between the Anise notes of the absinthe and the more vegetal notes of the Chinar. That's actually kind of cool. Officials like, what drink is this? This is the 100-year-old cigar. This is a recipe from Ryan, actually. Cheers from Chef out there. I appreciate that. Draxor's like, not the cork, nor did the absinthe too from Official. Oh my gosh. Official's like, I'm no baby. I'm an official. Officially official. Did the Automo delete that? I don't know. I might have missed it. Ozzy saying, saw a Creeper-inspired cocktail. It was Creeper cocktail. Melon liqueur, citron vodka, lemon juice. Ah! I wonder why it's a Creeper cocktail. Probably because it is green. I'm sure there's more history behind it, and I want to give credit to the mixology who made it, but as a person who specializes in video game-themed cocktail, that seems kind of uninspired. What about the Creeper cocktail? It like, purveys the fact that it fucking explodes! It's gotta be the citron vodka, obviously. Aziel saying, I don't know if you like it because it seems sour with lemon juice. Well, actually, it's got melon liqueur, citron vodka, and lemon juice. The lemon juice, I don't know what the proportions because you didn't provide any for me, but the lemon juice could balance out the sweetness from the liqueur. The citron vodka is going to be like your base there. So it would probably, if I had to mix that, it'd be an ounce of citron vodka, 3/4 of an ounce of melon liqueur, and like 1/4 to 1/2 ounce of lemon juice, depending on what your drinker's preferences are. Mine is a little bit less sour, so I'd go with 1/4 of an ounce of lemon juice if I was mixing that. Ryan being like a gunpowder gin Creeper cocktail. See, that would be at least a better inspiration than that. Aziel, if that's your cocktail, by the way, I don't mean to insult you. At all. JJ saying, I saw that one and probably looked good. Dude, Aziel, actually, do you know, was that like a drink that they were serving at movie theaters? Like, for the Minecraft movie? Because, again, one of the things that I criticize, anything I think have earned the right to criticize is that when you get inspired drinks at movie theaters, right? Because when Wicked came out, I saw the inspired drinks that they had. When Sonic 3 came out, I looked at the drinks that they had in the menu. I get the impression that the reason why a lot of the drinks that you see on the menu are just kind of like boring and uninspired is, one, because of approvals that you have to go through for the bottles that you get to stock at your bar, typical bars that you would find in movie theaters. Second of all, it's all about your bottom line, right? You could find really cool ingredients that might make a really good inspired cocktail, but you're not going to stock them in the movie theater, right? And you're not going to make them readily available for whoever decides to like contract you out for inspired drinks at a bar, or maybe like a pop-up like video game speakeasy or movie inspired speakeasy or otherwise. I understand that. However, I feel like you could, I don't know, I feel like you could do better. It's uninspired to me. I think there was a set of Sonic cocktails that appeared at like a convention, and they all had Red Bull in them. Every single one of them. And they were all like, the Tails one had the yellow Red Bull, the red one had the red Red Bull, I think, and the other ones had like, there was a blue Red Bull. I was like, really? Their mentality was, it gives you chaos energy, therefore Red Bull gives you energy, so these drinks can give you energy too. And I was like, that feels so cheap. My opinion. Just my opinion. Ozzy saying it was just some dude. All right, well, that's fair, that's fair. Draxar saying, would you be able to implement popping candy into that creeper drink? Dude, that's a solid idea. How does one make safe explosion in the mouth? Yeah, Pop Rocks. Dude, I saw, I don't know a recipe off the top of my head. I have no reference for this, but I definitely saw somebody utilize Pop Rocks in a, I want to say what I saw was like a painful orgasm shot or something like that. Again, this is the name of the drink, by the way, and it used Pop Rocks in some way, shape, or form. But could you do it? Oh, absolutely. It would most likely be a garnish, either a part of the garnish or on the rim of the glass. And if you can get like black Pop Rocks for like gunpowder, I could totally see that. By the way, I'm writing this down, y'all. Creeper, cocktail, gunpowder, gin. Ryan gave me that idea. Gotta throw this thing a little bit. Pop Rocks. Explode. Was that you, Draxor? That was you, yeah. Excuse me. By the way, y'all, everybody who pops in the stream, implicitly, you reserve your rights to... Actually, you know what? You totally... I reserve my right to take any idea that you throw in my direction and use it in an inspired drink. And I might not necessarily credit you for the idea because it is very difficult to track these messages. If I found anything, one of the harder parts of editing these videos is finding exactly what message you put in chat so I can put it up on the screen. It's difficult. Oh man. Ryan's like, movie theaters usually default to food coloring. Facts. Official saying drinks at movies. What sort of incantation y'all talking about? Oh yeah, dude, bars at the movie theaters, they're all boring drinks anyways. Renzo saying, I was talking with your dad about EMT class and he was telling you about his EMT days. This was why you were responding to the little flirt thing. I don't know why, but your response made me blush. Yeah, I saw that. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Ryan saying, speaking of pop-up speakeasies, there's an Edgar Allan Poe speakeasy coming to the next city over next month. Oh, that's exciting, dude. If you go, please tell me about it. Yeah, okay. Diving back into this 100-year-old cigar recipe, now that my taste buds have kind of died down for the absinthe a little bit, I was kind of biding for time there. It is kind of sweet. As far as things go, this gives like it is akin to a smoky Sazerac. And I'm trying to think of it a little bit more. It's akin to like a smoky, herbaceous Sazerac if you take out all of the whiskey notes, except for a hint of smoke. This is kind of cool. Ryan, I am genuinely enjoying this, and it was a great way for me to use this bottle of rum that I just picked up, so cheers to that, dude. I like that. If anything, what is the sweetness in this? Where's the sweetness coming from? Ah, the yellow chartreuse. Yeah, the yellow chartreuse is really sweet. I was like, where the heck is that sweetness coming from? Because there's no syrup in here. The chartreuse is pulling that. My goodness. That is also very unique. There's a little piece of cork. JJ out there saying, I gotta go. Good night. Hey, thanks for popping in, JJ. Put it in the infinity bottle. This in there? Nah, man. You gotta redeem points for that. If you don't know already, JJ, you can make your own choice by doing !redeem and then infinity. You got points when you came in here. And that's how that works. Oh my gosh. Yippee out there saying, don't move, I'm almost done. Don't worry, dog. I'm gonna be staying exactly right here. I don't really move very much from this bar, but I might go down a little bit. Anyways, I gotta show the rum. Maybe he has an extra garnish, official out there saying, black boba and gunpowder pop rocks, maybe, right? For the relays in the firecracker to force you to down the drink before it explodes. Oh my gosh. Well, actually, official, so you saying this sort of time-dependent aspect of a drink is something that I think is a very meta interpretation for stuff that you could actually put into drinks. I know you came in here a little bit later, but I was recollecting one of the bars that I went to in Puerto Rico was called the Cane Rum Bar, and I had probably the most cordial experience with a bartender mixologist that I have ever had up until this point. His name was Chris with 2 S's, and one of the drinks that he served to me at the bar, which I think was actually complimentary now that I think about it, because I don't think it appeared on the bill, so thank you, Chris, was a beer cocktail that was made with some combination of spirits, but it definitely included rum and Fernet. Oh, this one had, I think, Ron Barrillito. I don't remember the exact pronunciation on that because I don't remember the spelling. It's either double R or double L. I think it's double L. But Ron de Barrillito, and Fernet Branca. And it was a beer cocktail. So he mixed up the drink and then poured it into a glass and then poured beer on top of it and gave me the rest of the beer on the side. This was a bottle of Medalla Light, the local light lager of the area. And he was like, as you drink it, pour more on top of it, right? As I drank it, naturally those prominent Fernet Branca notes. Fernet tends to be a very forward spirit. You can taste it no matter where it is. Kind of like absinthe, kind of like cinnamon, kind of like, you know, other things and whatnot. But like Fernet particularly is a very strong Amaro, and it makes its presence known, especially in large amounts. As you drank it, those notes kind of subsided a little bit, but as you drink, you're supposed to take the rest of the beer and pour it on top of it. Every single time you sip it, you pour the beer back on top of it. And as the drink progressed, those notes of minty, rummy flavors subsided, and the more crispier, bready, grainy notes of the Medalla took over. And it was awesome. It was so good. Official saying, Ronde Barrillito? Yeah, that one. Is it 2 R's or 2 L's? I can't remember. I cannot remember. That is a solid idea, especially that idea of, what was it? Official, let's see. Time dependent? Time till explode? Official, you gave me that idea. That's really cool. That's really cool. If anything, when I make these drinks, I do a blog for every drink that I do, and if I have these notes and I track them properly, y'all will receive little shout-outs in the blog. That's the best that I can guarantee to do, you know? Ryan's got an Enderman cocktail out there. It's got violet, conniption, kinship. It's just all purple stuff. Black rum, black lime powder. Oh, it's got the black lime powder in it too. Check that out. Oh, okay, official saying Barrillito. Ron del Barrillito. Just looked it up, double R. All right, cool. That's helpful. Thank you. All right, cool. So I tried this drink from Ryan. I'm enjoying it. Let's do some more Sonic. To anybody who has an infusion currently running right now, I think I strained most of them out. I have a little bottle of Infinity 25. Cole and Cow King. I still have this Whopper infusion of yours that is completely separated now. This is a combination of, not Whopper, excuse me, Milk Dud. Milk Dud infused Screwball and Milk Dud infused Malibu rum that have been combined together. One from Cole, he was in charge of the Screwball. One from Cow King, they were in charge of the Malibu, and they combined it together. So that it's currently still sitting in a vial. Amy Chow has these combos of raspberry and blueberry razzles. I have these infusions also sitting off to the side. And I don't have any other infusions right now, except for this little hibiscus that I just kind of sit over here because kind of nice. As of this moment, I am not currently doing any special requested infusions, basically because I realized that a lot of the time that we spend on the stream is spent away from the game, which is kind of a part of how I get some inspiration for drinks. It's also a part of the stream that I know some people enjoy as well, and I don't feel comfortable spending the majority of time, or at least more and more time, tasting all the infusions and stuff like that. So I am trying to work on a way to basically like buffer things out a little bit, or make some more space to specifically be able to check on infusions like that, for example, and to bring some more attention to it in a way that is a little bit more than just, oh, we put a couple of drops of Malibu in a milk dud, isn't that cute? So I'm still working on stuff like that. So no open infusions right now, just for now. I know it's kind of something that we all kind of enjoy. I kind of enjoy it, or at least some of us. So I'm figuring out a way for it. Yeah, my words. Official out there saying that the Ron del Barrilito says, roughly translates to Ron from the small barrel. That's cute. Fun name. Never heard of it. Yeah. When I was there, Chris was telling me at Rum Bar that they get a certain number of the white cask Ron del Barrilito bottles. And they only get, I think, 48 of them every season or every month. I don't know. But he actually gave me the opportunity to look at the bottle, take a look at it a little bit, and mix a cocktail with it, which I think was free of charge, which was really, really cool. Right. I have a mirror on my front door, and it just fell off and scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Ryan saying, Whoppers are malted milk balls, milk duds are caramel and chocolate. There we go, there we go. Official saying, I want to get another bottle of something this weekend. What should I get next? I was thinking something more different like rum chata or something. I don't know what's available in your area, Official. But, oh, also, reminder, Official, specifically for you. You told me about aguardiente. I bought aguardiente. I have it. I haven't done anything with it yet. I haven't cracked open that bottle. I haven't even tried it yet. I haven't tried it yet, actually. Official. I kind of want to try the aguardiente before I get back to the game. I kind of want to. I kind of thought, just say hey. Something you could get. Let's see. I'm trying to think. If I recall, you tend to be a little bit more on some of the sweeter things and whatnot. Base spirits are not necessarily up your alley in a particular way, and I know you've kind of been warming up to gin and tonics, dude. If you can find a gin, let me think. If you're leaning into gin territory, if you can find an aged gin or a gin with color, that might be a very interesting exploration for your gin and tonic stuff. If you're trying to look for other stuff that might go well with the tonic and whatnot too, I don't know. My mind goes to gin. My mind goes to gin, and if you're looking for something that might go well with gin, I'm thinking, you know, gin martinis are a classic. You could go pick up a bottle of vermouth if you've never had a martini before. Could be a nice way to get a little bit into it, you know? Official been like, aguardiente, let's do it. Oh, dude, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to grab it in a hot second. Ryan saying a standalone infusion stream, like you said earlier. Could be a nice idea. I kind of like that, you know? According to Wikipedia, it's the oldest Puerto Rican rum. Oh, Ron de Barrilito. I'm still working on the pronunciation, by the way. Ron del Barrilito. Ron del Barrilito. Ron de Barrilito. Ron de Barrilito. Ron de Barrilito. I'm getting there. 1880, that's kind of cool. Ryan saying Drum Chambeau is a good option. There we go. Official saying, taking notes of whatever y'all suggestion. I'm going to go see what my grocery store. Hey, there we have. Yeah, if you're working for gin, aged gin, or maybe even dry vermouth. Dry vermouth for a martini. You can also do sweet vermouth for your martinis, but it'd be a little bit different. All right, let me go grab the Guardian. I want to try that. I really do want to try that. So, like I was saying before, only because I am so interested in this, y'all. By the way, to my video gamers out there who are like, where the fuck is the game? I like this more than the game. I love the game, but this is more entertaining to me, so this is my bias. So I did pick up this bottle of Aguardiente Antioqueño Sin Azúcar. I learned, I learned when I was on my trip to Puerto Rico, they were making, oh my god, I think it was called pulque or something like that. It was quite literally shaved ice with alcohol and flavored syrup added into it. I think it was called, oh my gosh, what's it called? That was another part of the trip that I almost forgot about. Oh my gosh, what was it? We had, let me see, Puerto Rican shaved ice and alcohol. What is it called? Piragua. Piragua. In Puerto Rico, they make a shaved ice dessert, piragua, and when I was there, on the menu options, because this was at the wedding, some of the kids, you know, naturally wanted some piragua as well, but they couldn't have the alcohol in it, and the thing said sin licor, or no alcohol. So when I bought this bottle of aguardiente, I thought sin azúcar meant with sugar, which probably would be con azúcar, but it says sin azúcar. So this is aguardiente with anise oil added, cane neutral spirits. There is no sugar in this. This is a base spirit. And I thought that was super interesting. Official saying that's the same bottle your father has. Oh my gosh. It's green instead of blue. I think when I was doing my research on this, the aguardiente, this Antioqueño brand, is the green one might be a little bit different. Let me look at that, because I'm super curious. Antioqueño, aguardiente, Antioqueño. Yes, there is a green. There's a verde bottle. There's a green bottle. And why is it opening up in Uber? Why is it opening up in Uber? No thanks. No thank you. No thank you. So I think the green one is verde sin azúcar. It has a 24 degrees on it. I don't really know the difference between the green bottle and the other one. Interesting. Interesting. I have no idea. So comparing two different images that I have, the green bottle is labeled like actually sold as the Antioqueño Aguardiente Verde Sin Azúcar. And it has a little 24 degrees on it, like 24 and the little 0. I don't know what that means. But it's apparently the same. At the very least, it is the same brand. So I've never tried this before. So this is my first try of aguardiente, a spirit that Official told me about that I believe comes from Mexico. I got this bottle about a few weeks ago, and I've been waiting to open it up. Oh, Official says a blue has 29%. Yeah, green has 24%. There we go. 24 degrees, meaning 24% of alcohol. Check that out. Degrees is an old way to denote proof, if I'm remembering correctly. Dude, Ryan, you an Official. There we go. That's so cool. That is so cool. So for those of you who don't know, aguardiente, I want to say, is a general name for spirits produced in Mexico, typically from sugarcane, not always from sugarcane, but this bottle here says cane neutral spirits with anise flavor added. Typically, they also add some sort of anise flavor to it, or otherwise, I don't know. This is my first try. And there was a lot of it, actually. So I've never tried this before. I don't have any Glencairn bottles available to be able to give this a nice little swirl. Actually, but I do have this guy. There we go. I have more bottles over here. Let's give this a try. Oh, that is lovely. I can smell the anise, but it's like a sweet anise. It's almost anise and cream, or anise and vanilla. I love this whip. Dude, I love the way that smells. Ow. Let's give it a taste, shall we? A little palate cleanser before I go into it. Cheers. Wow. That is super clean. And anise. It is like... I feel like that is the least... And I say this in a good way, right? This is the least amount of flavor that I have ever had from something that tastes like anise. And I think that's, honestly, that serves it. It's a very good thing, I think. Also it's got some legs on it. It's got maybe a little bit of residual oils or sugar in it. Like, as far as other anise spirits go, You've got Oitso, you've got Sambuca, you've got Arak, you've got Anisette, you've got Pastis, you've got Absinthe, you've got... Oh, what else did I just have that had anise flavor in it? Can't remember. Doesn't matter. As far as those go, all of them have something else also throwing on top of it, right? For Absinthe, there's other herbs in there. It's a much higher proof. For the Oitso and the Pastis, there tends to be, the Sambuca, it tends to be very high in sugar. This Aguardiente, saying it doesn't have any sugar. Oh, there's an ad happening? Are you kidding me? Oh. All right, I'll wait. That's fine. I can wait. Didn't realize that was happening. Official. I believe Aguardiente is from Spain. After they took sugarcane from the Americas, they tried distilling. It was a cheap and strong drink, even used to cure some wounds from soldiers, I think. Oh, there we go. Get a little bit of background on that. I'm trying to remember. I'm going to do a little research while I got the ad break kind of saving me now. I want to say that the research I did originally told me that Aguardiente doesn't have to be made from sugarcane, but I don't know. Aguardiente. Distilled alcoholic beverage with a range of 29 to 60% alcohol. Oh my god. Wikipedia apparently doesn't want to acknowledge the Verde. Interesting. The Spanish term translates to fiery water and is derived from the words agua and ardiente, burning, commonly consumed in the Iberian Peninsula and Iberian America, and can refer to various liqueurs made from different foods. Aguardiente can be made from grape pomace, which is the leftover grape skins, seeds, and stems after winemaking, but can also be made from sugarcane. Well, actually, now I want to do some more research on specifically this bottle, because I thought that this bottle, because it said sin azúcar on it, was made from sugarcane, but I was incorrect about that, actually. So now I want to know if Antioqueño is made from sugarcane. Well, actually, it is. It says cane neutral spirits. Cane neutral spirits, right? So Aguardiente, again, that's to what Official was saying over on the YouTube side as well. Aguardiente is like everything. Famous aguardientes are rum, brandy, whiskey, tequila. I think, generally speaking, you could consider some aguardientes to be brandies. You can consider some of them to be rums. You can consider some of them to be... If it contains grain in it, you could consider it to be a whiskey and otherwise, right? Or I guess you could. I guess you could make it from... I guess you could also make it from agave. Can you make aguardiente from cane sugar? All right. Can't tell what I'm saying. We're learning together, y'all. Aguardiente. Can you make aguardiente from, let's say, grain? Because I'm very curious about this. Renzo out there saying I made a jerry-rigged pina colon. Pina colon? Pina in your colon? You mean colada, don't you? Fruit-based aguardientes include those made from oranges, apples, bananas. Grain-based ones may be made from millet, barley, or rice. And tuber-based aguardientes from beet, cassava, potato. No way! Dude! So apparently, I'll let the world know after we get back from the ads in a couple of seconds. That's super interesting. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You should be back now. So I was giving notes on this aguardiente that I specifically got this bottle of aguardiente because Official told me about it. And so this is like the cleanest, most least sugary anise flavored spirit I have ever had. And we were doing a little bit of a research while the ads were happening. And as it turns out, aguardiente in general is a spirit that is made from, it could be a number of different things. And it seems to me, from my very limited very limited, superficial research of it right here in the last 3 minutes, it's a general name for spirits made in particular areas, right? This could be made from sugarcane, like this one is. It is a cane-neutral spirit with anise oil added to it, so this likely came from some spirit that was made from sugarcane as the sugar source, right? It can be made from grain. It can be made from fruit. It can be made in the typical, like, certain brandy styles by using the scraps left over from the winemaking process. It can also be made from tubers like potatoes and stuff like that. It is super varied. And I have yet to figure out exactly what the common factor is among all aguardientes. That will require some more research on my part. Official saying it's just water and distilled spirit. I think this is very... Dude, it's wild to me. And oddly enough, so one of the things that I want to test with this is, so if you're not familiar with the lushing effect of oitzo or absinthe, if you add water to things that have anise in them, it creates this clouding effect that we either call the oitzo effect or a lushing effect. So I'm curious whether this acts like absinthe or otherwise when we add water to it. So I'm gonna add some water to this aguardiente up close, and we're gonna see whether or not it starts to get cloudy. I'm gonna use, just for the purpose of experimentation, I'm gonna grab one of my vials, and that should help visualize the effect without using all of my aguardiente. Put that up here. We'll adjust the camera angle in a little bit. I can't exactly put this back in here because there's a little stopper on the bottle, which is kind of annoying, so I'll put that to the side and deal with it later. Oof. All right, so this is a little vial of aguardiente. And the question is, I am highly suspecting that when we add any sort of water to this, it will begin to get cloudy as I put more water inside of it. So let's do a little experiment. I'm just gonna take exactly from a water thing over there and just start putting water into it. Official's like, oh man, can't put it back in the bottle? Down the hatch. Oh, I absolutely plan to, my friend. Why are you... Oh, you were leaking. Oh. Oh, one of my pipettes is leaking. That means it must have a break in it. That's unfortunate. All right, cool. Well, that's broken. There we go. One of my pipettes is broken, apparently. Don't know how that happened. All right, cool. All right. One at a time. We'll see what happens. I can see a little bit of deformation of the optics and stuff. If anything, it's not clouding very much. All right. It's actually not clouding very much at all. Very interesting. I was really expecting that to have a little bit more of a lushing effect to it because of the anise oil. Apparently, I have more to learn. Yeah. Nope. Not like absinthe. All right. I've learned something. I thought that was going to work. It did not. All right. Well. Cheers. Yeah, it's just very, it's very anise. It is very, very anise. But it's not like overpoweringly anise. That is so interesting. That was really cool. So, official, thank you for educating me more about aguardiente to the point where I was able to find it at my local liquor store and give it a try. Hydrate. Thank you out there, whoever did that. Cole saying, gotta vanish from the night. Wishing everybody a great rest of the night. Looking forward to Monday. Cole, thanks so much for popping in as always. One of these... Yeah, this pipette is broken, so... Bad pipette. Bad pipette. Never see it again. All right, cool. So, that being said, tried a new drink, gave it a try. Tried a new spirit, gave that a try too. This is infinity bottle redeemable, naturally. If you wanted to put it in the infinity bottle, it is also, I will say ahead of time, eligible for, I guess, infusions, I guess. Again, still trying to work out a system for it. I also, just speaking openly with y'all, I would like to add more FaceTime to the streams. I would like to do more streams, either based around a particular thing, like we play around with the infusions and otherwise. The reason why I don't want to just do, oh, Fridays is infusion day, is because some infusions change by the day. Some infusions change by the month, some infusions change by the minute, and some infusions can change by the second, especially when you're using something like the whipped cream maker. There's a lot more of a time-sensitive aspect to some of the infusions, at least from my perspective. So I don't just want to say, all right, you put a chili pepper inside of vodka, and now you have to wait for the next 3 days, or potentially 5 days if it's on a Wednesday to see what happens. Like, I don't really like that, right? I don't like that. So that's one of the, let's say, tougher issues that I've had to wrestle with in terms of how to do infusions in a way that is respecting of the way that like people who design cocktails would actually do, right? If you're just starting off, yeah, you might leave a chili pepper and vodka for the next 3 days, but if you're really trying to hone in on the exact science of a recipe, the exact nuance of a cocktail like ratio, then you gotta be specific, at least in my opinion, about how long you let things sit for. Otherwise, you lack consistency, you lacked preciseness, which means that you lack repeatability like you would want in the highest scale level of craft cocktail mixology, right? To Renzo's point of the ginger vermouth infusing for too long, exactly, right? The ginger infusion, if I were to do that again, knowing how quickly ginger infuses or how quickly it degrades, I'd put it in the whipped cream maker, right? But like exactly how long, I don't really know yet. Or I'd find a recipe on how to do a ginger vermouth infusion. I don't know. I want to have a little bit more respect for that because at the end of the day, this isn't, at least from my point of view, this isn't just about like us trying to, oh, can we put milk duds in Malibu and see what happens? It's about that, but also can we make something good from this and can we completely like change the way we think about like craft cocktail mixology going forward, especially with what we have. Some people have candy on hand and vodka. Can we make a damn good fucking cocktail with it? Possibly. That's what I want to figure out. Anyways, rant over. Official saying, very cool for you to try. Might get one for yourself as well, along with the other 2 bottles. Yeah, dude. If you find something, if you find something that tastes really good with that aguardiente, I want to know about it, dude. I want to know about it. God, I love the sweetness imparted by that yellow chartreuse. It's almost, dude, chartreuse to me is a little bit peppery in a way. Green chartreuse in particular, but there's more honey notes from the yellow chartreuse. I could totally get in this little 100-year-old cigar recipe. Oh man, this is tasty. Whew! Oh baby! Let's play a video game. Let's go back to it. Right? How long have I been talking about this for a little while? Oh man, dude. What a stream format, am I right, guys? What a stream format. I had somebody on the TikTok actually be like, what? Video games and cocktails and streaming? What a combo! And I was thinking in my head like, yeah, dude, wish I thought of it. I'll admit, this format is awkward sometimes because I genuinely feel like there is... I don't know, dog. I just get anxious about everything, yo. I get anxious about everything. Sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been drinking for too long at my bar. People want to see the game, right? Right? I don't know what the case is. I shouldn't care as much as I do, but I do. And it kind of sucks sometimes, yo. I just get anxious about the weirdest of things. Thor pillars. I get it. There we go. Thanks so much. Oh, man. Oziel out there saying, Fina Fudgin' Lee. JK, love to see you in crowd. Fina Fudgin' Lee? Fina Fudgin' Lee? What does that mean? I'm too drunk to realize. JK, love to see you in your crowd. Oh, thank you, dude. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're like, oh my gosh. Finally getting back to the game. I appreciate your kind words, Oziel. Oh, crap. All right, here we are. Gotta find my emeralds. Yeah, dude. Honestly, y'all, like, I have... It's funny. Way back when I first started streaming, I was like, oh, man, dude, like, I don't know, games feel like the crux of Twitch, yo. And as I've been... Dude, as the community has been growing and as we've been getting a little bit bigger and as I've streamed more, I realized more and more of my time can be spent doing just fermentation mixology. Because I lacked the knowledge to do this stuff circa like a year or two ago. I lacked the knowledge for it. But now I'm learning more and more, like every week, every month, every otherwise. I'm like, you know, I could legitimately stop playing video games and still have enough content to keep up with my schedule now. And that is baffling to me, dude. absolutely baffling. Now, am I gonna do that? No, I'm not, because my whole thing is video game themed drinks, and I lose an aspect of the creation process of things if I'm not playing some of the games. I also like playing video games, so I'm a nerd, so here we are, you know? Official out there saying, it's your show, be confident, you're doing great, we're loving it all the way. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, man. This one's saying where the green flame is at. It's one of these green flames. Exactly which one? I had no freaking idea. Oh my gosh. Skittle being like, I'd still watch it even if you did. Wow, wow. One of the lucky few. No, but like, you know, actually, I watch a lot of like business content and stuff. Like, I see what I do here as if it were like a business of sorts or a product that needs to be developed on. Otherwise, I'm not a business major. I was an engineer. So, granted, my brain is on the implementation, if anything. So when I saw something the other day that was just like, oh, you know, if you spend all your time, it was a video by Alex Ramosi. I watch a lot of that guy's content. He's got a very magnificent beard. He's got very prominent muscles, you know, if I'm being honest. But he was saying, like, if you're a bread maker and you spend all your time making bread and you charge $1 per bread, you might lose half of your customers by just charging more. But when you charge more, you lose half. If you charge double, you lose half your customers. Then that means that you wind up actually making the same amount of money, but you have more time to develop more techniques on bread and pastry making and stuff. And like, I really, like, I don't have the right words to articulate exactly how I vibe with that right now, but I vibe with that. I vibe with that so much, dude. Anyways. Official out there saying, what even is Aperol? I see a lot of recipes asking for it. Aperol is a sweet orange, mildly bitter liqueur. It's sweet, has a nice orange note to it. Aperol is like a sweeter Campari, if that makes sense at all. It is typically used in drinks akin to Negronis are known for using Campari. You can make a more sweet, approachable Negroni using Aperol. Aperol is most notably known as the quintessential Italian spritz spirit. So Aperol is most notably known for the Aperol Spritz. It is a drink that combines Aperol, soda water, and Prosecco together. Prosecco being the predominantly Italian sparkling wine. But ultimately, it is sweet orange with a mild bitterness. Dude, nice kid. Nice kid with the little dogs. Ozzyl out there saying, light never reaches here. I don't know what that means. Ozzyl saying, your channel's been a joy to watch because of how much personality it has. Dude, thank you. I would say a lot of that personality comes from the alcohol, but, you know, there's a lot of personality that comes from a drink if you just let it speak a little bit. Really depends. Also, I don't know why my game is lagging. If the stream is lagging, please let me know, y'all. It doesn't typically do this. But here we are. I'm going this way. I don't know where I'm going. Skittle out there saying, I watch streams for the personality, not what they do, so long as I can enjoy you and the energy you have for it, whatever you're doing. Guys, stop. You're bolstering my ego. I don't need that. I've got enough of an ego. I only have so much space in my apartment. I can't take a big head. My wife won't allow it. She won't allow it. But seriously, thank you all. I mean, totally regardless of what you wind up saying to me personally, I think you all should know that for any streamer out there, whether they're streaming to one person or 1,000, like, the positive validation that you can get from the internet is hard to come by, but if nobody else says thank you for it, it is so incredibly important. I feel like there are so many people out there. Dude, the person who I'm pausing for a moment for this. I know nothing of what prominent actors and actresses, thank you, kid, on that. I know nothing about what, like, prominent actors and actresses go through on a daily basis, but the person who comes to mind, and I don't want to bring anybody down with this, right? But one of my favorite comedians of all time, purely because of his influence to me in, like, Disney movies like Aladdin, was Robin Williams, dude. And that man took his own life for I don't know what reason. I don't know what reason it was. But there's a piece of me that wants to believe that if there was a bit more, specifically, like, positive energy, for lack of a better term, that went to people who were really, like, granted, from a much larger scale, from just people who are going through it, that maybe we'd still have some really, really awesome people here. dude. Like, really, really awesome people. And this is not like me trying to like project or anything like that, but like I think of like things on the larger scale of things, and the energy that you're giving to me, dude, could mean the world. Like absolutely the world to some folks. And could be the difference, yo. Just know that your words are important. Especially the positive ones. That's all I got with that. Jay popping in with the feels good, man. He was diagnosed with a very aggressive disease, I believe. Yeah, possibly. I want to say that I read something somewhere that he struggled from depression or something like that. And not to say that, like, you know, a couple nice words from folks on the internet is going to, like, cure depression. It's something that I can't speak on. I am not a licensed professional for that. But, like, it could help, you know? Where's the treasure? The treasure that you can't open? What, my soul? The light never reaches there? What does that mean? The water? Oh, it's this one down here. You can't open the treasure. You can't open it because you literally can't punch it. All right, there we go. Oh, man. Up to official's comment earlier that a little personality from alcohol isn't all bad. Maybe like a little liquid courage. Oh, yeah, there we go. Scorpion hiding in a box. In the box. Oh, yeah, dude. I will say, one of my, even growing up in college, like developing in college or learning in college, one of the things that makes alcohol my favorite vice, because I have a favorite and it's alcohol. Guess why? One of the things that alcohol does as a depressant is it kind of lessens your inhibitions, right? It allows me at least, Scorpion hiding in the box. Hiding in the box. In a box, in a box, in a box. Alcohol, at least for me, allows me, I'm a very anxious person, and alcohol helps my anxiety, which is me typically overthinking things. It makes me, I think about social situations a little bit more.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Fuck yeah, dude. The alcohol helps me to lessen the effects of my anxiety that are residual from the stuff that I've been working on anyway, which is kind of like a mentality shift. There's a lot of therapy that I went through for anxiety and stuff like that, and I still work with it to this day, and it still pops up every once in a while. But, like, honestly, can't talk my way around it. I think less about how badly I'm talking to a person when I'm drinking. I feel less weird about approaching a stranger when I've got a little alcohol in me. Now, is this something to be abused? No, of course not. It's addictive. It's harmful, you know? You just gotta keep it in mind. I'm of the mindset that anything in moderation is good, no matter how bad, and that a little bit of utility and even the more, let's say, divisive things can still serve that utility if it's what's available. And those are my hot takes of the evening. Anyways, I feel like there's a key down here somewhere. No more deep topics. I'm too drunk. Official out there saying, while it can help with that, it can also have the opposite effect. It's just a matter of keep yourself in check. Absolutely, dude. Everything in moderation. I feel like there's an emerald around here, but I honestly don't know where they are. Emerald key? What am I doing? What am I doing? Official, like, hot takes in this climate? Dude. Don't even get me started. Renzo, like, Cam's got an A rank. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, it happened. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've got A rank. It's just all of those A rank. Why are there so many scorpions? Oh my gosh. J Navas being like, no more deep topics. Delete the question. Deletes question about wells. Oh, like a well of water? Dude, I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. What is our totally not sponsored bar snack of the street? Oh, wait, I got my chips. I want my there. My dearest has implored me that if I feel like I'm getting a little tipsy during stream, start eating snacks. So to everybody who I was to was like, dude, can you put your mouth away from the microphone because we don't appreciate that type of ASMR? For all the folks who were like, Dude, no mukbang energy, please no. I'm sorry. This is a request from my partner. I have to. I have to. This is for Anna. This is for you, dear. I know you're asleep right now. This is for you. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go find those keys. Where are they? No idea. Official saying it's fucking freezing. Just starting to spring in Mexico. Decided to cool down instead of winter. Oops. There's something to say about Puxatawny Phil, the groundhog that's supposed to tell you when winter is going to end or something. I don't know, dog. It's an animal. How is it supposed to know the nuances of human society? Let alone the seasons. Some animals do know the seasons, though. But I don't think groundhogs are one of them. Oh, man. Renzo, like, I got a clinical in the morning, but I'm tired. But I'm not tired, and that's dangerous. Anna has insomnia, and she sometimes uses melatonin. I don't know if that helps. But it could help. Melatonin, like, is a part of, like, your circadian rhythm process. Again, I'm not a doctor. Please don't take medical advice from some stranger who's drinking on the internet. But if you take it a bit before you're supposed to go to sleep, it should help your circadian rhythm get back in line, which should help you sleep in a more better effect. I don't know. Ask your doctor. Ask your parents' permission before going online. There you go. How's y'all like when bro is goofy and childish, but has moments of being deeper than the Pacific Ocean? Cheers. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah. I thought... somehow, when I drink... I've been drinking. What does that mean? I thought about Robin Williams. Oh, man. But also, chippies! Official saying, I remember when I was wasted on a night and I made a bunch of grilled cheese sandwiches and put random crap inside each of them. They were bloated until the next day. Dude, that sounds like such a good idea, though. That sounds like such a good idea. The hint here was invisible platform. Oh, I see. Oh, I see, I see. Invisible platform. I understand what's happening here. I understand what's happening here. And it's in one of these. And I just gotta figure out which one. Whew. Jay Navasel, melatonin is so useful, it helps you pass out every night. Well, there you go, right? Yeah, I remember seeing a video of how melatonin works, and it's not like melatonin doesn't put you to sleep, but it's a part of your circadian rhythm process to get your body on the schedule of rest and otherwise. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on, dude. That was the one. Got him. There we go. Anyways. Renzo saying, it used to, but your mother stopped buying it because she thought it'd get addicted to it. Now you're an adult and don't leave the house. Alexa, is melatonin addictive? Why did you not answer this is the genuine question, my guy. Come on, dude. Can you get addicted to melatonin? Unlike with many sleep medications, with melatonin, you are unlikely to become dependent on it. What are the risks? Mayo Clinic, ask your doctor, obviously. I don't think you'll get it. Like, from my understanding, I don't think you'll get addicted to melatonin. Again, not something to be abused like most drugs. But, like, I don't know. Renzo's asking, have I had Dr. McGillicuddy? Which one? I have the mint. I have the menthol mint, which I've had, which I got a little bottle of. Have I tried it? Yeah, I like it. I haven't tried it recently, though, so. Jay saying, if it was risky, it wouldn't be over the counter. Oh, there you go, yeah. Well, I mean, there's something to say about the way that, let's say, like, the FDA chooses what's risky and what's not, but that's a whole nother discussion that I have no authority to speak upon, and I choose not to. Oh, hello there. That was a trap. I got it. Let's see. Oddly enough, actually, I found something out the other day that I just thought was shocking, dude. Y'all know Fireball? Fireball whiskey? Did you know that used to be Fireball? McGillicuddy's, I think, if I'm thinking of the right brand, I think it was McGillicuddy's, used to have a brand of like Fire Shot or something like that, right? But they rebranded it to Fireball. and might have sold it to somebody. I can't remember those details. But Fireball used to be at McGillicuddy's, Dr. McGillicuddy's brand. Their flavor. And I think they either sold it or rebranded it. I can't remember which one. There's a black cockroach on the table. Thanks for pointing it out to me. Oh, also, our Airbnb had roaches. Not roaches, sorry. Our Airbnb had little bugs that were crawling out. But they provided us with a can of Raid to get rid of them. It was awesome. It was great. Steps from the beach, my guy. Oh, and another fucking wacky thing about my Airbnb. The lights were flickering at one point. So I was like, because I'm paranoid. I was like, there's no way that that was a camera flash, right? But regardless, chat, I decided to turn off all the lights and point my phone camera up to the ceiling into the light bulbs. And every single light bulb above the bed had an infrared light on the inside of it. Now, I'm aware that certain cameras use infrared light to see things. Some lights could also have infrared lights for remote control. But the fact that I was able to find that really skeeved me out. So I put it in my review of the Airbnb. I was like, hey, don't know if you know or otherwise, but there's infrared lights coming out of your lights right above the bed. Kind of weird. Not sure if you know about it, but maybe check your lights. I tried to do some research of whether or not an infrared light definitely means, like, a camera. And I think the answer is no. But I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. It made me mildly uncomfortable. Airbnb, 3 stars. 3 stars. 3 star. 3 star Airbnb. All right, I feel like there's a key in one of these dudes over here. All right, cool. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. I don't know where I'm going. Where did I come from? Where did I go? This turns one of them off. Oh, it turns both of them off. All right, great. Oh, are you kidding me? Roger. Oh my gosh. Roger Ungirth kidding me. I cannot even believe you. Get back in here, Roger. Oh man. I wish that the voice of Sonic, Roger Craig Smith, had a U in his name, because that would be hilarious. Because then I could be like, are you kidding me? And I'm just talking about the voice of Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know, dude. Where are all the hint things? Dude, it's in the central area. Right, what is it? There's a black cockroach on the table, underwater. Okay. That's the thing about these particular hard mode stages. Like, in the hard mode stages, the emeralds are always in the same spot. So long as you know where you are going, it's not that difficult. It's just about finding them the first time that's a little difficult. Yep, that's where it is. In a secret underwater hole. Underwater hole. Hole that is underwater. Where are you? Where are you? I see you. I don't see the emerald, but I'm trying. And apparently, there is a cockroach on the table. And I think that's astounding. Renzo out there saying, hold up. There we go. I'm inside of this room now, and that's important. Renzo's saying, you and your dad have this weird mutation where you can see infrared light. I don't know how other people figure this out, but cameras shoot a beam of it while sensors don't, like if they have a remote. Yeah, I know. And if you use your phone's camera shifts the light of infrared in such a way that it makes it visible. Wow, that is really annoying. Why do you do this? How are you supposed to get in there, my guy? That's so interesting, Renzo, that you've got a mutation where you can actually see a bit of infrared light. That's interesting. How does it, like, do days do sunny days look a little bit different to you? Because I feel like in that way, because I think, I mean, the sun gives off every single ray of light, UV, infrared, otherwise. That is so interesting. So does that mean if you look into the sensor of a remote control, can you see it flash a little bit? Because that is really cool. That is astounding.
It's over.
Okay, it's over. You know what Knuckles says. At the very least, I am on a mission. I will find them all. All the shards. All the shards, in other words. Oh, hello there. I gotta get one of you, and then I can move, hopefully not get killed by one of the E100s. And I gotta go down here. I had a feeling that there was an emerald down here. And although I haven't found the emerald yet, it still remains to be seen that if it's in a secret underwater area in the middle of the pyramid temple, it's probably gonna be down here. That's my guess, at least. Renzo's saying it does in terms of their infrared ability. We see the sun for longer than other people, and when you press the buttons on a remote, we literally watch it shoot the beam. That's so cool, dude. That is so cool. I didn't realize that was a thing. That is really impressive, dude. Is that like a trick at parties? Not that that would make sense. Not that would make sense. I am very fascinated by that. On the total opposite side of the spectrum, I know that bumblebees can see UV lights. How am I supposed to get in there? On the total opposite side of the spectrum, I know bees can see UV light, so that's one of the ways that they find, like, flowers. Because some flowers look different, because some of them reflect some of that UV light. I think that's impressive. What the heck, dude? A piece of me wants to determine whether or not you're supposed to go in there or not. Hold up.
Sheesh, it's like a maze.
Correct, Knuckles. What is it? Death Chamber? Death Chamber. Hard mode. Renzo's saying my dad has another mutation that you don't have. It's the fact that he can breathe through his eye socket. Is that him? That's... Does that... Oh, wait. Does that also mean... Does that also mean that your father can shoot liquids from his eyeball? Because I feel like, so I've had, I don't know if anybody else has had this, and this might be a little TLDR, so if so, don't worry. I'm gonna put my hand up and wave at you when I'm done with this moment. When I wake up in the morning, I typically try to blow my nose in the shower as best as possible because I get to save tissues, you know? It's just practical, right? Sometimes when I blow my nose like this, I feel a pressure behind my eyes, and the thought has occurred to me. Am I pushing air through my eyeballs? I don't know if I am, but I am too afraid to try. I'm done talking about my eyeballs. Begin digging through the painting found in the hallway. For the second key, the player must head for the location of the lost chow. Once they reach the large cavern, however, they must not swim up to the room above, and instead go straight ahead. They find a key behind the altar. However, be cautious as there are Unidus hidden there as well. What is an Unidus? Oh! A Unidu is those things with the spiky guy. Interesting. After the last key, the player must swim up into the room where they found the lost chow. A giant weight should fall on the player and close off the entrance to the water. First, the player must climb straight up and hit a ball switch to raise the... Oh, it's all over there. Oh, that's so interesting. All right, so it's all down in that direction. That is interesting. So at least according to Renzo, I've got a similar mutation to your dad. Not the same way, but similar, right? Your dad breathes through his eye sockets. He can both inhale and exhale through his eyes. That is wild.
Sheesh, it's like a maze.
Wait a minute. So does that mean that your father can go underwater with only his eyes above the water and stay underwater indefinitely? Like, can he breathe enough through his eyes to be able to keep alive? That is wild, dude. That is wild. Ozzy popping in, feel like, that's how he breathing through his eyes? Oh my god, yeah! That's freaking wild! That is so cool. Your father is so unique, dude. Perfect ninja move. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. That's wild. Dude, what if, you know how some, like, I don't know if it's a ninja thing or otherwise. That's not my culture, right? But you know how people can, like snorkel? But they have the snorkel attached to their mouth, right? Could your father snorkel with goggles? Wild. Renzo says everybody can force air through their eyes. Oh, okay. But your father can breathe. All right. It is apparently around here somewhere. Oh, hello there. Hello there. I want rings. Rings, please. Rings, please. Rings, please. Rings, please. Rings, please. Oh, cockroach.
It's over.
Damn it. So close. Chat, I don't know why I thought this, but bar snacks are so important. One of these days, I really hope like Five Guys sponsors me with just a fuck ton of peanuts. Or like specifically veggie straws, dude. Veggie straws, if you're out there, I want nothing more than for you to supply for me a lifetime supply of your product, just so at 1 o'clock in the morning, twice a week, I can sustain myself with a properly salted and mildly healthy product. Because I would love that, dude. I can't. Renzo saying, apparently he could potentially sustain, your father could potentially sustain himself with goggles. Due to oxygen deprivation training from the army, he can breathe enough through his eyes to stay underwater for 45 minutes to an hour and a half? A slow golf clap for our veterans. Superhuman soldiers. That's incredible. But like seriously, veggie straws, if you're out there, I love you. You know what? It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, chat. I'm hungry and I'm mildly drunk. These are a list of people that I would love to sponsor me. Veggie straws, Pirate's Booty, Captain Crunch, actually. Fruit Loops, I actually have ideas for infusions for you, actually. One of them is still sitting in my fridge. Who else do we got out there? Olive Garden, for no particular reason. I just like breadsticks. Sonic the Hedgehog, I don't know. I don't know if you can provide me food, but I love you. There we go. There we go. Who else? Milk Duds, for the irony. For the irony. There you are. I see you back there. Oh, there you are. There you are. And then I gotta make my way up. Okay. Oh, it's a whole thing. There's a whole thing. Renzo silently claps for veterans. So anyway, veggie straw. Dude, seriously, I love veggie straws. They're really good. Have you never had a veggie straw? Oh, that's not where I want to be. Uh-oh. Hello, don't die, Cameron. Double sliding floor. Double? double. What? Inverted underwater room. Yeah. Oh, it's in here. Where are you?
It's closer.
Oh! Oh, I see. It's right there. I see. I see. I see. That was the... Yep, that was the key. Yep, that was the thing. That was the thing. And then I go down here. There it is. That was the one. Okay, cool. Now I know where they all are. There we go. Dude, Renzo would say, like, get sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, Opera GX, or NordVPN because that's all I ever see for sponsorships nowadays. I would never accept sponsorships from any of those people. No.
Stage select.
None of them. Maybe it sounds a little bit too forward for me being as small a creator as I am, but if I were to ever accept sponsorships from anybody, I wanna believe in what they're doing, you know? Like, even for the classes that I teach with Uncommon Goods, like, it's a B Corp company. They're putting some good into the world. I really appreciate what they're doing, and it helps me grow as a person. It allows me to become better at what I want to do with my life, like teach classes and educate people on cocktail mixology. I believe in what they do, and it serves me in a way that is beneficial to me, like, overall, right? I think, like, at the very least, like, as a creator of any sorts, right? You don't have to accept a sponsorship from everybody. And if anything, maybe you don't want to, right? Oh my God. Maybe you don't want to, right? Because, like, who you decide to allow to sponsor you, like, represents you as a person, as a creator, right? Raid Shadow Legends? I've never played that game before. I think it seems very gimmicky, and that's, honestly, I don't believe in those types of games anyways, right? I've never played Raid Shadow Legends, but I guess if I could make a drink from it, then, like, you know, like, maybe that would be kind of up my alley, right? I don't know, dog. I've never played it. I don't plan on playing it. It's one of those mobile games that seems to really, really be heavy hitting on, like, microtransactions, which, I don't know, dog. I don't know, man. I think there are other ways of getting your cash aside from, like, microtransactioning people, but that's just my opinion. But veggie straws are, like, so good. So good. Also, I can't remember what Opera GX is, but I'm pretty sure NordVPN is a VPN, and what they wind up advertising, like, oh my God, use NordVPN, and it'll keep you safe from the internet. That's not how a VPN works, dude. Like, it can hide your IP and stuff like that, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's not gonna protect you from, like, viruses and stuff. Like, a VPN is not gonna uncompromise your system, dude. It's not gonna prevent you from getting all of your files wiped or just swiped from you at some point. It's not gonna help with that. But it will, like, protect your privacy if you really care about that. If anybody has any privacy these days. You know? Welcome back, official. Good for you, official. Welcome back. Good for you. Welcome back. Renzo being like, good for you for having those standards. Granted, y'all, you know what? I say this now, and for all intents and purposes, for all I know, I might sell out one day. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm speaking on behalf of the mildly drunk Cameron, who speaks on behalf of himself at around 1 in the morning. And he says, Raid Shadow Legends? Shh, no. Shaw. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, it was so close, dude. It was so close. I dug into the ground and that was the time I needed. Oh my gosh. Official saying you made a reheated mollete and a passion fruit gin tonic. Ooh, that sounds tasty. That sounds tasty. What is a mollete, if I may ask? That sounds delightful, whatever it is.
I found him.
All right, what was our rank? How did we do? Speed? Official saying NordVPN has 2 scripts for people who know and people who don't. Either it's for protection or to bypass geolock. Here we go.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah. If anything, I use my VPN to bypass geolocks and that's it. All right. Renzo's saying that Opera GX is a web browser. It's pretty good. It's a browser mainly for gaming and gamers that have built-in AI assistant and VPN. Not bad. Mollete is refried beans on bread with cheese on top, Dude, that sounds delicious. That is absolutely my kind of meal. All right, y'all. I think there's one more knuckle stage, and that is Meteor Herd. All right, cool. Let's get Knuckles. Actually, let's head to the Chow World for a little bit with Knuckles. Renzo's like, that sounds British, but not bad British. What? Cheese and beans on bread? You don't know what you're talking about. Or maybe you do. All right, I got a bunch of animals. Where is Clementine? Not the bug, dude. Not the bug. Clementine the Chow. Where I'm just throwing all of my things into. Consume all of the animals, little one. By doing so in such a random fashion like this, you are statistically not going to grow in any particular category because some animals are negative and some are positive, but I will feed them to you nonetheless. And then eventually I will spend more money on a more able child and remind you about it for the rest of the years to come. You will grow up with a dark sense of self, a feeling of unworthiness, and a desire to always do more than what is necessary because of a lack of validation in your youth. And that's why I love you, Clementine. But I will never express it to you. Yeah. Eat this. It's an animal. Eat this. It's a fruit. Ozio like Meteor hardly know her. Oh, we made that joke already. Can you go up, please? Who says water? That's a really good idea. Nice idea. Official saying beans on toast is British, and I think it just needs that pop, you know? That's where the cheese comes in. There we go. The reheat part is just some reheated food from lunch on top. It basically just goes with everything that makes it easy to make. Yeah, dude. I had some reheated chicken cordon bleu, which is apparently chicken that wasn't comfortable on its own. So somebody shoved ham into it and cheese. All right, dude. You're going to go here. You're going to eat the skunk. Eat the skunk. Consume it. Yeah, dude. Dude, how appropriate that command for hydration was in Spanish. All right, I'm going to go over here and maybe buy a more expensive child. That feels like the thing I want to do right now. Renzo out there saying, I just realized that Kevin Conroy voices the vice president of the new Devil May Cry anime. That makes this anime the last thing Kevin Conroy ever worked on. Sí. Si puedes consumir agua. I'm gonna buy a baby. Shiny Aww, I don't have enough money for it. I want a shiny child. I really want a shiny child. So I will save my money. I will save. Official's like, I was gonna ask if you programmed it to do it specifically with you. Oh no, dude, totally random. I think there are like 13 different possibilities. That was just serendipity. I feel like if I did specifically program the hydration to make it speak in Spanish when you or any of our traditional Spanish speakers would redeem it, feels a little bit too, I don't know, on the nose, per se? I assure you it's all random, I promise. It is all random. Meteor Herd. Oziel doesn't know him. That's okay. Anyways, Renzo's saying French redeem. Actually, I don't think any of them are in French. A fast rotating meteorite. That's specific. It's a meteor herd, dude. There's meteorites fucking everywhere. I've told you all that I listened to this Sonic the Hedgehog lo-fi playlist. A lot of small meteorites. You are so cool at doing your job. Wow. I listened to the Sonic the Hedgehog lo-fi playlist, and there are like 3 versions of Meteor Herd on it. They're all really good, dude. They're all really good. Hope don't die. Yeah, but Renzo, no French redeem. Not to my knowledge, at least. Small meteors. Official, like, no say. I don't think so. Nope. Nope, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Where are the small meteorites? There's meteors. Dude, there's freaking meteors everywhere. A fast rotating meteorite? They're everywhere. I would have to have an intimate knowledge of all the different meteors that exist in the meteor. And I don't. Official saying there's a joke in Spanish that goes, do you know how to say narrates in English? No say. I don't know. This is a fast rotating meteorite. No say. Do you know how to say nares? Nares in English. No say. I don't know. Nares is nose. Oh! Nariz. Nose. Ah, that's good. I like that. I like that very much. I get it. No say. No say. Ah, I like that. Ah, that's so good. That didn't click with me. Probably because I didn't know what nose was in Spanish. That's good. Dude, that's so good. Wow. I love that. Rando says, non, on nous a interdit de racheter le, nous devrons nous réveiller au par du croissant. Did you just, what'd you call me? I don't understand. Your insults don't work if I can't understand you. On the top of the steel drilling tower. Of the steel drilling tower? Are there multiple? Which one is a drilling tower? You appear to be drilling. It's around here somewhere. I'll get close eventually. It's apparently the steel drilling tower. That's a drilling tower. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. But I gotta get to the top of it. Oh, but how do I... Oh, man, dude. Oh, man, dog. I gotta go over here. Ugh. Renzo, have we had a conversation with French before as a topic of conversation? Because I feel like in my mind, you know French. Either ironically or otherwise.
One more left.
All right. All right. Let's find these emeralds. Let's do this meteor thing. Let's do it. Renzo translates, no, we have been barred from redeeming water. We will have to rebel in the name of croissant, is what I said. You've been barred? No, it's just that there's just a cooldown. You've been redarred. No, you've not been barred. Just wait a little while. Try digging while watching the stars. Official says, ah, s'il vous plaît, je n'ai pas de français. J'ai désolé. By the way, chat, I'm not supposed to say anything in Spanish that I don't understand because it's very, very possible that I will insult somebody inadvertently. Or like, somebody's gonna be like, oh my god, can you believe what the streamer said? And I'll be like, ha ha ha, nice. Oh, okay, it's gotta be over there. Over here? Hey-oh! Hey-oh!
It's closer.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. There we go. That's what it was. How'd we do? Was it okay? Did I do okay, chat?
That was tough.
I mean, it could have been worse.
Stage select.
Meteor hurts wild, dude. Official, like, what sound does Knuckles do when he digs? What? It's like it's a JoJo reference. And then he sometimes comments on tailed creatures. A fast rotating... Oh, I know where that is! I just had that one. Okay, well, I was hoping to get right onto the thing there, but, like... Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just says, woulda. Which, again, kind of sounds like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference. For anybody who's familiar with the series. Can't see, Knuckle. There we go. That's where I want to be. Fast rotating meteorite. Nope, this is too far. Go back. There we go. It's right there.
It's closer. 2 more left.
There we go. Get some rings in there for a little bit of a bonus while I'm here. Take one of these guys. A guns machine is protecting the arc. A guns machine is protecting the arc. Oh, it's got to be up above. It's got to be up above. One of these rockets going to take me up again. It's going to be, hopefully, this guy. There we go. Oh, there's an ad running. I didn't realize that. Welcome back. Renzo says, désolé, j'étais en train de manger. Allô, pourquoi m'as-tu répondu, Ferrari? Rien, ça va, ça va. I don't understand what you're saying. It's in French. I don't speak French. Oh, actually, you know what I can do? My phone, I can use my Google Lens to translate. Not from English to English. No, with my camera, dipshit. Translate. What are you saying? What are y'all saying? Translate. What are you saying? Chat says, please, I don't speak French. Sorry, I was eating. So why did you answer me, brother? Nothing. It's fine, says official. I think Renzo above was like, let's talk about the name of a croissant. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Henry, I appreciate you popping in, but that's not cool, so. Whack. Oh man, that was fast. Where'd the chat go? That was quick. Oh my god, dude. Get out of here. My god. That was hilarious. Not the first time I've seen that not the first time I've seen that joke again. Dude, the last time I saw that try to play on words was 2.5 years ago, my guy. Jeez. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here, dude. That's not nice. Renzo out there saying non-official uta. Wait. I should translate again. Oh my gosh. There we go. I got translation mode active. Are you using the translation? Renzo has asked official whether or not they are using a translator to speak French. Huh. Official says none. I, for some reason, don't have a translation for none. That's incredible. That's wild. Oh, excuse me. It's funny, dude. Like, I have a camera. Like, my Google Lens will allow me to translate things on stream. Like, with the thing. If y'all keep speaking in French, I'm gonna have to keep on translating. Stop this. Official says, I speak a little French. And then Renzo says, wait. Bon Raponzi? Good answer. All right, welcome back from the ads. I was translating Official and Renzo talking to each other in French, and it's getting old. Somebody was also on the YouTube side and was doing stuff. I hope you and your friend Nick are doing okay. Nicholas, if you're out there, I am totally not sorry. All right, what do I gotta do? A guns machine is protecting the arc. I just gotta find the thing. That's all I gotta do. Where's the thing? Where's the rocket ship? Where'd the rocket go? All right, chat. I've reached my limit. I can no longer communicate with you if you are speaking in French. I'm sorry. If it is not English, I am sorry. It is not an accessibility thing. I just don't speak the language. Where'd this rocket? I thought there was a rocket up here, dude. Where'd the rocket go? I thought I came up here and there was a rocket. Was I wrong? A hyper... Yeah, I know. I thought there was a rocket over here. Oh, was it that one? Oh, I just had to be higher. Yep, I just had to be higher. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Oziel out there saying, whoa, what happened? Someone violating the stream policy of no tolerance towards offensive... Yeah, pretty much. To be clear, nobody was banned for speaking French. Nobody's banned for speaking French. Somebody was banned for trying to hide a racial slur. Not cool, dude. Not cool. Yo, shout out to Nicholas. Oh, man. Renzo's saying, let me know if we need to stop. I just like using French when I can to lose the ability. Hey, by all means, dude, if it's helping you, like, keep up your, like, mentality and stuff like that and the ability to use French, go for it. I just can't reliably respond to you. It really depends on what you use the stream chat for. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you use the stream chat as a means to continue to prosper your ability to speak French or otherwise, I can't stop. I mean, I can stop you, but I won't stop you. I'm not about that life. All right, I don't know where the other one is. But, like, just so you know, I cannot understand. Behind a star? Oh my god, it's so close. Is it above? It'd be really cool if it's above. Okay, it's not above. Oh my goodness! No way! There's stars everywhere. It's right here. It's right here. Oh, it's behind a star. I see. It's behind the star? Yeah! There we go. Oh, man. Renzo like, thank you, Cam. Got you, dude. Simpa, j'ai pris de la tout no little French. Très cool. Très cool. C rank! Gee whiz, dude. Official saying I do the same also with Chinese. It's fun to remember those failed classes. Tried to pick up German again. If anything, I would probably be best prepared to anticipate any chat messages that occur in German. I did take a lot of German. I also took a lot of Spanish, but I don't remember much of the Spanish. That was not my strong suit. The Ark's huge storage area. Okay. Up we go to the huge area of storage that they keep telling us about. Rocket! Where's the storage area? This is a storage area. This is also a storage area. Hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah, brother! There we go, right in here. Oh, what the? Okay. It's apparently not in here.
It's closer.
Oh, it's right here. Oh my god, it's right here. Hey, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's awesome. Renzo's like, let's see how much German Cameron remembers. Oh, you can remember. You can remember. This is a test for you, not for me. Underestimate. Oh, ah, man. I lost all my points. Reset. Arc huge storage area. Oh, it's... Hello there. There we go. Official being like, a fun thing that happens when I'm drunk in VRC is that my accent gets muddled, so nobody can tell where you're from. I usually go for a British-ish mix of accents. Oh yeah, how did I... Oh, is it really close to that area? Incredible. That's so cute. Honestly, that's so precious in a way. That's so precious in a way. Do you do that intentionally? Oh, check this out. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. So it's the same set of hints in terms of the general location. Oh, it's right there. Okay, and I can get one of these. Floating stone above a moon. Floating stone above a moon. Well, I imagine there are floating stones up here, so. Alright, where is the stone at? Above a moon? Moon? I think I need another one. I don't know exactly where that is. I need more hints. I need another one. Please give me another one. I'll take this one. The tip of the tip? Just the tip. Is this supposed to be the arc? Is this supposed to be the tip? Really? in a stone on a moon symbol on the highest platform. Oh, I really gotta get up there, don't I? I really gotta get up there. Alrighty then. Didn't realize that. I gotta go way up there. Alright. The tip of the arc. Alright, that's what they say. That's what they tell me. Sorry, y'all. Working on rockets over here. Renzo saying, du bist ein sehr netter Getränkemacher und ich genieße es in deiner Nähe zu sein. No, I don't understand that. I lost that. I got some pieces of it, but there are some very specific words in there that I just don't know the translation of. Usually I try to go to an American accent, say it official, but it's easier to default to a mixed accent since it's closer to your Spanish accent. That's fair. That's a fair point. Because, like, folks who have accents and whatnot have accents that are, like, have a dialect that is closer to certain accents. Like, for me, like for example, like, a Southern accent is super easy for me because it's close to, I don't know. I got folks, honestly, for me, at least in terms of the accents that I know how to do, oftentimes they come about because I know somebody who speaks that accent, or I've absorbed, like, I've watched a lot of content of somebody speaking that accent. For me, I'm relatively okay at, like, not mimicking, but copying accents if I've heard enough of somebody saying it. Like, it's relatively easy for me to do that. Now, do I do it very well? No. Otherwise, I'd be a professional impressionist and not a mixologist. Not much overlap, all things considered. And I already got that hint, so I gotta go down here again. Oh, hello there. Can I have one, please? Please? Center of a square shadow. Okay. Is the square shadow from, like, a box or something? Because that would make sense if it was. But it probably ain't. Oh, wait a minute. Square shadow? Wait, square shadow? That shadow's a square. I didn't know that. On the gray ground below. Oh, gray? Oh, okay. Gray. Gray. Shadow. It is gray down here. It is very gray down here. This is very gray. What is going on? What the heck? It's gray. Is that not gray? This is green. And this is... okay, whatever. Renzo saying, if I remember right, it should translate to, you are a very nice drink maker, and I enjoy being around you. Aw. I don't remember if the word mixologist... That's fair, that's fair. Alexa, what is mixologist in German?
Mixologist in German is Mixologe.
Mixologe. Mixologe. Ooh. I like that. Center of a square shadow on the gray ground down below. Try digging in the middle of a moving weight. Fuck this, dude. No. I refuse. I refuse. Official's like, oh man, Minecraft shadow? Dude, tell me about it. Square shadow. All of it. Where are you? Dense meteorite area? That's above me. Renzo saying, so Cam, what was Pete doing to that door? Oh, what was he doing? I'm pretty sure he was just, like, looking at Maleficent. It was nothing weird, actually. They're just kind of in cahoots with each other, you know? Dense meteor area. Official, like, the reverb that Alexa made it sound like Jarvis. Like, a piece of me has wanted to move the Amazon Echo because for, like, sound quality and stuff, but honestly, I love the way that it sounds from this distance, so I just keep it. Dude, could you imagine if it's just in a random meteorite?
It's closer.
Oh, it's right here. Hi there. And there's a thing up here. No, I want a hint. I want a hint. I really wanted a hint. I wanted a hint. It's okay. I don't get it. It's fine. All right. Well, maybe if I just fly around a little bit and hope for the best and not get dead. All right. I was hoping for the best, but here we are. Hi, Omochow. I was hoping for the best, then I got Omochow. Rings might actually be helpful in terms of the ranking for this thing. How in the world was I getting a C rank the one time? The first stage. Like... what? What does that mean? Like, where I began?
It's closer.
What is the... Is it in here? Oh my god. That is incredible. Wow. And yet I only got a very mild bonus. Behind a star. There's so many stars! There are so many stars! I need another hint. I need it. I'm going up. I'm going up to the sky. That's where I'm going. I don't need no hint. Don't need nothing. Actually, I do. That was the wrong direction to fly. I can't see anything. Hello? Ah! I wanted those rings. Nice rings, bro. Tip of the arc. Alright, cool. I gotta go up. Oh my god! Star? Yep. That was the one.
I found him.
It was before 3 minutes, dude. You gotta give me credit for that one. Gotta get better? Officials like, does this camera get better in further Sonic games?
Not too bad.
Stage select.
Bro. So the thing is, for the first mission, it is based on total score. So it's not just how fast you do it, it's about how little hints that you use and how many rings you collect. Man. Officials like, man, devouring those chips, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, dude. These are awesome. They're slightly salty. That's the flavor. Golden potato chips. This is why I want veggie straws. Renzo out there saying, that is probably my favorite short. It makes you wheezy every time. Him just undulating against the door and your goofy cross-eyed laugh when he just did it as comedic. Oh, the Pete thing. That was like a one-off thing, yo. I wanted to, like, I want to do more edits of some of the one-off things that happen on the stream, but I'm just not good at indexing on them very well. So, that's just not my specialty. Above a blue moon in front of the art. That's where I gotta go. That was something that I think Anna told me. She was like, you gotta edit that. And I was like, I can try. I can certainly try. It took me forever, dude. It took me forever. Also, game is on double mode right now, apparently. Okay. What is this? Above a blue moon in front of a tank. In front of a tank? Oh, these are these tanks? Are these tanks? Are these tanks? These are containers. Above a blue moon. Oh, a tank.
It's closer.
Oh my god, there it is! Hello there! Extreme! Yeah, dude, just like your mom. Hey, yo, got him. High five shot. Nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult your mom, Chad. That was really irresponsible of me. The highest rotating beacon. The highest! Hosanna! I was raised Christian, y'all. I reformed. Oh my gosh. Official saying that the drink that you had made you a little tipsy. Could probably go for some of those chips, dude. Dude. Lightly salted. Official's like, what's that emoji? Oh, it's a perfectly good explanation. That's exactly what that emoji is. Let me tell you more about it. That was a Halloween emoji. I was dressed up as Dr. Facilier, and my partner's younger sibling was dressed up as... I don't really know what they were dressed up as, but they had... no. They weren't dressed up as anything at this point in time. Instead, they were, Wait, where's this emerald? Hold up. No, please! I'm a good boy! I'm a good boy! Where are you? Where are you? Up. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god, on the pole. Holy crap. Yeah, so wait. That was me in, son of a bitch! Oh my god. Try digging while watching the moon. Show you digging while looking at the moon. Freaking... yeah, so Anna's younger sibling takes sword classes, and that was one of their practice swords. But I was dressed up as Dr. Facilier from The Princess and the Frog. Big platform, 6 circles. Okay, cool. Oh my god, these are big platforms with circles. Okay, that did it. Oh my god. Wait, digging while... I see. No, please. It was below 3 minutes. Yeah, so that's their sword. And I decided to pose for the picture by posing with the sword in front of the training sword in my mouth. Close to my mouth.
Yeah, I feel good.
Stage select.
Renzo, you got a cocktail, right? I want another one. I like this drink. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take care of the glass that I just broke. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and make sure that there are no shards of glass in my fingers. That was awkward. I see that hydration request. Renzo, if you still got your Dracula cocktail, and if I have found that I am not bleeding, I would like to try it. I'll be back. BRB. BRB. All right, chat, I have returned. And everything is fine. Evidently, I do not know my own strength. And in my attempt to make a joke, I slammed the glass down at just the right angle. All of the significant shards are actually in my little rubber mat here, so I am totally okay. I am completely unscathed, but I did break a glass, and I only had a couple of those, so... Here we are. Here we are. I was like, chat, what I missed? Why do you need to wash his hands? Yeah, dude, I broke glass. It was hilarious, dude. I think I just hit it at just the right angle because it was a very clean break and there wasn't a lot of stuff. I got worried because I saw a very small piece of glass in my finger, so I wanted to make sure that I was a little bit more careful about that. It's been disposed of and whatnot, and I think we were okay. Official out there saying, I think this should be 4 cocktail, 5th drink counting the aguardiente. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good right now. What I wanted to do too is, this is a little bit of my attempt to be like, want to catch up a little bit on some request drinks that people have been requesting, so I kind of want to give it a try. Renzo, if you're still out there, I know you had a suggestion and whatnot. If anybody else has a suggestion too, I do have some other rums and stuff, so I could just be sipping on that a little bit. I'm determined to get an A rank in Meteor Herd tonight, and I think we'll probably call it a night after the fact, so we probably won't be going for too much longer. But if I've got the opportunity to try something a little bit new while I'm around, I'll be happy to do so. Official, I don't think the glass was made for slamming. Oh, no. It was most definitely not made for slamming. Not in that way. Not in that way. I didn't really think that I hit it that hard either, but, you know, when you've been drinking a little bit, sometimes you underestimate your power, for lack of a better term, for lack of a better phrase. Renzo saying, oh, I am here. I added you with the recipe. Oh, hold up a second. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
This just doesn't make any sense. What are the emeralds doing?
Can you ping me again? Only because I don't see it. I don't see it in particular. Not in my things. The Discord pings get, like, one of the reasons why, like, I haven't just set up a Discord embed for this is because I'm, like, I find it difficult during the stream after I've had a drink or two to actually find where the pings are. So that's not something that I was totally convinced to do yet. I got my phone open over here, though. I assume it's probably, like, in the drinks channel or something like that, but, like, I don't think I have my wits about me to figure it out. Oh, there it is. Oh, the DM. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hearing, Cassis, Bacardi, Chocolate, Rinse, Ghostly Finish, Fernet Branca, or otherwise. Quick question on the Fernet Branca. Is that also supposed to be rinsed? It's after the absinthe, so that makes me think that there's some special instructions with that. And do I have a glass prepared for that? I have a martini glass. Let me throw some one of my other ones in there. Oh, this one. I'm feeling this vibe for it. Alucard specifically.
Alright, let's find the next
Official saying, by the way, what's that big glass for the one you use for the coaster? Oh, it's literally to elevate the drink so that it can be seen. So, like, when I have a drink, y'all can see it because of the giant glass. It's literally just to elevate it. I don't have anything else for it. Alright, I'm restarting this one. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah, what I do. I see Renzo's instructions about garnish with a silver pick and a cherry if possible. I got the cherry. I don't have a silver pick. I have silver Sharpie markers and a toothpick. That's the best that I can give you. Oh, hold up. Hold up. This could be a good one. Okay. In this direction? Oh, it's right. It's literally right there. That was good. Oh, yeah. Steel Guardian. Don't know what that means. Sounds to me like a cage. Get some rings while I'm here. Get some rings while I'm here. I got you. I got you. I got you. I am receiving additional instructions from Renzo as we speak. I see you, I hear you, I thank you. I see you, I hear you, I thank you. Knuckles, please! I do not see you, I don't hear. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, it's gotta be in these containers. It's gotta be in one of these containers. There we go. I don't think it's in this one. Okay, maybe it is in this one. Is it actually in this one? Oh, wait, it's literally right here. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. I've got it. I thought I had a lot of rings, and then a meteor came down and completely screwed up my day. Can't believe it. Cannot even believe it. All right, another hit. Behind a star. How specific. I love the specificity of these hints. My favorite. My absolute favorite. That wasn't a rocket. I feel like I need another rocket. Another rocket, please. Nope, maybe not. Well, you know, I thought it was a pretty good run, all things considered. Maybe if I just get a bunch of rings, I can recover from this. The tip of the arc. Okay, I just gotta get up there. Get more rings. And a life, sure, why not? I'll take that, I'll take that. Ah, get to the top of the arc. I know a quick way up, but I gotta go from this angle here. Official saying, in terms of that glass little container. It looks like it's used in something, like it has a shot glass or something in it. Oh, it is a candle holder. It is a repurposed candle holder. So when you flip it upside down, not the way that I'm using it, you can put a little tea light on the inside of it. Oh, come on. Where's the rocket that I was gonna use? Oh man, I feel so out of sorts now. I think I kind of botched it, dude. Renzo, like, you are the star in the shard of the drawn emerald on the chalkboard. Oh, I should have just looked behind me this whole time. That's clever. That is very clever. It's this one.
I found him.
Okay. I will say, Renzo, in terms of your recipe, Fernet Branca and Amaro Montenegro are two completely different spirits. So I would wager that one is not a substitute for the other. I'm gonna err on the sides that, here, I'm gonna split the difference. Amaro Montenegro, the ½ ounce, and I'm gonna add a little, we can add a little bar spoon, if anything, of Fernet. Fernet is very powerful. Very powerful. Official's like, C. No, wait, I was wrong. I got you. That was not that bad. Hot molten lava below. Oh, so if I just move forward, there's only one place where there's hot molten lava below. Wait a minute. I thought there was only one place. What in the hey? What in the hey? Renzo telling me via DMs that apparently the Amaro Montenegro in this message, as well as the down below. What the freak does that mean? Oh, I gotta go out? I gotta go out? Oh. No, I don't understand. Do I have to open up the thing for this? That's ridiculous. I don't like it. I don't like it. I prefer the Fernet, but it wasn't on the website. But it wasn't on the website? My Fernet's not on the website? No way the Fernet's not on the website. Did I miss that? Hold up. I'm checking my website right now. Apparently my Fernet is not on the website. Fernet? Renzo, you're drunk. It's totally on my website. You're drunk. All right. I'm trying this again. Official, like, southern accent coming through. Dude, here we go. The Ark's huge story. I know exactly where that is. I know where it goes. I know how Knuckles does his thing and stuff. You know, y'all got a Fernet Branca and a glass and something like that. And whatnot. It also doesn't help that the family that I was hanging around with for the wedding also has a southern twang to their voice. Okay, I know there's a big storage area. Official, like, I think it's just around one of the bases, like on the bit, possibly. Yeah, I was too frustrated to try it. All right, it's got to be around here. Please stay up. There we go. I got a feeling it's inside of the middle one. Okay, it is not apparently. Alrighty then.
It's closer.
Oh my god. Whoop, hello there. Almost there. Renzo's saying, what but I was looking at I was looking at it sober. I was in class. Oh, you were looking at it in class. I see. You were looking at the website in class. I got you. Focus on your studies, my guy. If you can. Start between the 3 arches. Don't let me tell you what to do. I'm not your father. Nor am I not you. Take commands from yourself. You are an adult. You have agency. You do. I promise you that. Alright, I'm gonna try. Honestly, I'm not doing well in this run either. I'm inclined to just make myself this right after this, dude. I'm determined to get an A rank. I'm not ending stream until I get an A rank on Meteor Herd tonight. I'm determined. I am determined. I also am I'm getting a little bit dizzy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And Renzo, I know you said that you were looking at it sober, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 3 arches, wouldn't that be down? Oh my goodness, you're right. There are multiple arches. There's 3 arches right there. There's 3 arches right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Behind the store. I swear to god if it's all the way at the top again. Official, that was really spot on. Oh my goodness. Wow. Renzo's like, I looked up for Net Bronca exactly, and it says, nope. Also, I have your streams up during class because it's enough stimuli that actually focus on class and stream at the same time. Yes! Excellent. It's possible that the hyphen's just not getting caught. There might just be a parsing error or something like that, but if you look up Fernet, it might be a little bit easier. I looked up Fernet and it showed up. There's only 2 Fernets that I have here. Fernet being a style of Amaro. I only have 2 of them. For now. I knew it was this one. I freaking knew it was this one. I knew it was this one. I knew it was that one. Behind a Star has always been that one. I think I need over 1,500 points from A rank. Yeah, to B rank. I think I need over 1,500 points. I don't exactly know how to get 1,500 points, though.
Stage select.
Alright. I'm going back. Wrong button. I clicked this button. Alright, let's try this drink from Renzo. Alucard. Because I want me another beverage. I've been snacking up on what I've got over here. It's called a bar snack, actually. It's called a bar snack. That's what I do here. This is another recipe from Renzo, inspired by Castlevania's Alucard, who is apparently Dracula's son, as I've learned today. I need a mixing glass with ice. We're gonna grab a stirring glass for this one. We throw some ice in there, but I'm gonna wait on that. I need to grab my Bacardi Black. I got Cherry Hearing back here. I got my Creme de Cassis. Got my chocolate bitters here. My Absinthe, Rinse, Fernet Branca, and Amaro. I got that over here. I just need to grab my Bacardi Black. Only thing I gotta add to me is grab them over here. Nope. Easy one. When was the last time we pulled out the Bacardi Black, Renzo? Was that from one of your recipes last? I feel like we pulled this out recently for one of these. Very cool. Renzo saying it was definitely the hyphen. All right, great. Great. That's actually a very good note. So, Fernet Branca doesn't work on stop. All right, cool. Good notes. Good notes. You appreciate that. Officials like, Dracula wasn't that creative, was he? Dracula is just Alucard backwards. Lame. Nah, I get it. I kid. Like he is some sort of nemesis or son or something. Really not a good father move. Dude, seriously. Devil May Cry. Come on, man. Come on. Let's start with an 1.5 ounces of Bacardi Black specifically. With the darkness of the vampire and his son. Or something like that. Got one of those things. One of the other things that I really respected about the bartender Chris with 2 S's at the Cane Rum Bar in Puerto Rico was the fact that not only was he serving drinks to folks, but he was sometimes drinking along with them, whether it be a shot or 2 or whatnot. And that's the kind of bartender, when I have a bar one day, y'all, I swear to you, when I got a bar one day, when the Bar with an X finally makes its brick and mortar location one of these days, it's gonna be one of those things where like I can have a personal conversation with you and maybe drink a little bit along with you. I will be drinking on the job because it's my bar. And that's how it works, at least in my head, right? Official out there saying, kind of fucked to make his son a future antithesis, you know? Exactly. Official saying, isn't drinking on the job illegal in the US? I don't think so. I just think it's illegal to operate machinery, which for the most part, most machinery wouldn't be present at my bar. I don't think I have any machinery here aside from my computer. I don't think it's a universal rule, all things considered. Next, we'll add 3/4 ounce of Cherry Hearing. Got one of those here. Also, at the very least, I remember reading in the Death & Co. book that... Actually, so I believe that I would be... Here, hold up a second. When I actually get the chance to work at a bar one day, whether it's my own bar or otherwise, I think that I know that I am a damn good bartender slash mixologist if I can do exactly what I'm doing in the rush of the moment when I'm a couple drinks in. There is a passage in one of the Death & Co. books over there that says that allegedly Phil Ward, one of the cocktail mixologists and bartenders at one of the Death & Co. bars, came back from a night out one day and subbed in as a bartender for whatever reason. I don't remember exactly the details of the story, but him, after a night out drinking, came behind the bar and started mixing up drinks and whatnot, just like as he had been sober, with all the same skill, poise, and finesse as if he hadn't been on alcohol at all. And if that's the level that I want to get to, for all intents and purposes, the best way to do so is to practice. So if I can still have as similar flair, chops, and accuracy when I've got a couple of drinks in me, this is kind of a part of the practice. At least that's how I'm rationalizing it. Next, we need a 1/4 ounce of creme de cassis. Got a little bottle of Jacqueline's here. That's what I got. Renzo out there saying it's in Trevor. The dark rum was in Trevor. Trevor Belmont. Also, Dracula didn't give him the name Alucard. It was the people or Wallachia who gave him that name when they revered him as a savior from Dracula. So there's a bit of lore there that we're just not aware of, or at least I'm not aware of. I haven't played Castlevania. That was a way too much creme de cassis. I'm just gonna dump some of that out because I had some cherry here. There we go. Little bit extra. I got plenty of creme de cassis. I can deal with it. There we go. 1/4 ounce of creme de cassis. Official saying, I don't think skills will fly under the court of law, but I totally agree with you. The people of Wallachia aren't that creative, are they? Renzo's like, no, they aren't. Nope, not in this case. Next, we'll add 2 dashes of chocolate bitters. I got one of them down here. Where are you? All right. Chocolate bitters. Next, 2 dashes or 2 pipettefuls of chocolate bitters. Ooh, hello there. Did that break? Nope. Kind of slipped out of my fingers. Sexy. Let's see. Got the bitters, got the cassis, got the cheering, got the Bacardi, got the Fernet. Let me also get some water in my system so that the salt of the chips don't completely overtake things. There we go there. Walter Smith popping in saying, hey-o, hi. Well, hello there, Walter Smith. It's good to have you. Welcome to the Bar of the Next. Currently in the midst of making a recipe from one of our members on the YouTube side, Renzo, aka Foxworks Studio, inspired by Castlevania, oddly enough. Very cool stuff. I hope we find you at good times, and if we don't find you at good times, then hopefully we can bring some good times your way. Lastly, we'll add a 1/2 ounce, we'll add a heaping 1/2 ounce of Fernet Branca into the mix. This is apparently exactly what the original mixologist wanted. And what they preferred. We got the Bacardi Black, we've got the Cherry Hearing, we've got Creme de Cassis, we've got dashes of chocolate bitters, Fernet Branca, and there's an absinthe rinse on the glass that we use. Combine the rum, Cherry Hearing, and the Marana Cassis and the bitters, and mix the glass with ice, stir well until chilled, cool like Alucard himself, straight into a rinse glass. There we go. Official saying you should operate under the influence. Floyd, GTA 5. Oh my gosh. You should operate under the influence as opposed to not operating certain machinery, quote, under the influence. Under the influence. All right, I got all my liquid ingredients in there. The absinthe rinse, I don't really need that. Okie dokie. Add some ice to this and give it a stir. Got this over here. Oh, official says, shouldn't. You shouldn't. Oh, you shouldn't? Wow. Don't do anything under the influence. Don't stream under the influence. Don't play Sonic the Hedgehog under the influence. Don't mix under the influence. You shouldn't. Don't. if you are under the influence correctly, you shouldn't operate at all. All right. Ice in there. One more. Okay. Shall we try again? Follow through. All right. All right, then. Well, that's what I get for trying to be cool. Stir this until cold. Just like that. So the plan tonight, I'm gonna try this other cocktail. It smells, dude, off the nose already, Renzo. This smells beautiful. I'm really smelling the chocolate, and it might be because when I flicked it by accident, it might have sprayed some chocolate builders over here. I'm smelling chocolate, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Renzo, like, breaks glass again due to the throwing ice. Dude, glasses are not a dime a dozen. That's just the saying. But, like, for the most part, when I buy my glasses, I usually buy them on the cheap. There's a thrift store here in Philadelphia, Philly Age thrift shop, that sells glasses cheap. And I haven't been there recently, but it's probably because I haven't broken glasses in large amounts recently, but it happens. It's a season of things, you know? Official like, and to that, Mr. Trevor Phillips responds, vividly and verbatim, I'll operate you under the influence. There we go. There we go. All right. Got a heap amount of ice in here. So when you're stirring, by the way, little technique thing, something about lever arm distance and whatnot. The longer distance you have, the longer of a lever arm you have, the more torque that you add to the solution. Anyways, that is definitely chilled. There we go. Oh yeah, that is for net forward. All right. All right. Grab a chilled glass and rinse it with some absinthe. A lot of absinthe rinses recently, by the way, y'all. Nice job. A little on the inside. Swirl it around a little bit. Get all along the edges. Put the excess back in if you want to conserve it. There we go. And strain this over top. Did we get a garnish with this one? Ah, yes, cherry, I got you. Strain this over top. Wash line, dude. Holy shit. All right. Garnish this with a cherry. If you have a silver pick, great. If not, I'm using a toothpick. Just gotta grab one of my cherries. Oh, actually, do I have a silver? No, that is a pair of medical tweezers. Don't know why those are down here, but hey, I got them. Where are you, my baby? Oh, okay, back in the fridge then. Okay, cool. Tell me on it. Come on. Oh, why are you bouncing? Why are you bouncing? Sorry, my refrigerator door wouldn't close for some reason. Not sure why. Totally unknown. All right, get it. Come on. Come on. These are one of my moonshine cherries from my friends. Come on, buddy. Come on, dude. Why won't you work with me? Thank you so much. There we go. Boop. That is just enough, dude. Goodness gracious. Official being like, don't jinx it, party time, all a ploy to make you buy a new bottle. Oh, absolutely. Renzo being like, that absent note just works really well for Castlevania characters. It's just a thing, right? For some reason, the Saturn keeps appearing on my doom scrolling sessions. Oh, the Saturn cocktail? Interesting. So now I just have the rings quote. You can tell it is because of the rings it has. Classic. Classic. It is a pretty cool. It's a pretty good garnish, all things considered. I like that. Renzo, like for me, it's Sonic the Highball. Renzo's like, oh shit, I still have Everclear cherries. I think those are my Everclear cherries that I got from Lil Aid. Oh, good stuff. In any case, look at the dude. Look at the beautiful. Seriously, dude. Look at the beautiful dark color on this. Look at that dark hue. Take a look at that sexy cocktail. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyways, I just had to show you that for a hot second. All right, this is Alucard from Renzo, another inspired recipe. That Fernet is forefront. Can't hide the Fernet from me. What else did we have in that? There was Fernet. There was the dark rum. There was that rinse of the absinthe. We added... What is sweet in there? What is the sweet thing we added to there? I'm trying to piece that out. I want to try to piece that out. If I remembered better, it'd be easier for me. Oh my gosh, what do we have in there? I tasted the... Oh, it's the cherry! It's the cherry and the cassis in there. That is so unique. Dude, that is such a unique combination of the sweetness of the cherry hearing and the cassis combining with that very characteristic minty note of the Fernet. I can't pick out the rum very much, but if anything, this is like a sweeter drink, really leaning into the liqueurs that you use in it, with like a mild, very mildly noticeable note from that absinthe. Hard to hide from it. This is mighty sweet. Like, for the amount of liqueur that we used in this, I feel like, of all the things that I'm piecing out in there, like, cassis, by the way, creme de cassis is, black currant liqueur. I want to say it's black currant. I think I'm correct on that. Yeah, black currant. Black currant has a sort of, like, weird, almost funky sweetness to it that is very unique, at least in terms of the berry spirits that I've had access to. The cassis and Fernet I've never tried together. Cassis and cherry I've never tried together. I honestly don't know what to do for the most part with creme de cassis aside from, I believe it's a French 75 or a Kyrial or something like that. This combo is something that I've never tried before, and because it's new to me, it's astounding the way that it kind of works. And even as I'm talking, as I continue to talk a little bit, the chocolate notes are bubbling up a little bit in the back and melding a little bit more at the residual cassis notes that I'm getting. That is interesting. That is very interesting to pick apart. Wow. Yeah, that is so interesting. So again, as far as cocktails with Fernet Branca go, Fernet Branca tends to be very, very potent, right? And it is very noticeable. So it is mostly mint with a chocolatey air with sweet berry undertones. If that's what you're going for, then I think you kind of did it. That is interesting. What'd I miss out there? Official saying, Cam fishing a cherry with a toothpick with the sonic rock music is really one of the 12 a.m. moments of my life. I'm glad to have provided that for you. Oh, man. It looks like a brownie or a chocolate cake with the cherry on top. To look at brownie or chocolate, it does kind of have that sort of like brownie quality to it in terms of the color, right? It took you a minute to realize I could use Fernet-Branca. Did you make this with just the bar inventory and imagination? Or did you make it yourself first? Renzo, question for Renzo. Probably. Renzo, I think that's a question for you, actually. Renzo saying, how would you make it a bit more harsh and not as sweet? Brainstorming for Dracula? More harsh? I feel like you would want to make it a little bit more spirit forward. So, if anything, Dracula to me strikes me as a drink that should use like something, if anything, if you're trying to go with a more like blood aspect of Dracula, something dark and red like a cherry hearing, for example. If you want something brash, I would add something tannic to it, something dry, like a wine, for example. Even, dude, if you want to go into really weird territory with dry, potent ingredients, if you've never tried a red wine reduction before, which by that I mean take a bottle of red wine, a Cabernet Sauvignon, or a Pinot Noir, and you reduce it over low heats to either a half or a quarter, you can get a really, really tannic forward flavor that to me accomplishes that level of astringency that you might be going for Dracula. It also just has a certain like dark color to it that I feel like if I was doing my own Dracula cocktail, I might try to play around with red wine reduction just to see where I get with that. In another direction with that, you could try something that's just a bit more spirit forward if you want to take it in a slightly different direction. You could totally accomplish that with this. But by concentrating, especially on red wine, which tends to be a little bit more dry in general, you might be able to accomplish what you're looking for, at least in the way that I'm kind of interpreting it right now. Granted, I'm like 4 or 5 drinks in, you know? I see Fish out there on the YouTube side saying hi as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Heyo, right on back to you. Let's see. Renzo saying Alucard is perfect, but I'm still working on Dracula. Dude, this is solid. I'm telling you. So there are a couple of different mentalities that exist in the world of cocktail mixology of when you make a drink, what it's supposed to taste like. There are some drinks that are, on the one scale, supposed to taste like something new. It should not taste like any of the ingredients that goes inside of it. It should taste like a summation of those flavors that has basically no tiebacks, no recognizable tiebacks to what went into it. That's one extreme. On the other extreme, you have a drink that combines a number of flavors together, and you can taste all of them at the same time or throughout various different portions of the evolution of the drink, right? So with this drink here, it ends with like chocolate and cherry. It's very cool. I don't taste any of the chocolate at the very beginning. At the very beginning, I taste, let me go back and for it again. In the very beginning, it is Fernet and Cassis. Fernet and Cassis first. As the drink evolves, it probably gets a little bit more into that rum territory, which I'm not as familiar with, and then it ends with chocolate and cherry. And I'm trying to think, what else was in the drink? Like, what else was in there? You have the rum, the cherry, the creme, the chocolate, the absinthe? If anything, the absinthe is... I don't really know, like, I really wish I could tell you exactly what that absinthe was doing, dude. I don't taste a lot of it in there. If anything, the absinthe anise notes, I think, from my palate, are combining with the sort of funkier berry notes that I'm getting from the Cassis. I'm just not as familiar with that combination, and to me, I feel like they would kind of blob together a little bit, if that makes any sense at all. But this is one of those drinks that I feel like you taste everything that's going on inside of it. Some trains of thought would say, that's not good, man. Other trains of thoughts would be like, that's really impressive, man. I'm on the side that this is really cool. This is a really cool. This has a the evolution of Alucard is wild to me. Dude, that's cool. I'm also a fucking sucker for Fernet Branca, dude. That's tasty. Yo, Renzo. This one's cool, dude. I can't wait to keep unpacking this one. Wow. That's cool, dude. Wow. Renzo out there saying, I was just working with what I had, and it took some time, but Cam was lucky and had this stuff already. The recipe took you about a month and 4 variations. The absinthe is supposed to be a wispy, subtle note that reminds you of the undead. I wouldn't say it gives me much of it. From my head, undead quality, if I had to make any connection between the undead and a drink, I would base things off of something a little bit more tiki forward, like a zombie. The zombie cocktail is, to me, the thing that comes to mind when I think of undead cocktails if I had to Google search it, right? And so zombies tend to be very high in alcohol, but also very, like, syrup forward. Maybe not syrup forward, but let's say fruit forward, right? To unpack a zombie, you know, come to think of it, I think, let me look up recipes of a zombie cocktail. Official being like, just to keep in check. Oh, with the hydration? Oh, thank you, dude. I gotta refill that. Let me look up what recipe I got on a zombie cocktail. Because Renzo, you were talking about undead, right? Oh, we got ads. All right, let me look up a zombie cocktail. Let me look at zombie. I want to say a zombie includes absinthe. There are some recipes of a zombie that you get. I'm gonna pull mine from this Tiki Drinks book that I got. Yeah. So at least the recipe for a zombie cocktail that I have, and I think I did a short on that a way back during the Undertale stream. Rum, lime juice, passion fruit puree, falernum, spiced simple syrup, which is cinnamon basically, cinnamon and clove, grenadine, absinthe, and allspice dram. Typically. I want to say your zombie cocktail is going to be characterized by a blend of rums, a blend of fruit juices, and absinthe. And if you are trying to channel the undead, to be fair, by including absinthe in there, you're kind of on point with what has been established, I guess, in prior media. Cool. I like that. Oh, how are we doing? How we doing out there? Squizzle Deck out there on the YouTube side saying, I am living and I am learning. There we go, dude. Live and learn. Still got the music playing in the background. We'll be getting back to the game in a little bit. I was taking a little bit of a cocktail break to try a recipe from Renzo out here. I don't typically do 2 requests in one stream, but I've been going a little bit longer. It's 2 a.m. now. I'm feeling pretty good, dude. Don't worry about how late it is for me, y'all. I got a sleep schedule. I got a new circadian rhythm, y'all. Trying to get back into the swing of things. And the fact that I'm still up and still excited, dude, Renzo, you might have just like given me the energy to keep going, dude. Keep going in this Knuckles journey. This is awesome, dude. Renzo, like, not that far undead. Not like a zombie, right? I see vampires as not super undead, but just subtly, you kind of forget that they aren't human. But, oh, dude. But yes, thank you. I love these talks. It's cool, dude. It's cool. And I swear, dude, the more that I go to well-established bars, and the more that I talk to well-renowned mixologists and whatnot, like Chris over at the Rum Bar in Puerto Rico, the more that I learn, I'm still very early in my journey of making drinks and stuff. There are people who've been mixing cocktails for 15 plus years. I've really only been mixing drinks like this for about 2 or 3 years. Like this. I've been mixing cocktails for like the last like 6 or 7 years or so, but I really only started getting into the technical nuance of things in the last 2 years. So this is still very new to me. And if I can learn anything along with y'all along the way, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. I was just vibing a little bit. Talking a little bit about how the inclusion of the absinthe here is sort of a callback to the zombie cocktail in a way, although the zombie cocktail is typically characterized by a blend of rums, a blend of fruit juices, a blend of spice-forward syrups, as well as a bit of absinthe on top of that. This is not quite in zombie territory, all things considered, but when Renzo was saying that this is a little bit of like a nuance of, ooh, it's an mildly undead, but not super undead, the absinthe does kind of give a nice, I could totally vibe with that particular inspiration of how you would say, well, if Alucard is mildly undead like Dracula, let's throw a little absinthe in there for a set of subtly ghosty, wispy notes. This is an excellent exploration, dude. And I honestly, I'm enjoying this, dude. I'm enjoying this. It is not too sweet for me. It is not too sour for me. It is, I can pick it all apart. I can pick it all apart. If you've been working on this for a little while, it really shows. Cheers to that. All right. Let's get back into the game. My goal is Meteor Herd rank A tonight. That is the idea. And then I'm going to call it quits. Because I have to edit everything in the morning. Renzo, like, we got to clear the sip stuff on screen. We've gotten past that. All right. It's gone. Man. Renzo saying, too, the evolution of the channel was crazy to see. Dude, yep. Again, 4 years ago? So what, started streaming 4 or 5 years ago? That's short amount of time, dude. That is a short amount of time. Very short amount of time. Next to the rocket pointing at the arc. All right, I gotta go up. I gotta go upwards. Okay, gotta go higher up. I see you.
It's closer.
Oh my god, really? No, come back down. Oh my god. Go back down. Where was it? Where was it? Was it inside of this box? There we go.
2 more left.
There we go. That was pretty good. Maybe if I'm lucky, it's up here. Dude, if I'm lucky, it's up here. It's right here. It's not, though. I can't believe that. I was really thinking, it's right there. It's right there. If I'm lucky. I was lucky. No way, dude. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Floating in front of the 3 tanks next to each other. All right, cool. Tanks? Tanks, you say? Tanks, you say? Man. Renzo said, I'm also about halfway done with your League of Legends drinks. You're in the M's. Are you making a drink for every single League of Legends champion? That's kind of dope, dude. That's kind of dope. That reminds me, so if y'all didn't catch, right before I went on vacation, you might have caught the Sin City bartender, in my opinion, the champion of the video game drinks niche as it exists right now. And he popped in a chat the other day, which was, dude, a fucking honor for Mr. Sin City, Jason, to pop in a chat. But so we were chatting a little bit. He just announced a series that he's doing on the original Johto Pokemon. And he was saying that he was gonna do what was it? All 150 all of the starters, I think, as drinks, which is on its own impressive. There's a lot of Pokemon out there, right? And I playfully was like, "Oh man, are you admitting that perhaps all of the drinks, all of 1,000 something Pokemon is too much for you?" And he pointed out to me that, all things considered, if you did every single Pokemon, you would be drinking a cocktail every single day for 3 years, 3+ years straight. And I was like, but is it worth it?
Yeah, this is perfect.
Boy, I'm not done yet. We're continuing. I'm not done yet. But I was like, hell yeah, dude. I was like, is it crazy? Maybe it's crazy, but is it impossible? I don't know, y'all. In terms of the growth of this channel, I never thought that I would even get a remote response from somebody who is arguably at the top of my niche, which is video game drinks. And the fact that we're having some like playful discussions in the comments section and like he pops into my live stream? Dude, what a freaking honor. What a freaking honor. I was stoked after that. After that stream happened, I was so excited to tell Anna the next morning. I was like, dude, check out who showed out in my chat. And she's like, no way. And I was like, heck yeah. And he's like, what did you guys talk about? I was like, oh, we just chatted a little bit. There's no big deal. No big deal. It was great. It was awesome. Official, like, Alucard really revived Meteor Herd. Dude, it totally did. It totally did. Alucard's the GOATs. Damn. Renzo's like, I'll do it. I'll keep you updated. Dude, if you make all 1,025 Pokemon in a drinks, dude, I want to be a part of that. Let me know what you're like. Well, let me know what your process is. I want to know about it. Like I've said in the past, y'all, like, I think that the bar with an X, the way that it exists is not just supposed to be just me creating drinks and otherwise. It is whatever... What I identify drinks here as being are drinks that exist on just a level up from drinks that already exist out there. It's not just, hey, Bulbasaur is green, therefore let's put some Midori in it. It's Bulbasaur is a Pokemon that is based off the grass and greens. Vine Whip being his thing. He's got some poison type moves that he can use. If we were gonna try to make a drink for Bulbasaur, how would we do it, right? Maybe add a little like Snap Pea in there to add a sort of undeniable vegetal aspect. Well, it's gotta be green too. Or what other things exist out there, or plants that exist out there that have bulb like vegetal characteristics to it, and can we make that into a cocktail? Onions have bulbs? Could we make a Bulbasaur cocktail with an onion bulb as a part of the recipe? I don't know. It's a level up. It's a level up. It pulls inspiration from every piece of a particular piece of media, every piece from a particular character, and tries to liken that to a liquid ingredient, a solid ingredient, in a way that really brings it to life. And then, if you can, visually makes it look like the thing, right? I don't know how to visualize a Bulbasaur cocktail, but I can only imagine, you know? Anyways, but... Official saying, if you drink 3 cocktails a day, you would be drinking for a year straight. Just a matter of seeing the glass semi-full or semi-empty. Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of perspective. Renzo saying, by the way, there are only 27 starter Pokemon. That's fair. Renzo saying, too, take your kale juice from like a month ago. Dude, kale juice for like Bulbasaur. Dude, that's a solid thing, right? Right? But there are so many different grass Pokemon. And then I would even say that, well, if you would just pull the kale influence for Bulbasaur, what about all the other Pokemons that are even more leafy? If anything, if there is ever a Pokemon that deserves kale as a part of its drink recipe, blended kale juice, it's Leafeon, dude. It is Leafeon. Nowhere could I be convinced that a proper quote-unquote leaf drink would be more appropriate for kale juice than the Pokemon that literally has leaf in its name. There might be others, but that's the one that comes to mind, right? Seriously, dog? Of all times? All right, well, there's a lot of rings up here. So this is where I gotta go. A lot of rows up here. That's a solid idea, though, Renzo, by the way. So actually, I'm gonna take a little bit of kale juice. Leafeon. One of the things that you might not be aware of, y'all, is that I have a master doc of all the Pokemon drinks that I've been working on, and this is a long, long project, right? But one of the things that I've been trying to get better at is thought workshopping drinks. Like, are you kidding me? Come on, dude. I know where I'm going. Thought workshopping drinks before I actually put bottle to glass or bottle to mixer. And there are a lot of... How in the world... Pause for a moment. Official saying chickpea drink for Chikorita. Absolutely. Carrot juice drink for Rabbit Fire Starter Pokemon. Dude, there we go. There we go. I'm writing those down. I am writing those down. Fire Starter Funny Carrot juice at official. What other ideas you had out there? What was it? Chickpea drink for Chikorita? Here we go. Chickpea. Chikorita. Writing these down so I don't forget about them. Official, like, would chickpea drink even work? Like, I just blurted it out. Oh, yeah. So actually, if you didn't know already, a good substitute for egg white in cocktails is this ingredient called aquafaba. Aquafaba is quite literally chickpea juice. So you could make a frothy cocktail for Chikorita based purely off of that alone. Yeah, totally valid, dude. You just blurted that out, but like, it's a thing. It is absolutely a thing. Check out Aquafaba. Aquafaba whiskey sour recipe, and I assume we'll find things. Yeah, dude, like that's the world of drinks to me, yo. It's thinking about potentially the unexpected and in implementing them in a way that is people would think about it and be like, actually, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. I want to get better at articulating exactly what that means. I'm not there yet, and at 2 a.m. with a couple of drinks in me, I'm not going to do the best justice at describing that right now, but that's the idea. That is the idea. 20 rings there. Excellent. Excellent. But yeah, dude, and there's 1,000 something different Pokemon. They're all wildly different. Why should we make, potentially, and this is just me being a critic, right? Why should we make every single green Pokemon's drink have Midori Melon Liqueur in it? Why should we have every single blue Pokemon that's water type have blue Curacao in it? Makes no sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me at all. Not in my mentality. Not in my mentality. But yeah, like I was saying before, I have a master list. I have a master Pokemon workshopping documents that is not currently public right now. And I have legitimately been debating, like seriously debating, taking all of my workshop drinks, all of my workshop docs, my entire Google Drive of cocktail ideas that aren't even fleshed out yet, and just making it public. Because to me, the whole point of the channel is to take all of the smoke and mirrors that might be involved in any sort of crap cocktail bar or otherwise, and reveal them as implemented and viewed through the lens of our favorite games and more. That's my idea. So I think I have a whole Google Drive of all of my recipes. It's currently only public to me and Imi-chan right now, my fellow mixologist for the next. But I kind of just want to make it public. Like, I'm not gonna like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to. You're not gonna be able to edit it, right? But if anything, if you have an idea for the Pokemon Mega Workshopping document that I have, I think you really should have the opportunity to give your thoughts on it and comment on it or otherwise, because I am only one person. Imi-chan is only one other person. And if we're trying to make drinks that really represent like the fandoms that we're in, I can only play so many video games. She can only play so many video games. Like, how am I supposed to know? So that's one of the reasons that I really, really appreciate folks like Renzo out there giving their thoughts in different threads in the Discord and stuff like that, and sharing with me inspirations of their own kind, and also sharing specifically the inspiration behind these drinks at your current skill level. Like, I want to know how it works for you. I want to know what your familiarity with games like Devil May Cry may be, because it's going to be a long time until I actually play that game, you know? Oh my gosh. Anyways, Ranzo out there saying, I've been working on thought crafting Pokemon cocktails since freshman year because of COVID. Oh my, realization that it's been 5 years. I've gotten some Gen 4, so you've got Leafeon in there somewhere. An official saying, fuck Scorbunny and Cinderace. I totally forgot their names. Oh yeah, I forgot the name too, dude. I forgot the name as well. But I knew what Pokemon you were talking about. It was great. While I was in Puerto Rico, one of the brothers of the groom is super into Pokemon Go. Like, super into Pokemon Go. So, we had a number of conversations. Like, we would be in the middle. You know how some kids are, dude. We would be in the middle of a conversation among adults, and this kid would just start talking about Pokemon, like, out of the blue. Like with no other context. And it was so precious, dude. I mean, in my opinion, that's the type of energy, that creative energy is something that you should not stifle in kids. You shouldn't stifle it in adults either, dude. Blazing out there saying goodnight. Thanks so much for popping in, Blazing. It's always a pleasure to have you. Hope to see you back here again sometime. Always a pleasure having you. I'll take a life. No, please! Oh my goodness gracious. There's 10. I have no idea how long it's supposed to take me to get rings, but this is wild, dude. Wild. Oh my god, no, please. Renzo saying all the Devil May Cry games are insane on all platforms right now, so I rebought the series for Steam. 6 games, all the docs, for 35 bucks, all on sale. No! Oh my god, I had 93 rings! You asshole! I cannot believe it! Wow. That was wild. I ran right into a meteor. That was insane. Did y'all see that? That was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. Dastardly. Incredible. Wow. That was so sad. That was so sad. I felt so... Oh my gosh. I had 93. I just wanted a reference. Oh my gosh. Blazing asking, when's your next stream? Monday. We'll be back again on Monday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Just as we always are. If I got any more special things coming up, I'll be sure to let you all know about it in the Discord server. Oh man, I am like mildly heartbroken by that. I can't, wow, I can't. That was so sad. That was so sad. Ugh! I was so close. Alright, where are the other rings at? I know y'all around here somewhere. There are 2 little ring pods over here. Official out there saying, I'm gonna hit the bed now. Been waking up early. Dude, go for it, my guy. Keep your body in good health. I would not want you here if not at your best. And if you're at your best, you've probably been doing what you don't need to. Keep it well. Thanks for popping in, Official. Thanks for telling me about Aguardiente, and it was a pleasure to have you here to be able to try it this evening. But before I go, do you think Chaos got dental? No, I don't think Chaos got dental, only because I don't think Chaos has teeth. I don't think he has teeth, yo. Oh my gosh, that gave me a good laugh. Oh my gosh, good night out there, Official. Thanks so much, dude. Oh my goodness, it is always a pleasure. These little goobers, Chaos. Chaos indeed. Chaos indeed. Yo, 3 cheers for Chaos. Hip hip! Because he basically made of water, right? That's kind of how it is. Okay, I was really hoping to like totally get up there, and it totally didn't work. Renzo saying, autocorrect all Devil May Cry games, plus the DLCs are on sale on all platforms for around $35-45, so I bought them again on your PC, so you can have the graphics upgrade. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a solid point. I will buy games again on my PC, specifically because I know they're going to look better, and potentially run a little bit better. It really depends. Dude, Meteor, right in my face. I need 4 more. 4 more rings. There we go.
I found him.
Did we do it? A rank?
Not too bad.
That is really disappointing, actually. Gosh. Man. Official, like, no, the little goobers. Oh, little goobers. No, the little blue things. The chow. The choa. The choa. I get you. I get you. Oh, do you think chows get dental? Nah, they're not officially employed. I don't think they get dental. To be fair, chaos and the plural of chows are spelled the same. I get you. I get you. Do I think they get dental? No. I certainly won't provide them dental. I will provide them rings, animals, and chaos drives. And I don't think chaos drives can legally be considered dental for most intents and purposes. Alright, getting those, and then we're going up. We're going up. I feel like all of the rings that I need are actually just on the little, Oh, is there rings right there? Hell yeah, dude. 5 rings? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Meteors in my face? Hell yeah, brother. Not getting hit by the meteors, not even being even remotely phased about them? Hell yeah, brother. Block out the trauma of my childhood by means of playing Sonic video games? Hell yeah, brother. That's how it be. That's how it do. Rings? Hell yeah, dude. Lorex episode on rings when? Don't ask me, brother. You don't want to know, brother. How it be? What the hell is a Lorex, you may ask? Don't ask, brother. It's just a podcast. Hell yeah. Renzo like, so wait, you aren't paying for Clementine's dental bills? What if she gets cavities? Oh, no. She's not gonna get cavities. See, I have enough faith in my Chow offspring that I just have enough faith that they won't get dental, like, problems, that they just won't get them. And so far, like, they just haven't. It is a dental miracle for all intents and purposes. There we go. Where are the rings up here? I thought there were more rings up here. Do I need to go farther down? I need to go farther down. I gotta go down a little bit. Yeah, there's a whole nother level down here that's got more rings. That's it. There we go to the side. There we go to the side. Hello there. Boop. Hi there. You're explodey, dude. So wait, how fast do you need to collect these rings? There's rings down here. You got some there. If there was like, in Meteor Herd in particular, if there was like one of those like magnetic, like the blue shield specifically, I feel like this would be the place for it. Renzo, like, all you feed her is live animals, fruits, chemicals. It's true, I do. It's true, I do. That's literally all I do. It's literally all I do.
Page select.
All right, not bad. Not bad. I think what I need to realize is that I can move a little bit faster with the rings down here. I should just get this one capsule over here because it's 20, and then I move out quickly. I don't need the small rings on the bottom because all the rings that I need are actually up at the top. It's after one of the first rockets. But there's more rings if I decide to go for them. I go up and I grab a couple that I know of, right? Okay, hello. Hello. Rings here, right? A couple of rings here. Yep. Rings. I go up here. The rings are not there, but there are some capsules over here that I can take. And then I go down a level. Unless I see any more rings over here, which I don't. There was a little bit of rings up there. There's a little bit of this guy right here. There we go. I run along the side over here to grab a few of these rings. No! Oh my gosh, dude. So good. I got it. I got the strats. I got the strats, dude. Knuckle strats. Knuckle strats and speed rings. Knuckle strats and speed rings. That's what we do. That's what we do. A couple of cocktail recipes and otherwise. With a couple of drinks in between. By the way, y'all, I think I'm debating about revealing some original recipes next week. No guarantees, though. No guarantees. Really depends on how far I get with workshopping this weekend. I'll admit. So, you know that thing I promised y'all about the hedgehog eyeballs and them being done eventually? Yeah, no, that just hasn't happened. So, to be honest, y'all, let me be perfectly honest with y'all. The hedgehog highball that has been giving me the most trouble is fucking silver, dude. It's silver. I have been trying to make silver work for a month and a half, dude. I don't give a shit about his whole, oh, I'm from the future, time works differently. Like, bullshit, dude. When I try to make white chocolate liqueur work, why wouldn't it work, Silver? Give me the secrets of the future now. Anyways, I have been trying to make my own white chocolate. What are you doing? Oh my god! Jeez, dude. I have tried, dude, Amy Chow and I took an entire bottle, an entire 750 milliliter bottle of Absolute vodka because dreams of an absolution, just to make our own white chocolate infused vodka. And I can't get it to work at scale. I can't get it to work, dude. Freeze distilling, cryojacking, a little bit of clarification through means of pectin or otherwise. I can't get it to work at scale, dude. That was supposed to be the crux of silver, and it was supposed to work so easily, and it did not. So that has been taking a very, very painstakingly long time. I actually had the infusion, so I thought that low temperatures was going to really help in this process, and it did a little bit. It did a little bit. It did for one batch. It didn't work for another batch that we had been working on for some unknown reason. Don't get hit. Don't get hit, Cam. Don't get hit. Get those 4 rings and move on with your life. There we go. More rings here. Ba-da-doo, ba-doo. Yeah, I don't really know what the secret is, y'all. I wish I knew what the secret was, but I don't. Essentially, what we tried to do was take some white chocolate, melt it. No! My gosh! That would have been so good. Tried to take white chocolate and melt it into vodka, and I didn't think that was gonna work. So we tried a cocoa butter infusion, which was a lot easier because it doesn't have sugar in it, doesn't have milk in it, doesn't have cream in it, or otherwise things that would make things kind of, you know, opaque. But I was able to get a clear infusion out of a batch of white chocolate that we had. And it didn't work the second time. It gave us issue the second time. I was trying to pinpoint exactly what I did with it because I honestly didn't remember what I did. I didn't track enough information on it. I wasn't very specific with how I was tracking information to how to do the original white chocolate infusion. But when I went back for it with a second run with a different set of white chocolate, I thought all I got to do is keep it in the freezer and the infused vodka will filter out at low temperatures because vodka doesn't freeze. Well, the second batch of white chocolate that we used apparently had so much sugar in it that it actually created like an alcoholic slush that stayed solid even at freezer temperatures. So I thought maybe there was a means to be able to get this to work by just letting it sit in the freezer for a disproportionate amount of time, and it didn't work. Instead, I basically have 3 different white chocolate vodka infusions, all derived from the same bottle of absolute vodka, because I'm really in for that pun, yo. I'm really in for the pun. So,
I found him.
below 2 minutes, dude. Below 2 minutes, gotta be an A rank.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Yes.
Stage select.
So many rings. How did he do it? How did he do it? I'm not done with this yet. I also don't know where the hidden chow is. I think there's a mystic melody somewhere on the top, and it takes you to the bottom. I think that's where it is. But, like, so I've been trying to figure out a means to make this white chocolate infusion work. And that's because I wasn't asking you. Been trying to find a means to make this white chocolate infusion work, and it hasn't been working. Granted, right? Like, it's white chocolate vodka. I could just get a white chocolate liqueur. And technically speaking, white chocolate liqueur is like white creme de cacao. But from what I've been able to taste from 2 or 3 different brands, I really don't think that white creme de cacao tastes like white chocolate specifically. It's not the flavor that I'm going for. I really think it needs to be either a very specific brand of white chocolate or a home infusion. And I think a home infusion could work. But because of the presence of milk particles and stuff inside of typical white chocolate chips, it was not as easy as I had anticipated it to be. And it's been taking me a very, very long time. Silver's drink is basically supposed to be like a white chocolate, like, cream soda highball. But to get the cream, it's got to be clear too. And to get that clarity is something that is has been very difficult.
I found him.
A rank, or do we need to be sub 130? We got to be sub 130. All right, we can do that. We can do that. I just got to get up to the top faster. Let me fill up my water while I'm up here. While I'm still half stumbling around. What time is it? Oh my god, it's like 2:30 in the morning, dude. My circadian rhythm has not yet come into line. I'm supposed to be tired at this point, and I'm honestly...
It feels good.
Honestly not.
That jumping higher would be a breeze.
I think of it this way, y'all. Like, I've had some thoughts about how late I should be streaming, or how late that these streams should go, and I think of it this way. There are some bars that are open till like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and if I'm supposed to represent the bar with an X, right? Bar with an X opens at like 8-ish. Open till like 3 or 4, you know? I dig that. I dig that. It serves different people depending on where you're at, and if I can adjust my schedule for it, I'm down for it. I have a lot of fun with these streams, y'all. It's one of the reasons that I keep doing them, so I'll keep on doing it. Alright, now I just gotta get to the next area within like 30 seconds. Come on, into the... Yep, there we go. There we go. And down, we got it. Nice.
Found 'em. Yeah, this is perfect.
Stage select.
Dude, Renzo, I'm still diving through this Alucard cocktail here. And there is a sort of, like... It's minty... But it's also got a sort of like berry, like cassis berry tartness on the front end. And then it's just a combo I've never had before. It is really, really unique. Actually, you know what? Actually, hold up a second. I was about to charge blindly into Meteor Herd. Time limits. And I'm realizing if it's 2:30 in the morning, I should probably go to bed. I have realized that for the amount of time that I've been streaming for, I really think that I should probably take a break and probably go to bed. Because honestly, as all things are going, with the amount of fun that I want to have in all these streams and the amount of exploration that I get to have and the... Oh gosh, whatever you have. Whatever you have it. I have a lot of... Dude, I have a lot of fun with these streams. So I tend to lose track of time a little bit. And I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. So I think logical brain is saying it's probably time to call it quits for the evening. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Trying to make sure that we take care of our body. No matter what you're doing, y'all, for the sake of mindful drinking out there, make sure that you hydrate when you drink. Make sure that you put some food in your body, either before, during, and or after, and whatnot. Whatever you wind up doing, do what's best for your body. I know that when I get to this point, I'm a bit of... I know, for myself in particular, and I know I'm not the only person out there who is like this, when I drink, I enable myself to drink more, and so I sometimes rely on indicators like, for example, what time it is, to let me know that, hey... probably time to time out and stuff like that. And it's also nice to have you guys remind me to hydrate every once in a while because I tend to forget that kind of stuff. I see Aziel out there saying good night. Bungus out there saying good night, sir. Thank you, everybody out there who was joining me along for the stream. I was away in Puerto Rico for a little while, and during the stream, I showed you a little bit at the beginning, a couple of bottles that I picked up along the way while I was on my trip. Shared a couple of stories as well. We procced the Infinity bottle. We got a couple of more emblems here in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and I took 2 requests tonight from 2 of our viewers. One being Ryan, something that we had called the 100-year-old cigar, and then another original recipe from Renzo, aka Foxworks Studio, for their Alucard cocktail, which I'm still kind of enjoying and might enjoy for the next like maybe 20 minutes or so while I do some post-stream prep stuff that I do. If you're not familiar with my schedule already, I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus 6 hours and 40 minutes change, just about. And I'll be picking back up again on Monday and Wednesday as things per usual are. I'm working on a couple of... I'm workshopping a couple of ideas of how to bring to the stream some more advanced like fermentation stuff. I want to be able to take all the things that we do, all the things that you would do at a craft cocktail bar, all the things that you do in a brewery or otherwise, and bring it in the hands of people like you who might have more ideas than I do. And as opposed to it being just kind of lost in a comment section somewhere, I want to try to develop a system such that, hey, if you've got a weird ideas for what to do with peeps because Easter's coming up and you want to infuse it into whiskey, you want to ferment it into alcohol, you want to lacto ferment it into something that is, albeit carbonated and otherwise, I want to be able to put that into the hands of the people and take all of the secrets and smoke and mirrors that tend to exist in some like upscale bars and stuff and bring it to the masses. In any case, that's the random ramblings of a potential drug mixologist at 2:30 in the morning. So I'll see you all again on Monday, hopefully at 8 o'clock p.m. when I am significantly more sober than I am now, to do this all again, but on a different day of the week with some more Sonic. So until then, y'all, it has been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure being your bartender this evening. I do not provide dental, except for myself, but it's been fun. Ozzy out there saying it was 1:42 here in Texas. Well, there we go, dude. There we go, dude. To all you out there, no matter whether the sun is shining where you are and it is the morning for you, or whether the morning is shining for you out there and it is the night for you, dawn, evening, twilight, I don't know what time zone you're in. I don't care what time zone you're in. You're welcome at the bar with an X anytime. And it was a pleasure for you to join me this evening or whenever you're watching the VOD after the fact. To all you out there, I'll see you all again on Monday for another drink, inspired or otherwise. But until then, y'all, bye.
It's over. All right, let's find the next step.